지금 몇 시예요?
Good morning. My name is Yang Young-eun, a journalist from KBS and your host for the 2022 KPF Journalism Conference. As you know, we had our first day of conference yesterday under the title of Trust on Turning on Sustainable Journalism. And today is our day 2, second day. The title for today is Prejudice of the Platforms. So on our second day, we also have a keynote lecture, 2 journalism sessions, and a citizen participation program focused on citizen speak, and etc. In addition, we also have a collaborative session, Media Information Literacy for All by All, which has been prepared in collaboration between the Korean National Commission for UNESCO and the KPF. So let us begin the second day of the 2022 KPF Journalism Conference. So the first event of today is keynote lecture. So our keynote speaker is Professor Rasmus Kleis NIELSEN, director of the Reuters Institute for Journalism and professor in the Department of Political Communication at Oxford University. Professor Rasmus Kleis NIELSEN has published numerous papers and books on a wide range of topics, including journalism, the media industry, and political communication. And his journal, titled Ground Wars, Personalized Communication and Political Campaigns, was selected as the best journal in the field of political communication and was awarded the American Political Science Association's Doris Graver Award. He's also a co-researcher of the annual Reuters Digital News Report, and he has provided expert consulting to many different governments and news media companies around the world. Due to a time difference between the UK and Korea, Professor NIELSEN is joining us via video. Please give him a big hand. Morning.
Good morning, and thanks for the invitation to be part of the KPF 2022 Journalism Conference. I'm very honored to be back, also virtually, and I look forward to visiting Seoul again in the future.
We are also very honored to meet you. So please proceed.
What I want to do this morning is to talk about the power of platforms. I will do this on the basis of a book that I recently published with my co-author, Sarah Ann Gander, a book published by Oxford University Press. The starting point for the analysis and the argument that we present in the book is the rise of platforms in our societies. And by platforms, we mean companies such as Google, Facebook, part of Meta. They're equally large competitors, Amazon, Microsoft, and Apple, as well as, of course, a range of smaller and medium-sized competitors, Twitter, Reddit, Yahoo, Telegram, Snapchat, and around the world, other platform companies, Naver and Daum in South Korea, Yahoo Japan in Japan, and of course, Baidu, Alibaba, and Tencent in mainland China. What these companies have in common, we argue in the book, is that they are technology companies, sometimes large, that have developed and maintain digital platforms that enable interactions between at least 2 different kinds of actors, typically us as end users and advertisers who want to buy our attention, but they can be much more complicated than that, many more different kinds of actors, including news publishers. In the process of doing this, they come to host public information, organize access to it, create new formats for it, and control data about it. And finally, thereby, they influence the incentive structures around investment in public communication, including in news production. Now, these are features that platform companies have in common, the same way that we might think of different competing news media companies as having things in common and think of a news institution. It's important, however, at the same time to also remember that the same way that news media may have things in common but also compete with one another, the platforms themselves compete with one another. They are engaged in what the former Google chief executive, Eric Schmidt, called the platform wars. These companies are one another's major competitors, even as they also have things in common. In the book, we approach the question of the power of platforms through the lens of news and news publishers. And the backdrop for that interest really is the way in which the rise of platform companies has been changing the role of news media in our societies. And we want to understand what drives this change, how it operates, and how publishers have responded. And to understand that, we have to start with us as media users. We have to understand how the ways in which people get their news has changed over time. In the annual Reuters Institute Digital News Report, we analyze news and media use across the world in 46 markets, and we ask people a range of different questions, including how they find and access news online. Most people will name maybe 2 or 3 different ways in which they get news online. And then we ask the follow-up question, what is the main way in which you get news online? These are the averages across 46 markets, and the situation that we're in as of 2022 is one in which just 23% say that going direct to a news site or app is their main way of getting news online. And a much larger share of the public relies on different kinds of platforms. They access news via side doors such as social media, search, and aggregators, with a clear majority saying these are their main ways of accessing news online. So we have a new situation here. We have a move from a situation of direct discovery, where you picked up a printed newspaper, you tuned into a broadcast channel, or you went to a news site to get your news, to one in which distributed discovery, where people access the content through channels controlled by platforms, is much more prominent. Now, as a consequence of this, the way in which all of us as end users have moved to rely on platforms to access news and information have moved our attention from media to technology companies. These companies have also come to dominate the digital advertising space. Fundamental advertisers are buying attention, and they will buy it where they can get it cheaply, where they can get it in targeted fashions, where they can get it at scale. So across the world, platform companies, in particular Google and Facebook, as 2 of the largest consumer-facing platforms, have come to dominate the digital advertising space. Now, of course, it's important to recognize that this development is not uniform across the world. It doesn't take exactly the same form. So if we just look at the way in which people get their news, we can see, using the Digital News Report data, a range of different models across the world. There are still some countries, such as Denmark, where I'm from originally, where direct discovery is still very important. More than half of internet users in Denmark say that going direct to a news site or app is their main way of getting news online. There are also some environments that are much more dominated by platforms. For example, in many parts of Latin America, Chile, Brazil, Malaysia, in Asia Pacific, we have social media playing a much larger role than across the average of the 46 markets we cover in the Digital News Report. There are some that have this sort of complicated mix we document across the 46 markets as a whole. And then, of course, a few markets in particular in Asia Pacific, including South Korea, where platforms play an even more important role than they do across the 46 markets on average, with search and aggregators far more important than on average across the 46 markets as a whole, with domestic platforms such as Naver and Daum playing a particularly central role along with YouTube. Now, with this development, we see not just a change in how people access news and where advertisers buy audiences' attention. We argue in the book, see the emergence of platform companies as entities in our societies that exercise power. Now, some of these forms of power are forms of power that we have long been interested in the social sciences. Platforms exercise hard power. Some of these companies are very large. They have money. They will invest in lawyers and lobbyists and PR and other ways of representing their interests. They also, to various extents, exercise what social sciences call soft power, the power of quotation, of attraction, where the companies can still, though to a diminished degree after the Cambridge Analytica scandals and scandals around misinformation and foreign propaganda and the like, and problems with hate speech and harassment, can often attract other actors in society, co-opt them, and engage with them in ways that align with the platform's own interests. But perhaps most importantly, for the purpose of my conversation today, we argue in the book that they also exercise a new form of power that we call platform power. What is this? Platform power, we argue in the book, is first of all deeply relational. It's based on attraction, on means of connection. It is, secondly, it's enabling, transformative, and productive. It is a form of power that enables those who engage with the platform to do things that they aspire to. And finally, we want to stress that it's a form of power that is tied to the institutional and strategic interests of the platform companies themselves. These are not strategies without strategists. They are forms of power that enable networks in ways that are tied to the self-interest of the companies that offer these products and services. And that means that we have to recognize that each of us as users and every publisher and other third-party complementer that engage with the platform help make the platform companies powerful. And that we do this because they in turn empower us in specific ways when we use their products and services. There are 5 aspects of platform power that we analyze in detail throughout the book. I won't go into the details here, but just give you a sense of the overall argument here and of the different aspects that we highlight in the book. The first aspect of platform power we highlight in the book is the power to set standards. Platform companies set technical and community standards for what people can and cannot do via the products and services that they enable, and they make decisions about how they enforce these vis-a-vis us as end users, but also vis-a-vis publishers and other third parties. Secondly, platforms have the power to make and break connections. The most prominent example of these are the ranking algorithms that they operate with the search engines for retrieval or social media for recommendation, where every day they make hundreds of millions or even billions of decisions about what to display and in what order to display things. And every time these ranking algorithms are changed, some new connections are made and other connections are broken in ways that will have winners and losers, as news publishers are keenly aware. The third aspect we highlight in the book is platform power as a form of power that operates through automated action at scale. Now, I want to be very clear here that platform companies are, of course, human creations. They are organizations that are staffed by individuals, and where there are people who do this work. Nothing operates in a purely technological sense. But in the day-to-day operations of platform power, an important aspect of it is the reliance on automation at great scale and great speed. So if I search using a search engine for the sentence automated action at scale, in less than a second, I will have more than 164 million different results rank ordered in terms of a probabilistic assessment of the relevance to this query. And of course, automated action at scale is not only about me as an end user, it's also a feature of the relationship between platforms and advertisers, whether they are about the selling or the buying of advertising. So advertisers use self-service systems like these to sell and buy advertising using the platforms without direct human intervention. Fourth, we argue in the book, platform power is defined by secrecy, by information asymmetry and opacity, where most platform companies will offer a general explanation of some of the principles behind, for example, in this case, how search operates. But it's also important to recognize that even with these general explanations at hand, there remains a fundamental information asymmetry between platforms that are not transparent to themselves, but have a far greater understanding of their own operations than anybody else has, and then everybody else, where the secrecy is a part and parcel of how platforms operate in our societies. Finally, platform power is a form of power that operates across domains, where a company may operate a search engine that in turn can also power the retrieval algorithms and recommendation algorithms and the advertising systems on, for example, video platforms such as YouTube, or where there might be links between the way in which a map service is operated and an email service, or between an email service and online cloud computing document enterprise softwares. This is a form of power that operates across many different domains in many cases. So in summary, platform power, we argue in the book, is the power to set standards, the power to make and break connections. It's a power that operates as automated action at scale that is defined in part by secrecy and that can operate across domains. Now, in the book, we analyze this through the lens of the relationship between platforms and publishers. Now, this relationship is interesting, we think, in part because publishers, of course, used to occupy the commanding heights of the media and information environment. but it's also about the offers that platforms make to draw publishers in, to incentivize them to make use of the products and services that they offer. And this really, we think, is key to understanding the way in which platforms operate in our societies. It's because platforms empower partners that publishers, despite their manifest and explicit reservations from the very early days, have continually engaged with them. The central point here is that there are no platform opportunities without platform risks, and one has to understand both the risk but also the opportunities to understand the way in which third parties, such as news publishers, engage with platforms. So what is it that platforms offer publishers? From the very earliest days, it's been very clear, here formulated by former Google CEO Eric Schmidt in 2009, we have decided the value we provide to the partners is the traffic. The platforms are offering publishers audience reach, and in return, they're asking for access to content to enrich the products and services that they offer. Now, not all publishers have been pleased with this offer. Back in 2009, the response of the executive chairman of News Corp, Rupert Murdoch, was that we have entered an epochal debate over the value of news content. This implicit terms of trade between access to audience reach and return for access to content was not universally regarded with serenity from news publishers. Now, it's important, I think, here to understand that just from a practical point of view, most people every day show they believe the monetary value of most of that online news content is zero. Most people across the world who access news online do not pay for it. Even amongst the minority of people who do pay for online news content, they normally pay for one source and still access many other sources for free. And in that sense, we shouldn't be surprised that most platforms, big and small, do the same. So in a sense, what we have is a situation that from the very early days, with a few exceptions, have been defined by basic terms of trade, where most platforms and most publishers in practice have exchanged access for content in return to access for audience reach via the platforms. Now, how have publishers responded to this change, to this move in how we as audiences engage with news, and the consequent disruption of the advertising supported business model and the rise of these new powerful intermediaries that publishers have to contend with to reach people online? In the book, we identify three different ideal typical types of responses: collaboration, coexistence, and confrontation. There are some publishers who are invited to actively collaborate with the platform companies, to develop products together, to feature in early launches, to be involved in direct conversations about what news might look like on these products and services in the future. And some of these publishers will say in interviews that this can be a win-win. They engage continuously and actively with the platforms because they believe it serves their self-interest, both short-term to use the products and services they offer, but also over time to shape the way in which they approach news in ways that also is at least informed by the self-interest of these select these select publishing partners, the kinds of publishers that others will refer to with some jealousy as the platform darlings. Often English language upmarket publishers headquartered in the United States and in a few cases in the UK. Now, most publishers are not invited to collaborate, and their response is what we in the book call coexistence, where, as one local publisher told us, we need Facebook, but Facebook does not need us. What do you expect us to do? This situation is one in which publishers are reacting and adapting to the evolution of platforms with little or no direct contact or collaboration with them, and simply have to observe them and adjust their own operations as these entities evolve. Now, the publishers in question full well understand that platforms are not forces of nature. They are human organizations populated by humans, driven by human motivations, agendas, interests, and ideals. But if you are a local publisher, often they might as well be forces of nature that you just have to coexist with and adapt to. Finally, a few publishers have deployed confrontation. This has often been a few large publishers, legacy publishers, Axel Springer, the company based out of Germany, News Corp that I already mentioned, based out of the United States, Australia, and the UK, where the executive chairman, Rupert Murdoch, have called the platform companies content kleptomaniacs and thieves and other colorful things, often interestingly using another platform, namely Twitter, to express these sentiments. beyond these high-level responses, we also see publishers at the brand level adopt different strategies, ranging from some publishers, whether digital-born entities like Neopard in France or legacy publishers like the Times of London, who focus on an on-site strategy with a clear focus on using the platforms primarily to convert people to loyal on-site audiences who come directly to the website or app of the publisher in question. And then at the other end of the spectrum, digital-born publishers like BuzzFeed or legacy publishers like The Guardian, who've been much more focused on, in addition to converting platform audiences to on-site audiences, also trying to meet people where they are, off-site, putting their journalism out on the platforms, and trying to put their journalism in front of people, even if those people will never actually come directly or only very rarely come directly to the website or app of the publishers in question. Now, where might we go from here? The story I've told you so far today is a story of the emergence over a few decades of new entities, new platform companies that we have all embraced as media users, that as a consequence of our choices, advertisers have flocked to buy our attention, and that have become central to how news and information circulates in our environment, structured the very environment in which news media operate in ways that have disrupted their old businesses, even as it's also created opportunities and new risks that publishers have to contend with as they do their work. Some of these roads ahead are about the situation specifically of publishers. Some of them are about society more broadly, including how society more broadly respond, both to the challenges and opportunities publishers face, as well as to the wider questions of the rise of platforms and the power they exercise in our societies raise for us. So to start with some of the possible regulatory and policy responses at the very macro level. One starting point here is just competition enforcement. We have seen in particular in the European Union more proactive and aggressive enforcement of existing competition rules by the European Commission and other competition authorities. You can also think of another possible macro level response as the demand to break up some of the biggest platforms. It's been championed most prominently by Lina Khan, then a law school academic at Yale in the United States, but now, of course, the chairman of the Federal Trade Commission under the Biden administration. You can also see examples of this in Australia and discussions of this in Canada and some parts of Europe. The idea that policymakers should force some of the platforms to pay at least some publishers for the work that they do to subsidize their business model. And you can see ideas such as that presented both by some voices in the political right, but perhaps more prominently voices on the political left, of publicly funded public service platforms as an alternative to and competition for profit platform companies, often based out of the United States. You can also think of some more meso-level regulatory and policy responses that are less about using policy to reshape the environment as a whole and more about trying to address specifically the risk of market failure or public interest failure when it comes to the business of news and the funding of news. Here, there are ideas such as direct subsidies for news publishers. These exist in countries such as Denmark. There are ideas of indirect subsidies like VAT exemptions or other forms of tax benefits that facilitate the business of news. Again, these exist in many countries across the world, including much of Europe. You can think of forms of systemic support where public resources are invested or other resources are dedicated to systemic support for the evolution of journalism and the news publishing industry that isn't tied to individual companies, but support training, upskilling, and applied research. And of course, the Korean Press Foundation would be a version of such systemic support. And you can think of competitive grants, where the same way we use such processes to fund art and culture and science in many societies, in, for example, New Zealand, individual journalists or groups of journalists or news publishers can compete for grants to fund enterprise reporting. But of course, more beyond the questions of how policymakers might respond and how regulators might respond, if they respond at all, to the rise of platform companies, are questions of how news publishers themselves respond to this changing environment. And we can identify some responses around the world that we discuss in the book. You have the idea of corpus collective negotiations, where publishers, or at least some publishers, try to come together through collection agencies or other bodies to jointly negotiate with platforms. In many parts of the world, so it would be considered a cartel. So there are real competition issues here, but it is a response that we see in some parts of the world. You can imagine that a number of publishers will see themselves primarily as complementers to platforms. They won't focus on building a direct connection to their online audience, but instead see the opportunities that platforms provide and accept the risk that comes with those opportunities, and primarily seek to realize the editorial opportunities and business opportunities that platforms operate and offer, rather than build their own direct route to market. And of course, I want to stress here that for many publishers, this has been very difficult to make sustainable financially, and it's not necessarily a route that looks particularly attractive for established publishers. But at the same time, of course, there are billion-dollar industries such as app development or game development that largely is about complementing large platforms. And of course, the whole creator economy is largely based on individual content creators supplementing platforms, complementing platforms, and realizing the opportunities while accepting the risks that the platforms represent. You can also imagine collaboration between publishers as a possible response, where publishers band together to jointly develop systems that can reduce their reliance on platforms. For example, joint advertising sales, joint login systems for data collection and registration of users, joint systems for sales of subscriptions and individual articles. These are all examples of collaborations that exist in different parts of the world between publishers, in part in ways that reduce their reliance on platform companies. But the bottom line here is that we need to recognize, when we think about publishers' responses, that even though publishers have many things in common, and we can talk about the news media the same we can talk about the technology industry, that of course, just as platforms compete with one another, individual publishers' interests and strategies will vary. Different publishers will have different interests, different goals, different business models, and thus seek different things from platforms, whether they pursue those things collectively or individually. Finally, in conclusion, I want to go beyond thinking just about implications for publishers and the regulatory or policy publisher level responses to the rise of platforms, and say a few things about the societal implications of the rise of platforms and the power that they exercise before we turn to questions. I think the starting point here has to be the insight that Jose van Dijk arrived at in her book, The Culture of Connectivity, from 2013, where she argues that our individual relationship with platforms is characterized by a combination of empowerment and dependency, where we embrace platforms because they help us achieve things that we want to do or aspire to be as individuals. And in the process of empowering us to do those things and us embracing them, we become dependent on the platforms. And the central argument really of the book that Sarah and I have written together is that what we're seeing now in parallel with that is a similar institutional dynamic, where important institutions in our society, in our analysis, news publishers, similarly are becoming both empowered by but also dependent upon platform companies from around the world. And of course, as we argue in the book, this raised an increasingly urgent set of questions around platform governance at every level, really, at the level of how individual platforms govern their own products and services through community standards and technical standards and the like, through a discussion of self-regulation by the platform companies collectively, how they develop joint standards or approaches to governing their relations with end users as well as third parties, as well as, of course, questions of co-regulation backed by statute or direct regulation by independent regulators based on statute. We would simply say that as we proceed as a society to think about these questions, there are a couple of things we need to keep in mind that we've identified in our work. The first one is the fundamental insight that it's our individual and aggregate choices that make platforms powerful. It is not a resource that they themselves possess. It is based on the networks and connections that they enable and our decisions to engage with them. These are choices that over time become structures, but they are choices nonetheless, and we need to understand them as such. This is the engine that drives the power of platforms. This also means that even as the fortunes of individual platform companies will wax and wane, as we've seen very prominently with the job cuts at Meta announced today, as well as the stagnation of some of their competitors and the turmoil at Twitter, there are very powerful cultural, economic, and technological forces that underpin the rise of platforms. So even if individual companies will wax and wane and their fortunes will rise or fall, collectively the platforms as a type of institution in our society are here to stay. And in a sense, then, we could end with an exclamation point and say, this is what we must do about it. But instead, I think we need to recognize that this is part and parcel of who we are and where we are as societies. And therefore, it asks a question of all of us that I will end with here in my impression, which is that each of us, including all of you, will have to think about how you think that we should respond to the rise of platforms individually and collectively. With that, thank you very much for the opportunity to present, and I look forward to the questions.
네, 감사합니다, 소장.
Thank you very much, Professor. Today, I feel burdened and challenged thinking about the current situation. So we have a lot of things to do and discuss. So I'll remind you of the topic of this platform, the bias of and move away from platform. The conference is conducted online and offline. We collected the questions online, so I'll ask the questions that we received from online first. And while we will listen to the answer from the professor about the questions, here in this venue, you can feel free to ask a question. So these are the questions. As we go on, the platforms are very influential. Then what's the responsibility for them? And how can we enforce and ensure that these platform companies be responsible for our society? What do you think about those?
I think we should regard platform power very similarly in that respect to any other kind of power in our society, whether it is the power exercised by the state or the power that's exercised by private companies or by powerful entities in civil society, labor unions, religious associations, and the like. That there are different institutions that together can ensure that power is exercised in a way that are held to account. Part of this is about ensuring an element of transparency and oversight. It's an important role here, of course, for journalism to investigate and report on the way in which, in this case, platforms operate in our societies. Part of it is about ensuring that there is an appropriate element of regulatory oversight. This is a political question in part, but we have entities in most societies, competition authorities, media authorities, and others that need to balance between ensuring the liberty of free enterprise and, of course, most importantly in this case, free expression, while also ensuring an element of oversight that power is not abused. And finally, of course, we have courts. There are already rules and regulations on the book that every company have to obey and operate by, and that platform companies too are bound by. So in that sense, I think a combination of different institutions, independent journalism, regulatory oversight, and courts all play an important role in ensuring the accountability in the exercise of platform power, as they do in the exercise of any other kind of power.
So I will ask another question regarding neutrality of a platform. Thank you very much, Professor, for your interesting presentation. Do you believe that a platform needs to be neutral? If so, in what method platform neutrality needs to be implemented?
I'm not sure that neutrality is always a useful way to think about this. I think it's perfectly legitimate for different platforms to have different offers and make different decisions about what it is that they want to offer their end users, and which third parties they want to invite to join the networks they enable. These are private businesses. They can compete in many different ways, including about what kind of content that they want to feature. And in most societies that I'm familiar with around the world, we have no legal grounds for, and I don't think any moral grounds for, demanding that they treat all content the same way. If they did, they would be forced to feature quite a lot of quite hateful and disturbing and shocking and offensive material. And of course, it's precisely the kind of actors who express such things in public that are often very concerned about the supposed censorship or bias of platform companies. So instead of thinking about neutrality, which I think is sometimes sort of weaponized to criticize companies that make decisions, whether they are news media that make editorial decisions or platform companies that make content moderation decisions, I think what we as citizens should expect and even demand of platforms is clarity about what their rules are, consistency in terms of the enforcement of these rules, so they don't treat, for example, powerful people differently from everybody else, or big publishers differently from smaller publishers, or established political parties different from social movements or labor unions, but treat everybody consistently on the basis of clear rules. And then an element of due process, where if people feel that they have been subjected to an arbitrary exercise of platform power, selectively singled out, discriminated against, that they have a way to bring attention to this problem and appeal the decision in a meaningful way with the platform itself. So I would say clear rules, consistent enforcement, and due process, I think are things we should expect of platform companies, even as we recognize that they have the right to make decisions about what they want to feature on the products and services that they offer to their users.
네, 지금 오프라인
So for those who have a question online, please ask on the YouTube. Please, I am Lee Sung-gyu from Mediasphere. I have a question. If in the US, Facebook and Google decides to prevent disinformation, the spread of disinformation, and the media publishers may be restricted or filtered by forming a committee. So platform companies organize this committee to influence their decision of the committee. Then what would have implication on the dependence and of media outlet? I have this question because Professor NIELSEN has contributed a report on Lehman Davis. So you mentioned about the Korea SJ committee. The collective response of Korea was portrayed a little bit positively. So that is why I have this question. I may not be correct, but if so, please clarify.
I don't have a particular view on the Korean situation and the relationship between platforms and publishers in Korea. I would say more broadly on the types of collective negotiations that I know have been pursued in some parts of the world, and that some publishers in Europe and Canada seem very interested in, that it's very important to recognize up front, as I noted in my presentation, that different publishers have different interests and different ideals, and any attempt to negotiate collectively will have to contend with these differences, and that there always is a risk that an approach that is presented as representing the joint interests of publishers can often end up representing primarily the interests of the biggest publishers. And if that is the case, then it's important that that is transparent and clear, that that's what's happening, and that it isn't presented as or seen as representing every publisher. So this is a feature of such attempts at collective negotiations that I would highlight. In terms of what it leads to, it's of course any relationship between some publishers and some platforms that results in this subset of publishers potentially being either paid directly or securing special privileges in terms of advertising revenue shares, will effectively create opportunities for those publishers who would want the money, but also, of course, increase their reliance on the platforms in question, and thus increase the platform risk that they're taking on. Because if those platforms that are rewarding them and then in turn change their policy or step away, then they are left in a more difficult position. And a situation that we have seen elsewhere in the world, for example, in Australia, is that smaller platforms and competing platforms will often say that from their point of view, the risk of any kind of closer association between bigger publishers and bigger platforms, or some publishers and a few big platforms, is that from the point of view of smaller platforms, the risk is that this will increase the reliance of publishers on a few big platforms. And reduce their interest in working with smaller competitors, and thus over time actually leave them more exposed to platform risk. And this perhaps is a situation that may be recognizable from a South Korean perspective. In terms of misinformation, to my knowledge, most platforms are quite wary of directly addressing content on the basis of whether it is misinformation or not. Because they don't believe in the phrase that Mark Zuckerberg seemed particularly fond of for a period of time, that they should be the arbiters of truth and be the ones who determine what is and isn't misinformation. And of course, in the United States, a particular part of this challenge is that misinformation has often been coming from the very top of the political system, from a former president and his supporters, making it very politicized, the question of acting directly against this, whether it came from the president at the time or from prominent partisan news media that were aligned with him, or other actors aligned with him. Instead, I think what the platforms generally do is that they collaborate with independent professional fact checkers, and that they support the work of these independent third parties in identifying and assessing checkable claims. And then on the basis of that assessment by independent third-party fact checkers, the platforms will then make a set of decisions about whether they want to restrict the circulation of this content, attach warning labels and the like to the content, or take similar forms of access. But in most cases, things being misinformation does not in itself reduce in the removal of the content or the blocking of the access to the content.
Has this answered your question? Thank you. So we have some more questions posted online. So I would like to ask two questions in one go. So do you think that collaboration between among publishers who have different interests and strategies, do you think they can cooperate, and how they can do that? This is the first question. And the second question is that you have a public broadcaster, BBC in the UK. You have BBC in the UK. Do you think
Sorry, I didn't quite catch the second part of the question about the BBC.
네, 다시 한번 말씀드릴게요. BBC
so it's a public service model has been adopted by BBC. Do you think this kind of a public service model can be applied to digital as well, digital publishers?
Thank you. On the first question, I think there are really two main challenges that publishers have to overcome if they want to collaborate. And I want to stress here that I think collaboration will rarely, if ever, be extended to editorial collaboration, where it's very important that separate publishers compete for the story and don't collaborate in their daily reporting. I mean, it's healthy, I think, for journalism to be quite a competitive profession when it comes to the daily reporting. But the kinds of collaboration I think we see in this space are primarily technical and commercial collaborations. And I think there are sort of two main obstacles that publishers will have to handle if they want to pursue such collaborations. And I think obstacles that will limit how far one can realistically expect publishers to get. The first one is that in many societies, one of the ways in which publishers have evolved over time and shown their differences to the public is that they will have very different editorial lines. Editorial lines that will often be seen in part through the lens of politics. Maybe some publishers are seen as very conservative. Maybe some publishers are seen as very liberal or left-leaning. And if that's part of the identity of the publisher, I think there is a question about to what extent can they maintain that identity while also collaborating with publishers who hold a very different point of view. So I'm personally frankly amazed that the New York Times and Fox News collaborate in a single trade association in the United States. I think from the point of view of their respective audiences, these are publishers that represent very different values, very different views of the world, very different principles. And I think part of their audience would be quite surprised if they were to learn that these companies actually lobby together through a shared interest group. And I think this question of how publishers' different principal persuasions work together is one obstacle. The second obstacle is the business reality that subscription-based publishers have different business interests from those that are based on large reach online and advertising revenues. Big publishers have different commercial interests from smaller publishers. Legacy publishers often have a different interest from digital-born publishers. Publishers based on on-site strategies have different commercial interests than those based on off-site strategies. And all of these tensions complicate forming a shared front because, of course, such a shared front can't pursue all of these interests equally at the same time. And in that sense, I think it is limited what collaboration amongst publishers in terms of joint negotiations can actually achieve because they're just too different. And their interests are just too different for them to have very much in common above some basic points where I think greater transparency is largely shared interest and an element of greater clarity about the relationship between the platform companies and publishers might serve the interest of many, if not all, publishers. In terms of the question about the BBC, the starting point of an answer would be to say that in those parts of Europe, and we see this in Canada and Australia too, where public service media have been given a full mandate to pursue their public service mission using any medium that the public actually uses, including digital media. These companies have generally been quite successful, in some cases even very successful, in building a very significant digital operation and a very significant reach online. So in many of the countries around the world where we in our research find the strongest direct connection between the online public and news, that connection is in part driven by strong private publishers, but also very much driven by strong public service media, such as the BBC in the UK and its counterparts in other parts of Europe. So I think public service already in some parts of the world is a very important part of the digital environment. And in a sense, the more pressing question is, why are there so many countries where public service media are strong in broadcasting, where they have either not been able to replicate that strength in the online environment, or more commonly been directly prevented from doing that by politicians and by lobbying from private sector competitors who've limited their ability to pursue their public service mission in an online environment. Can they go above and beyond this and in themselves become platforms? this is an idea that has been discussed in some public service media in Europe in particular. Here, I would only say that I think there is a lot of potential in that space, but we also need to be very realistic that the platform economy is exceptionally competitive, and a public service entry into that market would have to be backed by very significant resources to have a realistic prospect of really breaking through. I mean, take TikTok as a new entrant in this market that's been very successful. I mean, TikTok has been spending billions and billions of dollars in advertising and running at a very significant operating loss for years to build up the user base that it has. So any attempt to build a significant public service presence in the platform economy as a platform, not as a content producer or publisher, but as a platform, would have to be backed by very significant resources and would have to be very clearly distinct from and different to the commercial operators that people already rely on. So this, I think, is possible, but more challenging and would require a very significant investment of resources.
네, 사실 저희가 소장님과 약속한
So we overrun, but your lecture is so popular, so we have received 2 more questions. Can you answer the 2 more questions?
Of course.
Thank you. So I'll ask 2 questions at once. Mr. Park Sang-hyun has this question. In Korea, the neutrality of platform has become an issue. Portals are just one platform, not a news publisher, but a portal expose news articles of some particular news publishers harming the neutrality. What would be the solution to that kind of situation? The second question is, can platforms contribute to the better quality of journalism, or is it the other way, the opposite way? Not from the perspective of business, but from the perspective of journalism. Please take some example to express your opinion on this issue.
On the first question about neutrality, because I don't speak Korean, I don't feel qualified to comment on the specifics of the case that is referred to in the question. I would say, and this is building on the question previously raised about how one can ensure accountability in the exercise of platform power, is that I think documentation is very important. That rigorously documenting what is the record of specific platforms in terms of how they deal with different points of view, of how they deal with different publishers, in terms of which voices they feature and which voices they showcase, is a very important part of what accountability looks like. I think it's very important to hold in our minds at the same time 2 different things. And I really stress this is not about the specific question, because I don't know anything about the specific situation in South Korea. But it's very possible at the same time that when a powerful politician claims that a platform is biased against him or censoring him or supporting his enemies, that if this powerful politician isn't providing any evidence of it, we shouldn't take it seriously unless they provide some sort of evidence. I mean, people claim all sorts of things and try to play the victim and allege that others are biased against them. Of course, this is a game that politicians have played with the media for many, many years. They will always allege bias and censorship and partisanship and whatnot whenever they are not treated the way they would like to be treated. And I think the best antidote to that is evidence, because of course, at the same time, as the questioner implies, we have to realize that, of course, there is a possibility of bias, there is a possibility of censorship, there is a possibility of selective treatment of some point of view. And the best way to find out whether that is happening is to actually monitor what the platforms feature, and over time to demand that they explain their decisions in public and justify them. In terms of the second question about quality, I will preface this by saying that as a researcher, I really think I feel like I need to recognize very clearly that quality is in large part in the eye of the beholder, and that we don't have a agreed upon standard measure of objective measure of quality. and that quality is in part about what one seeks from the news and also what one needs from the news. And the needs that I have as a professor and someone with a multiple university degrees and whatnot might be quite different from those of my nephew who works as a plumber. So I don't think there is sort of a single measure of quality. I will say that 10 years ago, I think there were many, including some very prominent commentators on digital journalism, who feared that the future of digital journalism was essentially clickbait, as the American term would be, very superficial, very frothy, very sensationalist and populist content, cat pictures, celebrity coverage, sensationalist material. And of course, it's clear that the internet has also enabled more colorful publishing, including a lot of material that is more entertaining than it is necessarily informative. But I will also stress that I think if we really think about where the successes are in the industry, and I know the questioner asked me to go beyond the commercial successes, but these are also commercial successes, but also the editorial successes, if you will, the kinds of journalism that other journalists often admire the most, the kinds of journalism that we give awards to because we think it represents the best that the profession aspires to, that I think there is a greater and greater overlap. I mean, what are the titles that are succeeding right now? Is it The Sun? Is it the Daily Mirror? Is it various celebrity sites and gossip sites on the internet? No, the most successful commercially and editorially successful news sites in the world these days are the New York Times. They are the Wall Street Journal. They are the Economist. They're the Financial Times. They are very, very prestigious forms of journalism, the kinds of journalism that other journalists really respect and admire. If anything, I'm almost worried about the opposite. I'm worried about it's too prestigious and too upmarket, and that it may be too focused on serving my interests and my needs as a quite privileged person, and that we may be losing something of the broader popular basis that I think journalism really benefits from in terms of really reaching the whole public. So I'm quite optimistic about the kind of quote unquote quality journalism that people like me prefer. I think, the world is fantastic from that point of view, and it's doing really well commercially as well. But I do have some reservations about where we're heading in terms of the quality of the news and information that the broad public is presented with.
네.
That was a very interesting and popular topic, and bias off and move away from the platform. And that was the topic. And thank you for your wonderful presentation. The audiences were admired. Audience admire you. And thank you for your presentation. Thank you very much. Please give Professor Nielsen a big round of applause. Thank you, Professor. The next session is about the news in the post-portal era. So we will rearrange the stage and start the next session. Please bear with me. I would like to introduce the first session of the second day of the conference. The topic of this session is Newsroom in the post-portal era. So we will talk about the strategies of media outlets to prepare for post-portal era when 9 out of 10 people in Korea access news on portals. So publishers should prepare for post-portal era for the sake of sustainable journalism. In this session, we will discuss why and how media should move away from portals. This session consists of 3 presentations. First, Mr. Lee Sung-gyu, CEO of Mediasphere. Then Mr. Oh Se-uk, Senior Research Fellow of Korea Press Foundation. And Mr. Lee Sam-mul, Team Leader of Digital Innovation of Donga Daily.
So, just like the keynote session, we will also open the floor and also receive questions from the YouTube channels. So let me welcome the first presenter, Sung-gyu Lee, Lee Sung-gyu of Mediasphere, with a big round of applause. CEO Lee Sung-gyu has worked as a news reporter, journalist, and also worked at portal and platform companies. He is interested in analyzing journalism, media technology, and business, and he is currently working with the core in actually writing about this relationship, and he's currently focusing on designing Blue Dot, which is a profit diversification platform builder. So today's presentation will be about strategies adopted by publishers in the era of a post-portal era. Why, what, and how. So I'm very happy to meet you today, and very luckily for me, actually, I'm very happy that to be able to speak. And at the same time, I feel very burdened to speak right after my much admired professor, NIELSEN. So I hope that there is no overlap of the content. So today I'd like to talk about my presentation. My content will be a little bit more about micro perspective. So I'll talk about the strategies of publishers and media companies in the era of post-portal, or in the preparation of post-portal era. So in order to go out of the subordination of platform companies, currently the company that I'm designing is the outcome of the efforts to go off the platforms. So I'd like to also share my experiences with you. So post-portal, we hear this word a lot these days, but the boom is a little bit waning. But when I hear this word, I came to think that whether we really need to go for this or not. Do we really need to go off platforms or not? So recently, there was a joint venture created by publishers and Naver. But they said they are going to shut down, and there was an interview that actually they were not sure whether they will continue to operate. So one of the CEOs of the joint venture mentioned that unless Naver shows more active response, I'm not sure whether other companies in this move will be able to survive or not. Some companies are already in the process of closing down their business, and some companies are actually seeing the weakening presence. So this is a trend that's being observed. And then we recently experienced a shutdown of Kakao Corporation and its services, and news services were also disrupted. And if that moment of a disruption was overlapped with, for example, recent tragedy that happened in Itaewon, and what kind of implications this would have been, like this would have given to audience that really need that information and need access to that information. You also must have heard that Facebook, as of yesterday, decided to let 11,000 people, employees, go, dismissed 11,000 employees as of yesterday. And so we experience that actually a lot of companies actually are seeing that decrease in their budget. So what kind of future will we facing? Not only in the US but also in Korea and globally, there were some news startup companies that drew a lot of attention. One of them was Mike.com. And so these two companies, according to the policy of Facebook, one company actually was sold and the other company shut down. So when we get subordinated by the company, we get different implications. And depending on the level of subordination, that impact that can be given to the publisher can be really damaging. That could lead to the shutdown of the company, of the publisher. We also know that this has happened. So what's more dangerous is that infrastructure capture, the phenomenon that's called infrastructure capture. So one of the journals that I wrote recently, that if it's just in the form of cognitive or cultural capture, we actually go beyond this cognitive and cultural forms of capture. And the professor Afrat Nasushi said that if it's in the form of cognitive, physical, and cultural forms, it can be registered by individuals, but infrastructure dependency or subordinations are very difficult to overcome. So from this perspective, software or CMS that produces news and platform's power that is in charge of news distribution and also analytics, all these different aspects are being influenced by technology and software provided by platforms. So as we become lacking the power, capability to produce and develop these own technology in publishing companies, publishers, so we are getting more and more subordinated by the platforms. So all the production, distribution, and analytics on these technologies can be developed by publishers, then we will definitely get less and less subordinated. But this infrastructure capture is becoming more difficult to get over with. So if it's a portal and a platform, if platforms and news policy can be changed and they can actually scrap their policy, or they can be decided to not to feature news anymore. So we need to understand that we need to get less subordinated, and we need to distance ourselves with the platforms. One more thing that we need to pay attention to is that we say a lot about post portals and post platforms, a lot, but we see these dynamics and mechanisms, but the thing is we do not have a good understanding of these mechanisms or understanding. Even when the media companies talk about post-platform, I get the same impression that they do not have good understanding of the mechanisms or how we can actually go off the platforms. So what I'm saying is that, what I'd like to tell you is that as for the definition of post-platform strategy, strategic action to break away from the practice of media companies relying on intermediary sites and to partially or completely escape from subordination at all levels. So this part, partially or completely escape, is something that we need to have in terms of approaching this post-platform era. So this is actually not too difficult to understand. This was actually written in one of the famous books. And this is a visualization of that famous theory. So as you may well know, technology emerges, whether that is news production or something that could break down the entrance barrier. So, for example, YouTube emerges and that could threaten the broadcasters. So, emergence of one entity or element can actually impact other existing players. And then that could actually remove the entry barriers. And then when that happens, we see audience fragmentation because audience members actually want to consume and visit different players in the market. And this leads to the emergence of another players in the market. And somehow this leads to audience reaggregation, thereby producing new values and creating bigger values and new players in the market. And this is where we see the rise of new opportunities. And this audience reaggregation, once it gets too old-fashioned and old, then this leads back to audience fragmentation. As you see these days, short-form videos and news startup companies and these new players emerge in the process of audience fragmentation and audience reaggregation. So you see the universal circulation among these two patterns. So you see the rebirth of new audiences and the reaggregation of new audiences. So we know that there's a new podcast. So in the case of a podcast market, we also saw that they follow the universal path of audience fragmentation and audience reaggregation. I think the same goes for the Naver premium contents from the perspective of the dynamics of a platform economy. So the process is all about how to reaggregate the fragmented audiences. So in this process, the slide shows that how platforms have dominated the media ecosystem. So they have old media players had their own power, but through aggregation of their power and the value aggregation, then audiences are led to new services such as Yahoo. So they are aggregated towards a search engine when Yahoo emerged. And when that happened, these audiences can be reaggregated and lock-in effect. And this becomes an automated platform. So I will give you a new algorithm to incentivize the old media players. In the process of this circle, platforms become more and more dominating in the media ecosystem, because how media companies get subordinated is because they sometimes, first they enjoy the technologies provided by these platforms and they get subordinated, and then their monetary profits also get subordinated by the platforms as well. So I just showed you the subordination process of publishers. And there are 3 different layers of a platform subordination or capture. In the layers of portal subordination, first of all, journalism subordination, followed by technology and profit model or business model subordination. And then we enter the stage of infrastructure capture. So software, hardware, and information and data get subordinated. And eventually the vision and goals will get subordinated as well. So because the platforms provide these analytic tools and etc. So this is why news companies get subordinated in terms of information and data as well. So while utilizing and leveraging these technologies and etc., these news agencies, their agenda and vision and goals become subordinated eventually. So for the publishers do not write articles or pursue their goals not to achieve their own ultimate vision, but they do so and they do activities in order to achieve the goals and visions of the portals. And this is a hard reality that we are facing. So when we say that we provide news to portals, people often get mistaken by saying that only news content are provided. But there are different channels. These channels are provided to the portals as well. And every engagement does not happen or occur in the portal. So, and the incurring profits, depending on the dominant power in the advertising market, all these extra advertisement or sponsorship profits are getting subordinated as well. So these are the layers of subordination. The really dangerous thing is that as you go down in these layers, the level of subordination gets stronger. So as you go down the funnel, it will be much more difficult for you as a media publisher to actually go off the portals or become or break away from the subordination. So this is the visualization of the subordination process that I just explained to you. So now I'd like to talk to you about how we can approach and how we can implement. So I would like to share with you 4 approaches and 5 implementation models. So I'm not trying to say answers to you. There's no one-size-fits-all answer or solution. So I'm sharing these models and approaches to share my ideas in terms of how we can actually better approach in the post-portal era. When we say post-platform, post-portal perspective, and how can we actually approach? What kind of approaches do we need? So this is something I hope that all of us can actually remember. When we see the rise of new platforms, shall we just, access the platform? Shall we do TikTok? So I hope this is not the case or not the strategy taken by a public company, publishers. So instead of creating strategies around platform and anticipating revenue, publishers should first plan around the revenue. And on that basis, the publishers need to determine which platform can provide the means to achieve their purpose and goals. So, a certain platform can be popular, but instead of just trying to approach first, you should make plans first around revenue. But if you just approach first and do not care about revenues, then eventually you may not be able to produce revenues, and then that's too late. So, for example, Financial Times had its own subsidiary company, and the company also talked about the same strategies. You actually have to plan in terms of how to generate revenue for the first 3 years, and then we have to decide your approaches. First of all, you need to also think about the period or gap in transition, because there are always gaps in transition. Whenever this gap of transition occurs, legacy economies, legacy media tend to be intimidated or get negatively affected. Let's say we see short-form economy and short-form platforms. You see, Instagram is affected by the popularity of new services, short-form videos provided by, for example, TikTok. So always there are new trends that are created and emerge, and then we know that there is always a gap between different popularity of services, such as gap in transition. So when these new platforms occur or arise, then this is when that the power of legacy media gets weakened. So this is actually but where the legacy media has to go for it. So this is when they can actually jump in and regain their power in the market. If publishers have their own capability and capital, then they can actually use and leverage this gap in transition. So this is when they can actually have strong competition with other new players. Thirdly, you really need to analyze first. So when you actually found when to engage, you need to analyze your status quo. Let's say if you have association or business partnership with portals, that types of portals, that types of partnerships can be seen as following three. So it could be association or partnership in news search or news stand and news content. So you have to analyze your type of partnership. So you need to analyze the level of subordination that you have with portals. So if you go off the platform, what kind of impact and the level of impact that you will be getting needs to be analyzed and investigated internally. And after that happens, I hope that you can follow these two-track system. So there could be post-platform track and new revenue track. So you need to take two-track methodology. So based on your revenue track, you can actually launch new platforms or new services. Then you will be able to actually go off the platform from once you reach the level of a minimum damage layer, and then you can switch to strategies on how to maximize the benefits provided by the platforms. And once you increase and expand your business, then I believe that you will be able to play on the level playing field with platforms. So I want you to understand that this two-track system is really important, because what I see is that most publishers are only tend to focus on post-platform track. They only focus on the revenue. They don't really tend to focus on the revenue track. So after taking consideration of these four approaches, now I'd like to share with you 5 implementation or execution models. Korean press, as I told you, are trying very hard to generate new revenue sources. So that aim has been set as post-portal approach. So they are actually trying some outside of the company or vertical strategies. They are actually doing a lot of experiments which actually are successful, as I can tell. So the businesses that are ticked here on the slide are reasonably successful models, but the other services do not show much signs of success. So I want to tell you that it should be approached from the product perspective, not as a project. So difference between project and product is that project is more. So by project, you mean that you take more experiment perspective, but product should be more problem-solving approach. So this is how this product and project perspectives are different. So these vertical services, if these vertical services need to be meaningful in terms of the revenue creation, they really need to approach from the product perspective, not from the project perspective. And secondly, these portals and platforms need to be utilized from a complementary perspective. So this news content is not one of the Naver premium contents. And in the beginning, even though they were actually part of Naver premium contents, they had a different business model. They had a different revenue generation model. In terms of subscription, in terms of subscription level and ratio, there were some evidence that proves that when the brand was exposed a lot, then that converted fast to subscribers. So this was a business model adopted by the specific news content company and is providing via Naver's premium contents. So by providing their content and being featured in Naver premium contents, actually it can be a new revenue generation. And there are some very independent survival models adopted by some content providers and media companies. So there is a complete independence type model, or there is also a becoming like a platform type as well. So they actually integrate with a cross-product mechanism. And actually, many content providers exist in the market. Instagram provides its own content, and YouTube provides its content. So some media companies are actually trying to serve as a platform by actually aggregating these different contents provided by different platforms. So one of the tactics is to become like a platform. So as far as I know, there is a business model that started as a vertical and is currently creating a lot of revenues and the success. And this is actually one of the success models. And lastly, when you actually go for post a platform, if it's impossible to completely go off platforms, you really need to think about how you can actually continue competition, because portals competition over news products can raise the values or scarcity value of producers. So as publishers and news media content producers, you really know how to increase the competition coming from portals so that you can actually increase your scarcity value. So instead of approaching as a product but not as a project, you need to remember these elements. So I actually included a slide because this is actually the same message that I want to share with you today. So this is actually a word from Professor NIELSEN. So I hope that you don't see as enemy. I hope that you don't see. So perhaps now is the time to put aside somewhat moral terms of friends, foes, and friends and foes, frenemies, and make sure that you don't interfere with a clear analysis of the press. So I hope that you don't see portals as enemies and go with the future strategies. So you mentioned one of the strategies there. You talked about the milk. We will meet the CEO of the milk tomorrow. So I think you mentioned something that we can actually relate to in tomorrow's session. I hope that you will be with us tomorrow as well.
I will introduce the next speaker, Mr. Woo Se-uk. He is the Senior Research Fellow of KPF, and he is studying the impact of technology on journalism. Currently, he is in charge of promoting digital innovation in the media at KPF. Mr. Oh, you have the floor. Hello, my name is Oh Se-uk. I am from KPF. I cannot about to mention about what Professor NIELSEN said. So he suggests that we could work with platform. I studied the influence of platform power on journalism, and I realized that how fast changes are happening. So I'm here to talk about my study that is related to the Professor NIELSEN's study. I have studied this field for more than 2 years. Then the previous speaker mentioned about the post-portal era. Then what will be the alternative in this post-portal era? So many people have proposed different ideas. And from the perspective of public service, I have this idea. And I will talk about that from now. So I usually criticize for speaking too fast, so I try to speak slowly. So I have to speak what I have studied for years in just 20 minutes, so I'll do my best. So you have heard a lot of this, the digital news service and the search engines and news aggregators. These are used to access news. And for the first time in Korea, which joined the Reuters Institute, Korea ranked the second. And the direct access to news websites have. And in terms of that criteria, Korea ranked the bottom. And the direct access to news websites rates has always been similar, but with the growing of the social media, the more and more people are using the digital platforms to access news. So you see the box in the red, and that was the date of 2009, January 20th. And at the time, the journalists suggested to create the public media portal. And in 2009, they talked about the establishment of the public media portal and discussed the methods of how to run it. But then there is another news. There is another service that journalists can edit by themselves, and there were problems again, and then it moves to newsstands. And to address this, the News Association developed on news program to deal with the issues. So likewise, news publishers gathered around to deal with the current situation, and there were a lot of attempts. So the portals were one of the topics that the journalists have dealt with. In the Naver, Diam, and many other platforms were the major areas that we have discussed. Then why do we discuss this again now? So you don't need to read this all. The existing portals have some problems, and we need to solve the problems, but also the advantages of the distribution of production of news should be provided to users, not just the current platforms, but we need to think about creating the public media portal. But this idea is nothing new. We have discussed it back in the late 2000s, but there were different interest between the publishers. Like Professor Nielsen said, the publishers have different interests, so it is very difficult to make a consensus on it. Then there were the issues of who would play the major role in this discussion. So from the perspective of journalism, we agreed that the public entity should take the lead in discussing this. So that is why KPF has studied this. So we discussed the limitations of the regulating the portal services. So there was some question in the previous session whether we can regulate portals by regulation. And it is very difficult. If all private market could be regulated, there would be a less problem. But the regulation itself cannot solve all the problems at our hand. And considering the public good or the public interest of the portals, that we need to think deep about how to control the issues of the platforms. So we need to think about the portals that produce the information and news. So they are requested to play a role as a responsible entity of our society. Then why do we need the public media portal? So I will skip this part, but basically we want to ensure diversity and the important principles in journalism. To contribute to strengthen democracy, the journalism should ensure that every different voices should be heard. But it is not easy to carry out this role as we aggregate news and show them on the platform, but it is very difficult to ensure the fairness. And although we have principles in using the algorithm, but in terms of content and the opinions and conflicting opinions should be exposed to the public, but it is not always possible to do that. So we have to find a rational way. So that one way is to ensure diversity in the journalism. And the next principle is that getting local. And we have to think about the service that can get local to serve the local communities. And then we need to think about the new policies. We can provide the public media portal, and to do that, we need to come up with the basic policy agenda and the supporting the materials. And so far, we have observed some cases to try to address the current issues that are caused by the platforms in terms of news access. But in reality, it's very difficult to create public media portal. We agree that it is needed, but many people are skeptic if we can really create that kind of public media public portal. And I will make presentation about my study in many areas, then I get this reaction of the skeptical minds. If the public media portal can be really materialized, then they say that you don't need to do it. Then the what next? And they do not give me the next step to address this issue. So at least I can think about the how to give it a try, this new initiative of public media portal. And to do that, we first need to think about the agents and the specific roles. And to that end, we have carried out some works and projects. So from the end of last year, we have reviewed the initiative of public media portal, and we have organized the forum. As you can see here, we have 8 times of meetings, and in so doing, we collected different ideas and opinions, and based on those opinions, we came up with the direction that we should go, and policy measures and technical idea about how to materialize public media portal. The first, we discussed the methods of news access. One of the characteristics of the Korean market, the publishers are subservient to platforms, but many platforms are using the in-link methods. There are different types of methods of platforms, and those were already addressed in the previous presentation. The in-link method has this problem. The publishers are subservient to platform, and the publishers are forgotten by the news users. So our idea is to use the outlink-based news access. So we aimed at the outlink-based news access for the public media portal. Korean news publishers run their own websites, but their websites are not that well organized than we thought. So as the portals are wielding dominating power, many news publishers have not paid much attention to websites. Some platforms drew a lot of attention, and there are a lot of traffic there. So the small size publishers and other entities' situation should be considered. So in the transitional period, the public media portal can deploy the in-link method for maybe 2 years. So in so doing, the small size publishers could strengthen their competency to run their own websites. And also, there were suggestions that can deploy mixed methods of the in-link and outlink. Last year, the KPF developed KPF BERT, and when we use it, the contents are automatically summarized. It's not just showing the headline. We can show the summary of news article in the public media portal. So that would be a different approach to news access for the news users. And the third item that we discussed is the arrangement of news article. And this is very important when it comes to fairness. Other platforms may use the algorithm to the right answer to the news arrangement or curation, but there is no such thing. So basically, it is not algorithm, but humans should engage in the arranging the news article. We can show the news articles by the order of the time that was released, or some other criteria can be applied as well. So humans should intervene in setting up a criteria to arrange news articles. And of course, we can use algorithm to some extent, but humans must intervene in the setting the criteria. And also, we have to ensure the convenience of media access, but also we should not compromise the fairness principle in our journalism. And according to the sections in the portal, the news users should be able to search that news articles that they want by sections. And the next item that we discuss is the motivation of publishers to participate in a public media portal. So we decided to lower the threshold for those media publishers to join in the public media portal. We plan to apply the outlink, but we decided that we should pay for their news articles who provide their news contents. Like Google and Facebook, in many publishers in Canada and Australia use the outlink-based news access by paying the news publishers. So the public media portal, even though we use the outlink method, should be paying the news publishers. And by the quality of news contents, it could serve as an incentive for the news publishers. And one of the big issues of the public media portal is the fairness issue. So to address this issue, we intend to ensure the minimum amount of exposure for each publisher. Each publishers must have some the category or sections of the news that they favor. So we collect the opinions from them, and then at least we provide some minimum amount of exposure for this publisher. And to do that, first we need to build trust with the publishers who will participate in public portal. And one of the important item is that the motivation of users. how to incentivize users to access the public media portal. And we discussed that the number of news articles that are provided on the public service should be limited. Each news publisher knows well about what they write. So on a daily basis, we have them send us the limited number of news articles so that we have the access to those materials to news users. And then we talked about the quality of journalism. And based on the value that we assessed, we need to arrange the news articles on the public portal. And as for the major issues, we will apply the clustering method. But when there are some emergencies, like the national disaster, then we will have breaking news, and there will be a flood of news articles that are poured onto the portals. And then we have to intervene in controlling the number of articles that are exposed. And the next item is the satisfaction of the media access by section. So there will be some differences between the different sections in our portals according to the media users' preferences. So for example, we can ensure the sections for sexual minorities or human rights sections can have a certain amount of exposure. And next is about the operation. Even though the public portal should first initiated by the public entity like KPF, but once it is launched and after a while, then the operation should be transferred to the private sector. And we have to organize a committee who will run this public portal. So we thought that there would be a collaborative committee that are composed of civil society and journalists and other entities. And also, we have to monitor the portals in order to prevent any abuse or malpractices. So we decided to operate a review board to ensure the portal is properly operated. And then we also talked about the legal framework for establishing this portal, public media portal. And we have discussed a lot, and then we discussed the current issues and problems and the solutions to solve these problems. So we all gathered the opinion and make the prototype website of public media portal. Nevertheless, in the last year, we had a meeting and we got a lot of criticism. And one of them is that even if we establish the public media portal, there are some problems like the migration of users. And another worry is that there would be the disputes over the editing and arrangement of media articles. And another criticism is that the public news portal should not be portrayed as an alternative of the existing portals. And also, there are a lot of obstacles, but some people praise that this is a meaningful starting point as we discuss the public media portal. And this would be the complementing the existing platforms, and we suggest our ideas as a new solutions to be considered. And the platforms cannot be expected to be always socially responsible. And we are worried about whether the public media portal should be always responsible for our society, and agree to that. And if we actually launch this public media portal, and that will be my responsibility, and I feel great burden about about that. And there are a lot of challenges that we discussed for the establishing public media portal, and I selected some of the challenges here. The one is that how can we incentivize the publishers to the public media portal, and then who will use the media portal, because there are already many portals that provide media access. And the third one is about how can we ensure the fairness in terms of arrangement of media outlets. And the next worry is that how can we be free from the government influence if this public media portal is organized and run by the public entity. And also there are the problems like the running a budget to actually run the public portal. And once it is launched, it will be under the audit by the government, and it should be independently operated. And is this public media portal fundamentally address the problems that are posed by the existing platforms in terms of distributing news? I don't think we can fundamentally solve the current issues, but I think at least it would be the starting point. And for the stable operating the public portal, after the launching service, we should have the framework to support the continuous operation of the public portal. So with these challenges, we think about the policy agenda to actually implement the public media portal. And also we have to improve the media environment by using this media portal service. And to do that, we first build a social consensus on building media portal. And this public portal should engage different stakeholders, and it should serve as a platform for discourse where all agents in our society participate to ensure the free and fair news access. And we need to think about how to engage different stakeholders in discussing this issue. And based on the examination of the feasibility of this issue, we have to think about this is a very essential topic. So even if we do not implement it this year, it will continue to emerge later on. And as we record all the discussions that we had, and those documents and records will be used usefully for further improvement of the current discussion of public media portal. So you spoke very fast, and thank you for your passionate presentation. Google does not provide access to the publisher's news, but Korea is not is different. So your presentation motivate me to think about different issues. And thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. So we will collect the questions and we will have a Q&A session after the third presentation.
So now let me introduce our next presenter, Ms. Lee Sen-mul. Ms. Lee Sen-mul worked as a reporter at 동아일보, and then she went to the US to study multimedia journalism at the UC Berkeley School of Journalism. And then she came back to Korea and became the project manager and digital content producer at Hero Content team. So she is the head of digital innovation team now. So hello, today I actually prepared a presentation on how to create content that is competitive. So I actually in charge of production and product and services as well, but I am today here to talk about the content creation. So when we actually talk about production and content production strategies, we really need to have the powerful content to bring the attention from the audience. So when we actually work closely with news team, our goal is to create content that's competitive. So I think the reason why I got invited to this conference is because we have the original page. So this, as part of quality content project, we established this team named Hero Contents, and then after Hero Contents team, then now we are actually exploring several ideas to produce more in-depth articles. So this is a new platform that we are operating on. So we actually received many awards in Korea, so you may know this. So I would like to actually share our journey with you today. So regarding the reality that we are in, so what's most unique feature about Korea is that when I look at the statistics, there are more than 5,000 publishers or media companies, while the population is just over 50 million. So that means we have 10,000 media outlets per person. So, excuse me. So 10,000 people have one media, according to the stats. So in terms of the competition in the market, we tend to have competition with portals, right? But actually, the type of competition that we have is quite similar. So if we just remove just the logo of the media company, then how they actually show and feature different articles and how they show the texts and the pictures tend to be quite similar across the media outlets in the industry. So usually you need to draw attention from the public with your headlines or by sharing break news and etc. So speed and the headlines tend to be quite important. So we also talk a lot about how to increase your viewers, number of views. And when you look at this slide, you will see that actually how it's actually featured, the mechanism seems to be quite similar. So from the audience perspective, if you don't see any change in the menu, why do we actually have to click another link to actually visit the websites of media companies? Because how they see and the menu are not that different from what we see on portals. So this is how we came to ask this question. So even though how much we try to actually reorganize our portal reorganize the main page of our company website, if portals provide more information and more diverse sources of information and content from different media companies, why do we have to? From the audience perspective, they will think that why do we have to bother to visit the website of media companies? And I think there are actually articles that are read but forgotten soon after they get read. But there are also articles that never forgotten once read by the audience. But I believe there will be many articles that you just read and just forget right away. But sometimes you also have articles in different cases that you have the articles that only you can remember what the content was, but sometimes these articles, when you read a certain articles, you remember which media company provided this news and also which journalist or reporter actually wrote this article. I think this part is quite important as well, because writing these articles that cannot differentiate which media outlet or which journalist wrote the article, then you don't actually have a capability to differentiate your content of your company from other articles writers, other journalists, and other companies. So let's not just take the current status quo for granted. Let's think about how we want to be remembered and how can we actually differentiate ourselves from other news articles and other companies. I think the two main pillars should be the trust that you get from the audience and also your manpower. Across the media industry, media publishers and news agencies tend to produce similar articles with similar content, but ultimately you really need to have brand loyalty and trust from your audience. Otherwise, you will actually not have a audience base and lose their trust. So sometimes journalists will think that why am I doing this job? So this is not a sustainable condition. So another question that we need to ask ourselves is that the fundamental of our profession. So when I'm asked this question, I would say that I'm the one, my job is to provide and produce contents online or on newspaper. But this intangible form of production, has this been executed in the most optimum form, in the most optimum way? So, if there are no specific formats in portals, broadcasters, and newspapers, and how? If there are no specific formats of portals, broadcasters, and newspapers, how would we actually implement journalism? How do we deliver the values of journalism? So, at our company, in 동아일보, we actually established a team named Hero Contents. And with the launching of the team, what we wanted to do is to be able to produce more quality content and news articles. So for every article that we produced, we actually carefully selected and decided our unique way of presenting our pictures and our articles. So that was our purpose. So we started from the scratch. We started from just the empty canvas. So you will see if you visit the page. So once you visit and click on one of the articles, you will see that our news articles being presented in a very different way from other articles presented online. And this multimedia storytelling has been adopted, and also we wanted to explore measures to maximize how to deliver the sources and the contents of our interviews and articles. So we wanted to also differentiate our formats as well. And we also wanted to provide environment where content readers can read the content and focus on content without having to watch advertisements. And so in terms of producing our own articles and contents, we often use a lot of no-name people. So many people appear in our articles anonymously, but if we wanted to provide a narrative centered on a real name protagonist. And if anonymous, we wanted to provide as much information as possible. And we also wanted to faithfully convey the context of the article. So to be the best, you really need a lot of capabilities and resources, and you need to invest time. So how can this be done? And is this actually practical? Is this going to bring us benefits? So this is one of the stats that we wanted to share with you. So these are the news videos that got most views on YouTube channel. Actually, the top result is a news article, a news video that actually provided more in-depth explanations. So one of the things that were mentioned by these top news video providers was that they didn't expect to launch anything for the first time, but they always wanted to be the place to get the most important, to provide the most important, impressive results for the news that happen. So they also wanted to be remembered as the source that provides the most meaningful and in-depth content, so that this inspired us a lot. So we wanted to become a news content producer that actually had that resonates with the audience and that provides some in-depth information in the article. So there are different types of articles, some rather short and fast produced and very clear and precise articles, while there are more in-depth and more complex contents and articles that actually are produced in a longer interval. So all news cannot be in-depth investigation or articles. However, if a media publisher or a journalist cannot actually or do not have the capability to do in-depth interview or in-depth news reporting, they or the company will not have a future. So the next question should be how can we implement this? So the matter of implementation. So in this regard, I'd like to share the journey of our hero contents team at Donga News Daily. So to commemorate the 100th anniversary of Donga Ilbo, hero contents team was established. So how we actually created and operated hero contents team is that we actually recruited members with different backgrounds and experiences. So we also wanted to provide them opportunities where they could actually interview and produce articles without any limitations. So once they finish their reporting, new members will be recruited as the members of the hero contents team. So basically now the situation is all the reporters in our newsroom are expected to be the members and create hero contents. So I was the first member of the first round of a hero contents team. Now I've been working and observing the hero contents team's work. And the ultimate goal is that how can we actually produce article that's memorable, shareable, and inspiring to our audience and admired by our audience. So the key is that the article should not be targeting the audience themselves. Rather, the article should be targeting the friends of the audience, so that they are actually go through a lot of a spread of a mouth process. So once you get shared a lot among the audience and their friends, that means you did a successful job. One of the questions that we ask ourselves is that once we actually choose the source of contents, then this is a source that really needs the great environment provided by the hero contents team. Because once you get recruited as the member of a hero contents team, we don't really give them the time or deadline till when you have to produce content. So you are given a free deadline in terms of choosing your own source of own topic of your articles, and you can get enough time in investigating and ultimately producing your content. So this is a question that we ask ourselves to be carefully select the topic or source for our news. So this article or news video was about donation, organ donation, because a donation occurred when somebody dies from an accident, so it can really be scheduled in advance. So once this certain situation or somebody dies, then reporters, you also have to readily just jump in and then start your reporting and interviewing. So this topic really required a lot of unlimited time usage in reporting, and this is why we believe that this can be a good source of our good topic for our content. So when we carry out a project, we actually need to make a lot of decisions in the process. So one of the important thing to do is prioritization. So why should we do this, and in what order should we do? So we actually are faced with a lot of decision-making moments. For us, the highest priority is quality. So in the vague moments, the question we ask ourselves is that, does investing more time into this topic improve quality? Let's say that we are actually investigating this topic for 4 months, but it seems like, it requires more time for us to investigate. Then does it worth more time? Is it worth more time? If the answer is yes, because investing more time will guarantee quality improvement, then yes, we should go for it. And what I say to my members is that it doesn't matter how long you actually take in terms of produce the content. It doesn't matter whether it takes 6 months or up to a year for you, but once you produce your content, you need to get the response that it was worth investing that much time. And this is a thumbnail of one of our programs. There was a moment where we actually finished all the interviews and video shooting. But when we thought that we actually finished all the shooting, we thought that we needed to have more sources for our visual. Then we always tend to go back. If that means that, if we believe that we can actually improve our quality, we always chose to do more shooting. So this project was called Movement. So we used a lot of moving images, moving illustrations. So we really didn't want to, we wanted to break away from our older practices. Because usually what journalists do is that they finish writing and then they think about images and what pictures can go with that writing. But the question that we ask ourselves is that, did you really devise it out of the box to optimally implement journalism? So we really, think about how to devise it the best way to best implement the journalism that we pursue. And for quality journalism, we need to actually provide confidence, or we need to gain trust from our audience. So we actually have this internal corner on our website. So if you compare, if I want to use a food analogy, it's about, the origin of a production and who is the farmer and who is the chef of providing the source of this ingredient and who is the ultimate person who cooked this food. And this is the same approach that we took for our news reporting. We need to be able to explain all the processes and reasons for your reporting. There's one thing that we actually talk about the most. That's hero standard. So this hero standard actually poses a lot of challenges, but this is the factor that actually help us grow a lot as journalists. So we talk about the depth in terms of the level of our hero content, So here, if you are Hero content members, you really need to think about the depth of the article that you produce. It shouldn't be just a regular level of depth of any article that you can easily find. Because I work as a journalist, we actually pay attention to other news articles provided by other journalists. But in terms of the article that I and my team produces, we really need to be able to take pride in the content and the quality of our articles. So to be able to reach that level of completion, we actually make a lot of efforts. We already say that this is not enough. To provide the contents that meet our standards in terms of depth and quality, it's not an easy journey, but at the end of it all, we always tend to think that this is not enough, so that we can just aim higher and go for higher and more in-depth quality. So, of course, it takes a lot of resources. To complete one series, it normally takes 4 to 5 months, including research, article writing, and production. And on average, it takes 10 different people for each project, including pen reporter, developer, and video editor. So some may ask that why is it meaningful? Because if you can produce only one article every 4 to 5 months, then isn't that too inefficient? But the answer that I'd like to give to you is that most of the audiences do not remember when that particular article was published, whether that was published in February or October. They don't remember that, but they will only remember the article, whether the article was excellent or not. Out of thousands of articles that are produced each day and tens of thousands of articles produced each day, only the excellence, the element of excellence, it will be what our audience members will remember. So we also aim to generate more values that go beyond the cost that we actually invest into each project. So in terms of records related to Squid Game, it's known that they actually generated 1 trillion Korean won, and the investment was only 30 billion Korean won. So I believe that we also want to generate more values that go beyond what was actually invested in the beginning, in the first place. And I hope that we can actually, I hope that we can be seen as the topic or the team that's worth long-term investment. So when we actually ask people about the contents or articles they remember, when you hear the word 동아일보, many mention that the hero content articles. So by providing these opportunities to our journalists, they tend to have this goal of wanting to provide the masterpiece article of their lifetime. So having a goal or vision is really important for your life, because once you have this goal, you can live a very healthy life. Even though the situation will not allow journalists to actually produce masterpiece articles every day, but once you are given this chance, then you will actually have the best life as a journalist by being able to produce the masterpieces of your life. So by working at the Hero Contents team, I also saw that many people got confident they can do well, they can excel, they can produce great articles. I see a lot of news content consumption statistics, but the articles that are consumed the most doesn't necessarily mean that the article itself is an excellent article. So I know that I came to realize that people may spend a lot of time to consume a specific content or article, but still they could easily distrust or despise that article or a platform in general. So the question that we need to ask ourselves is that how can we actually strengthen quality journalism? How can we actually lead our audiences to consume quality journalism? It's not enough just to be a highly consumed article. So this is the direction that we have. So ultimately, we'd like to gain trust from our audiences, and I hope that we will be able to continue making investment into our resources so that, and also we want to prove that we are the subject that's worth investment. I'd like to end my presentation with my favorite quote or words from Michelangelo. He said that he saw an angel buried in the marble and kept carving the stones until that angel came out. He saw and believed that there was an angel in the marble. So I hope that I will tell you that I will take the same approach in pursuing our job. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Really, it was just very inspirational. And you shared a lot of your really vivid stories with you. So as a journalist who is working in the field, I could feel the vibes and energy coming from you. So I'd like to give you questions, and we received some more questions via the channel. I'd like to give this question to reporter Lee Sam-mul. So I can feel that you actually put a lot of energy in creating good content, but good content doesn't mean that it's viewed the most. And do you have any ideas in terms of how can actually make people view good content? I actually get these questions a lot. What can we do? What should we do to make people read good content? So whenever I release, we actually do a lot of meetings in terms of distribution strategies so that these articles that we produce, that we believe are good quality, can be more read. But so far, we haven't actually come up with one-size-fits-all kind of solution. Even though I want my quality content to have more reach out, some of the ideas that have been discussed is that whether it's a social media platform, or some other platforms, many ideas have been discussed. But one of the advices that I got recently is that if you want to finish producing and wants to think about ways to distribute, it doesn't really work that way. From the initial stage of writing or producing that article, you need to think about the distribution channels, how you want this particular article to be distributed. So a very different exploratory or experiments need to be done.
As for the Mr. Oseuk's presentation, it's not a question but a comment, so I would like to share with you. So that will be helpful for you to conduct your research. As I listen to the presentation of Mr. Oh, we have discussed a lot, but have not succeeded in creating the public media portal. But I think that should be realized, and thank you for reminding me of that important public media service platform. If we do not give it a try, we don't know whether it is successful or not. So that was a meaningful line, and I was inspired by that.
I'd like to ask the last question to Mr. Lee Sung-gyu. So you said we need to take step-by-step approach. You also mentioned vertical case, but in terms of that step-by-step approach, do you have any best practices and the ultimate goals? And do you have any more practical solutions to do that? So as a matter of fact, in terms of best practices, it's quite hard to find the best practices. When I take legacy media as an example, I do not have many examples in my memory. So in terms of profit conversion, we are in the structure where you really need to try to go off of the portal. We need to actually carefully observe the market situation. I think we need that kind of time. So the basic goal is monetary diversification. I think this is something that we all need to keep in mind. Basically, the things that we want to earn, the money that we want to earn by working with portals, will consist of advertisement, profit sharing, and etc. But if you change or add your profit model, and eventually, if you pursue profit diversification, and eventually we get less dependent on the portals, then your relationship with portals will be not as strong or subordinating as it is at the moment. So you won't go into that deep layer of subordination as infrastructure capture. So you, as a media outlet, have to think about the sustainability element, and also how can you actually self-support yourself, and how can you actually expand and strengthen the engagement with the audience. And from these perspectives, going off platform and going off portals needs to be approached in a step-by-step manner.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. This concludes the second day of the session, the bias off and I'll get away from the platform. So we conclude the morning session. We discussed the strategy of the publishers in the post-portal area. So we listened to 3 presentations. So as I listened to it, I agree some of the ideas, but at the same time, I feel burdened. And not just us, all publishers and journalists should discuss and reflect on the current situation. So the KPF selected these very important speakers here. And once again, I thank you for sharing your valuable insights and information. Thank you very much. We'll see you in the afternoon session. Thank you. It is a very early hour. So thank you for your participating. So next to me is Bang Min-jung.
Bon, bah, très bien.
We want to make sure this session is run smoothly without any glitch. So we have this time to have a test run. So please understand. Do you hear me well? 네, 잘 들립니다. So please say hello to the audience just for checking if the sound is okay. So do you hear the voice of interpreters, right? So we'll have Q&A session, so we have to make sure that you could clearly hear the interpretation. Can you share your screen with us now? So please move the slide one by one. So So in your presentation, do you plan to show a video? So what about the internet connection? Do you have stable Wi-Fi connection now? So it's a little bit dark in your place. Can you adjust the lighting so that we can 네, 제가 조금 So please, Mr. Kut, I think it's the original way is best. So I don't see your face. What is going on? So we lost you. Mr. Kot, do you hear me? Do you hear me, Mr. Kot? We can't hear you. Do you have only Wi-Fi connection? Do you have LAN connection?
지금 화면에서
In the screen, we see the lighting there behind you, so please turn the camera slightly. Yes, that's good. Thank you.
그리고 지금 인터넷 상태가 와이파이가 많이
So, do you use Wi-Fi connection?
Yes, I do. 그러면은 저희 발표자로 I just make a mistake before.
네.
저희 발표 자료를 다시 공유해 주시고
Can you please share the PowerPoint? And from the first page to the last page, just go over the PowerPoint slides to make sure everything is okay. Thank you. I can't see the PowerPoint slide yet. Did you share your screen? No.
I was sure.
Can you make it a full screen? Please go to the last slide from the first to the last one. Yes. Yes. So before the session, the MC will introduce you. And when the MC asks you to start presentation, you can start. Okay, just wait until the MC asks you to do so. So please go back to the first slide. Thank you.
Do you want me to share the presentation from the beginning? Because I will talk before.
Just stay there. Just keep the first slide shown up in the screen. And after your presentation, we will have a short Q&A session. Is it okay?
Okay.
To see you soon. Thank you.
Okay, so I need the slide like that.
네, 이렇게.
네, 1번 통 마이크입니다. 1번 영어 채널입니다. This is English channel. This is English channel. Good afternoon. Did you enjoy your lunch? So I hope that we see more active participation in the afternoon session. Let me introduce the next session of day 2. The theme of this session is second newsroom in the post-portal era. Media's communication strategy with the audience that enables post-portal. This session starts from the recognition that the Korean media has now begun to recognize the importance of communication with readers, but in reality, the communication itself is not very active. We have 3 sessions. We have 3 presentations this session. First of all, the first presenter will be joining us via Zoom. We'll hear about French newspaper Le Monde's reader communication strategy on how to build up strong trust with its readers. So the presenter is the director of Le Monde's Reader Service Bureau, Mr. Gilles Van Cote. So there will be a Q&A session after his first presentation. And next, we will introduce the study of status and strategies of communication with readers and users of communication Korean media companies. And the third presentation will be delivered by the Hangeore. Actually, in Korea, the Hangeore was among the first domestic media companies to publish a trust report, which is drawing keen interest in the interest.
I would like to introduce Mr. Gilles Van Cote, lead of Reader Service Division of Le Monde. He currently serves as the deputy editor of the Le Monde newspaper and responsible for readers' relations from 2011 to 2014. He has served as vice president of administrative affairs at Le Monde. He led the Le Monde Council and since 2017 has taken charge of organizing the international journalism festivals. With that, I'd like to invite him to the video conference. Please give Mr. Gilles Van Cote a big round of applause.
네, 질문.
Mr. Cote, do you hear us well?
Yes, I do.
So I would say bonjour to you.
Bonjour. Bonjour. Hello.
It's good to see you. I am very glad to see you and welcome to the conference. Many audience here has a high expectation and looking forward to your presentation. Mr. Cote, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm very honored to be a speaker for the KPF journalism conference. I'm very happy to talk to you and to share our policy with our readers and to build up strong trust with audience. Le Monde is a French leading newspaper with more than 500,000 subscribers and circulation of more than 20 million readers a month, all on all our supports. I will make a short presentation of myself. So I used to be a sports writer, and I used to came to Seoul for the Olympic Games in '88, a long time ago. And I used to be an environment writer too. And after that, I play a role in the leading spheres of Le Monde. I used to be chief editor in 2014 for 1 year, and after that I'm deputy chief editor in charge of readers relationship for 2 years now. I can tell that it's a new function, it's a new role in our newspaper. Before we had somebody who was a role that we call the mediator, but we don't have any mediator now anymore, and we have this function of deputy chief editor in charge of readers relationship. It means that we think that the readers relationship is a really top premium things important for our commercial strategy and for our readers' engagement. What can I say is that so Le Monde is the leading French newspaper. You can see here I will show you in the, I have to check my presentation because it's not working anymore. I want to show you my first slide. I'm checking that. I don't know exactly why it's not moving. Oh, okay, that's right. So that's the first slide. We will see the circulation of the newspaper. The newspaper is existing for 78 years now. It has been launched just after World War II. And we have a website like other medias for now more than 25 years. We are producing 120 articles or contents every day, videos, podcast articles, and photos, for example. And we have a newsroom with 520 journalists. That means that we are one of the most important newsrooms in France. We have now more than 500,000 subscribers. It's the first time in our history that we have more than 500,000 subscribers. Most of them, of course, are online subscribers and not printed paper subscribers. And we have more than 170 visits, a million visits every month on our website. As you can see here, the main part of our revenues is coming from our subscribers. Half of the revenue are coming from our subscribers. And the printed paper subscribers are very important for our business model still now, because the paper is still printed at something like 140,000 issues a day. It's going down, but it's important to our business model. Approximately 25% of our revenue are coming from advertising. It's going down, but it's still very important. And what is going really down is the newsstand circulation, which is very low now. But the price of the newspaper is very high. It's more than 3 euros a day. So it's still representative in our business model. What you can see here in the 10 last years is that the printed circulation is going down and the print subscription is going down, but it's still part of our, it's approximately 10% of our subscribers. Not 10, 20% of our subscribers are subscribing to the print edition, but the digital subscription are going growing very high. And now we have something like 470,000 digital subscribers. And it's still improving, it's still growing up, but the printed subscribers are going down, but are still important in our business model. Because if you take all our revenue, the revenue coming from the print edition are still more than half of them. With the advertising, subscription, and newsstand, the printed edition is representing around 60% of our revenues. The next goal is to achieve 1 million subscribers in 2025, in 3 years from now. We are on the road to achieve that, but we need to improve our circulation in the 3 coming years. We have the very strong acceleration in 2020 because of the pandemics. A lot of people have subscribed to our digital edition, and they are still there with us. So what is important to us is to give to our subscribers a strong feeling of belonging to a community and to have a premium access to the newsroom. It's a philosophical goal, but it's a commercial goal, because when we have so much subscribers as we have, more than 500,000. You need to retain them to have a retention, and you need to give them something which is very precious for them. And one of the things you can give to them is, of course, to have a real relationship with the newsroom, with the journalist, which is very rare in our media landscape in France. So what we try to do, and what I try with my function of in charge of a reader's relationship, is to develop some new place of exchange, of talks with our readers. And I will develop that in a few moments. What we try to do is to promote transparency and openness, because we think it's very important to fight a lot of fantasies you can read on the social network, on the internet, on journalism. There's a lot of false ideas on journalism. There is a lot of course, a lot of fake news and conspiracy theory. And we think the media have a strong role to fight this type of things. For example, we help our journalists to go to schools to make workshops with pupils and school classes to explain how we work and to explain what is in information, what is a journalist source, what is his way to prepare an article, and how you can identify on the internet where is an information coming from. And so we are making more than 200 workshops in school classes every year with our journalists. But what I will show you now is the things we are proposing to our readers to develop some exchange, some dialogues, places, and to promote talks between the journalists, the newsroom, and the readers, and especially the subscribers. But it concerns all readers and even French and other citizens. I can mention that the circulation of Le Monde is the circulation in Le Monde in other countries outside of France is represent around 15% of our circulation. I want to say before to show you the different things we are proposing to our readers, that what build the good results of our circulation is the choice to do high quality journalism. So we are strongly believing for years to a high standard journalism and trying to promote it every day in the way we are working and making stories. So that means we have a important newsroom. I told you we are more than 500 journalists in the newsroom. 10 years ago, we were around 300 journalists in the newsrooms. That means we have more power to produce good quality journalism, to produce stories now than before. Of course, we are asking our journalists to work with high standard and to be very accurate. So we try to in every time when we're making mistake, we try to assume them and to communicate on them and make the correction very evident for our readers. So, of course, all this website is not free for the readers. There is a part of the website which is free access. It represents around 40% of our contents who are free, who can be read by everybody. That means that 60% of our access are reserved for our subscribers. It's not exactly a paywall. We have a freemium model for our readers, but if you want to have access to all our contents, the 120 contents we are producing every day, you have to pay a subscription, which is around between 10 and 20 euros a month. And of course, we are doing that with a very good integration between the newsroom and digital teams. What I can show you now is what we developed in the last 2 years to promote readers' relationship and to give our readers a very premium access to our contents and to our newsroom. So, for example, you have here a section of our website which is called Le Monde et vous. That means Le Monde and you. You, of course, is a readers' community, which is a section of our website which has a free access, and we propose to everybody, subscribers, readers, citizens, searchers, of course, students, a lot of contents on Le Monde. That means contents on our with pedagogical aspect, on our business model, on our history, on our values, on our teams, and also on how our journalists are working, how they are doing their stuff, doing their job. Sometimes we're proposing some making of big stories. For example, when we have top stories with a lot of contents, and we can share also our ethical charts, because we have ethical documents, or advertising charts too, because we have a lot of guidelines on these topics. So everybody can find on this section all he wants to know on how we're working, where we are coming from, and what is the reality of the Le Monde everyday life and his journalist everyday life and everyday way of working. There is also contents on our parity and diversity politics strategy, and a lot of there is more than 40 or 50 contents articles on how Le Monde is working. And I insist on that. It's a free access section, so everybody can access to this and learn things on Le Monde. For example, there is a lot of things on the social networks about subsidies we are having from the French state, and we are giving the real number, the real figures on this website, because we are having subsidies for the French state, but it represents less than 1% of our revenue, so it's not a very big deal. Another thing we've done in the last 2 years, after the pandemic, of course, it's to resume visits to the headquarters of Le Monde for our subscribers. Le Monde has a new headquarters. We are very proud of it. It's in Paris downtown, and we are organizing every month a visit for 12 or 15 subscribers. It's not a very big quantity of subscribers, but you can have like that a very high quality meeting, very high quality talks with subscribers, and they are appreciating a lot this type of opportunity. For example, you can see me here with some subscribers in our headquarters last month, and what we are doing with our subscribers is we are receiving them for one morning, something like 4 hours. So it's not only a visit of the building, it's like an immersion in the newsroom. They can see how we are finishing the printed edition of the newspaper, and the deadline of the printed edition is in the morning, so they can assist to a part of it. They can meet many journalists in the morning from the digital team, from the printed edition team, and they can spend 45 minutes when one journalist every month. The journalist is not the same every month, of course, it's changing every time. It's a journalist from the newsroom that I'm choosing who can share with the subscribers his everyday life and can answer to their questions. And of course, they're having a visit of the newsroom and the headquarters. And at the end of the morning, they can assist to the daily newsroom meeting, which is planning the news coverage for the next day. So it's a small group because for the newsroom daily meeting, it's not a very big place where we're doing it, so we can't have more than 15 people visiting us in the same time. So that's what we are doing with them. And I think these subscribers, they really appreciate to be here in Le Monde newsroom and to share this time with a journalist. Well, that's a thing which is very important to us, and that the journalists are appreciating too. What I'm doing too every month is a monthly chat with our readers on our website. It's open to everybody, all readers, subscribers, and of course citizens who can visit our site when they want. And it's a 1-hour chat. And when I'm answering to a question to the internauts, to the readers, it's question on every topics linked to Le Monde. It can be on our business model, on our subscription device. It can be our editorial line. Most of the questions are on editorial topics, of course. It can be on politics, on the international, on the war in Ukraine. And we have a lot of questions on internal politics and to understand what is the editorial line from Le Monde. We have more than 200 questions every month. Sometimes the question is the same from one month to another, but we think it's important to make this type of thing, to make our way of working more accessible, and to be able to have this exchange with our readers. A lot of questions have negative aspects on our works, but we are trying to answer to these questions, because it's not a way to make some greenwashing for Le Monde and its journalists. It's a way to try to answer to real questions. Another thing we are doing every year is to organize 2 festivals. We have one festival in Paris at Le Monde headquarters. That's Le Monde Festival every year in September. Most of the people who are taking part to this festival are our subscribers, but not only. We have some readers and some people who are not reading Le Monde, who are coming to our festival. But the most original festival we are organizing is the International Festival of Journalism. It's a summertime festival. It's in July during the French vacations, and it's organized in a very tiny village in the southwest of France, less than 400 inhabitants, and it's open air festival with a lot of journalists. It's not only Le Monde journalists, it's people from TVs, radios, other newspaper, websites from all over France and all over the world, because it has an international aspect. We have some European, African, American, and Asian journalists who are coming there. And it's not only for journalists, it's for readers and for citizens. And it's a unique place to share during 3 days question on journalism and news, between people we are reading, viewing, or listening news on radio, TV, and internet and newspaper, and people who are working to produce this information. And we welcome last summer KPF delegation in this tiny village. It was very interesting to have Korean people discovering this festival, which is very unique and very original, and it's a small festival, but we had this year edition more than 6,000 people here in this village for the festival, and it's a very important time for exchange. Before to finish my presentation, it's almost finished. I want to say that, so as I told you, we are going as often as possible in school classes to talk about journalism and news. We have, of course, reader centers, so we have more than 150 males who are arriving every day to our reader centers, and we are reading them, all of them, and we are trying to answer when it's possible. It's not possible for all of them, but I'm answering to around 5 to 10 mails every day to readers, and transferring them to our newspaper, to our journalists when it's for one of them. And we have a lot of interaction with our readers and audience. We have around 20,000 posts every day on our social networks, mainly on Facebook, but also on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and that's all. So we have a lot of exchange with our readers through the social network. And the conclusion I want to say is that readers' relationship is, of course, of first importance, but the first thing to produce the trust from our readers is to make some top quality contents. Readers' relationship wouldn't have been any importance if the contents of Le Monde were not from top quality and were not building up the trust from our audience. That's my presentation. I want to thank you for your attention, and of course I will be ready to answer to your questions.
네.
So do you hear the sound of the applaud? So when I check the time now, the Perry, it is at around 6 a.m., right? It is very early hour. So again, thank you very much for joining us live.
That's all right, thank you.
We have 2 questions and 2 comments. First, I would like to share the comments that we have received. The Le Monde provides the service for readers, and I was inspired by your efforts to build trust with readers. And you host the festivals every year, and it is very good, I think, and it is desirable. So those are the comments. We do not have a festival, but KPF has this annual conference and journalism week. So someday, we hope to see you attending in person in this conference.
네.
To this conference, of course.
Thank you. And then we have these questions. The subscription number of Le Monde is way bigger than I expected. By 2025, your goal is 1 million subscription, and I hope you achieve that goal. But the younger generation is moved from the print media, and I don't know how you can achieve that target. In particular, is there any incentives to induce more younger generation to your media, to Le Monde? Is there any strategy?
Yes, it is. Of course, we are trying to have new young subscribers. And for that, we develop a new, we are now on Snapchat and TikTok for years. And we have a daily edition on the Snapchat. That means that contents of Le Monde who are presenting in the way of Snapchat is doing it. And the readers for this edition are very, very young. They are around 10, 15, 20 years old. That means we have a strategy to integrate the new generation to our audience from the very young age of 10 or 15, and when they are reading Snapchat or TikTok. And after that, we are trying to attract them to our website. Maybe we have, of course, some student subscription rates who are very interesting for students. And of course, the young people who don't have a lot of money, they can have access to our website, which is partly free access. But we hope to drive them to be future subscribers and to be now maybe a Snapchat edition readers, but in the future to become subscriber for Le Monde. And what I can say also is that we have an international strategy, because we have a section specially dedicated to Africa and to Africa news. That means we're trying to be the reference media in the French-speaking world. That means Africa, Canada, and some other countries. And we have for last April an English edition. So the people, the one of you that are reading English, they can now read Le Monde, even if they don't read French, because we have Le Monde in English, which is a translation of 50 to 60% of our contents every day. And it's a subscription. It's on subscription, but you can find it on our website.
The second question: every month, you invite the readers to the headquarters. Is there any criteria that you select the readers to invite to your headquarters? And the time that you share with the readers, do you share the discussions that you had with other readers afterwards?
The selection is very simple. It's a first come, first welcome, because we only have, as I told you, only a few places, 12 to 15 people together. So the first, when it's an offer on the website, and the first who sign in are the one who are coming to our visit. So there is no selection from our part. And no, that's a good idea. We don't share the contents of these visits with our other readers. So it's a possibility. I will study it. So thank you for the proposition.
And thank you very much. And that's all. So this concludes the presentation and the Q&A session. And thank you again, Mr. Kot, for your wonderful presentation and sharing your insights and thoughts. Thank you.
So now let me introduce the next two presenters. So first, Ms. Yang Jung-e, please give her a big hand. So she's a research fellow from the KPF. She joined the Korea Press Foundation in 2014 and has been conducting research on news users and media literacy education. She's interested in reader user-based revenue model, and she has conducted various studies, including ways for paid description of digital news through. And we will wait to have a Q&A session after two presentations. So if you have any questions to Senior Researcher Yang Jung-e, please wait until the very end of this session. So we will compile all those questions, both from the floor and from the YouTube channel, and ask them the questions. So you have the floor. Hello, my name is Yang Jung-e. I'm from KPF. First of all, thank you very much for this opportunity. As journalist Yang said, traditionally, media companies tend to have a very supplier-oriented perspective in producing news. So they tend to just focus on producing content. They didn't really pay much attention to reader and user communication. So, to break away from this practice, and in order to promote a reader revenue model, it became very important to identify user needs and establish specific strategies to meet them. So as we saw from the case of Le Monde, and those cases are about the cases of some foreign media. And then in my interview and my presentation, I'd like to actually share the interviews that I conducted about the more reader user communication based strategies. Actually, these research results will come out at the end of November. So please refer to that report if you have any interest. So actually, we conducted in-depth interview and a focus group interview with 32 users and readers and 20 users with experience in monitoring content, and also from a total of 26 media outlets. So as for the list of interviewees, so 8 main daily newspapers and the local newspapers, and as well as broadcasters, terrestrial broadcasters, and also general programming channels, and news-only agencies, and also 5 local newspapers were included in the list of my interviewees. So, and as for the interview of news users, I couldn't really just randomly grab people on the street. So I actually selected these people, as you see on the slide. So 3 audience or reader commission of newspapers, and also 2 viewer commission from broadcasters, and 7 young viewers commission of broadcasters. So 7 of them, and 2 from the viewers commission of broadcasters, and also 3 civic group members, and also 1 independent producer, and also 2 sponsors, 2 students actually studying at journalism school, as well as 2 regular sponsors of the media. They are their ages are ranging from the 20s to up to 40s. So I actually didn't include many experts. So this list includes many college age people. So in more detail, in terms of operating personnel in the departments was asked, and also how to actually operate communication desk. So first of all, in terms of communication with users and leaders, there was no media outlet with a single unified reader communication task or channel. And then there were only a small number of people exclusively dedicated to communication tasks. And actually, there are different organizations such as team, in department, in audience parts, audience center, etc. And it's a must for media companies to appoint the complaint handling officer. So mostly they were executives and outsiders, especially lawyers and professors, etc. And another interesting aspect was that digital-related departments are actively participating in reader and user communication. And for comment management and consulting work, internal manpower and systems were used, but what was more common was to outsource it to an external company and manpower. So the report that will be coming out at the end of November has more details. So again, please read if you have more questions or interest. So actually, interviewees came up with various different answers because they have different backgrounds. For example, readers, committee staff said that the risk management or improvement of readers' rights, while digital field staff considered these tasks more important to develop content or services that reflect the needs of readers. And some other interesting answers include that what they want to do is the content and service development based on the needs. However, what most media companies are doing is just risk management. So risk management may be perceived as the lowest level of a purpose, but if you faithfully respond to this task, content and service development that reflect your needs will occur naturally. And there are only a few readers who actively express their opinions, so it is necessary to actively discover their opinions using various communication channels. And one journalist said that actually he or she wants her readers to experience that they can actually intervene rather than they just give an opinion to the media. So if this is possible, he said he thinks that risk management and empowerment are secondary issues. So in terms of strengthened operation of their own platforms, so the cases include 국제 newspaper and 국제 newspapers abusing. So they have a Morano brand and Dano character for their newsletter. So they actually have their own business model. And they receive a lot of branded content requests, but they also have a plan to take on that journey once the subscriber reaches 50,000. So they actually really started this project, but they thought that they realized after data analysis that there was no returning rate. So even though they made money, they didn't see that this project led to trust, which seemed quite futile. So they actually they are planning to continue and start on branded content once the number of subscribers reaches 50,000. And as for SBS, actually doing user analysis and is developing app based on user participatory content development. So this is a part of their 3-year plan in terms of digital transformation. So in early September, the existing news department and digital news department will be integrated into one newsroom. I think I will need to also talk about this Gangwon province residents newspaper. In the past, they only had one unit within the digital news, but after the news started to be featured in a portal, they actually established a new digital department. So they get most views for the articles that are related to central politics issues. So they actually are giving much thought to their identity as a local newspaper and also how can they differentiate their content. And there is an independent channel titled Sanbok Laundry Room. So their concern is that they don't see a positive virtuous circle by operating this independent channel. So even though they saw any quantitative results, they believe that they had some qualitative outcome. So now I'd like to talk about the operation of viewer and reader commission as a main communication channel. So for broadcasters, it's a must for them to have this kind of viewer and reader commission. So they do that as soon as they started their operation, but it's not legally bounding for newspaper companies. So the length or duration of these operation was quite different, ranging from as short as 1 year and up to 20 years. So mostly broadcasters have monthly regular meetings. However, some newspapers actually host these meetings for viewers commission every other month or every quarter. And so most of these commission members were very experts. And then the readers of legacy media are fast aging. So one of the issues was that there are many male readers who are in their 50s and older. So the members actually didn't, of their age groups and in terms of the gender, the members actually didn't reflect the actual users and readers of these media outlets. So expertise is important in terms of selecting the member for these commission. I believe this will be also mentioned in the next session. So these commission members do not gather together just to say good words. They are gathered to really say harsh comments, honest comments, and they are basically like a red team that currently political parties or companies use. So you have to come up with some strong opposite messages, and you need to get your opinions heard so that the companies or the media outlets can head the right direction. So the thing is, you also need to let the viewers know. So the stories that are shared in the meetings of these viewers commission need to be known to the public. So as for the use of these major channels, there is an ombudsman channel or complaint handling system. So many media outlets have this kind of like officers that are in charge of handling complaints. And some broadcasters actually operate in the form of commission. For local newspapers, they do not receive many complaints filed to them, but the differentiating the factor was that the number of subscribers or readers was smaller compared to those of other central or main or nationwide newspapers. So every month, so All My News actually receives complaints using different channels, even though they didn't have a main complaint handling channel. So, and they also keep the record of how they actually dealt with the complaints. And actually, there are many media outlet companies that actually operate their own hotline, also official complaint handling channels. So many terrestrial broadcasters and general programming companies actually have young viewers commission separately. These members are mainly in their teens up to 30s, and then the opinions of these young viewers are being reflected in creating their program. And as for KBS, even though it's not a legal requirement, they have viewers commissions in 18 local offices, in addition to their main viewers commission. And as for TV Joseon, they have a viewers commission, and in addition to that, they have a special commission for fair reporting and also a special commission for fair election reporting. And the next method is using replies or comments. So a comment window is operated by all media companies on their own platforms and social and portal platforms, and allows relatively free expression, but deletes and blocks advertising content, severe slander, or comments that are expected to cause any secondary damage. For example, it could lead to another victims by leaving these contents, right? So they actually delete these profanity or slander that could cause secondary damage. So this one of the comments actually was made by one of the users. But the thing is, local newspapers that are not affiliated with Portal CP are concerned that there are not too many comments. And local newspapers that are affiliated are concerned that comments are related to nationwide news or Seoul news. And one of them said, why the Gangwon news keep popping up? Or why are you promoting local sentiment? And then actually there were many cases of communicating via comments and replies. So actually one of the journalists of KBS actually got a nickname by saying professional replier or professional commenter, because actually he or she received all the replies to all the below all the comments. So newsletter is another channel in terms of communicating with your own readers. So in the case of a Kukje newspaper, they created their own brand named Morano. So whenever they have actually hit the number of their subscribers comes to a halt, they actually use these newsletters to communicate with their readers more actively. And then they actually conducted 3 times of renewals of their newsletter. So according to our focus group interview participants, they said actually they shared their opinion about some hatred, woman-related hatred expression, and then they shared the feedback, and then the next newsletter actually included the feedback. So the leader, this respondent said that he or she was very proud in terms of making some contributions to this content production. So these days, actually, they receive a lot of complaints or feedback using KakaoTalk. And in terms of YTN, they actually showed us in the past, they actually had a segment in the broadcasting program that shares the complaints or feedback, but now they are actually producing content in their digital center, and they actually upload the content in their YouTube channel. So this is kind of a one source multi-use case. They are actually creating a profit as well. And social platforms are being actively used as a tool. So many newspapers or media companies are using not only KakaoTalk channel but also YouTube channel and various cafe channels of web portals. So one of the respondents said that they thought that the usage could be quite limited, but now it feels quite handy. So they are actually using social platform more in communicating with the readers and subscribers. And another respondent said that actually YouTube Live can be actually is helping communicate with their readers via replies and comments. So And also, they can also use a social platform through which they can actually meet with the subscribers and meet with the users in person through the live sessions, for example. So the outcome of the communication with the readers is being actually reflected in their content creation. So you can refer to these cases. So lastly, I'd like to talk to you about the answers that we got from the respondents about how they actually communicate with the users and readers. So some of the respondents said that you are actually and media companies are trying so much efforts to communicate with the readers. So these efforts need to be better known to the public. So instead of just operating in commissions, you need to know what kind of efforts are made by these commissions and what discussions take place among the members of the commission. So how much interest is given to these commission activities of the commission seems to be important as well. I think we can have more, there'll be more discussion about this in the next presentation. So this ends my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for your presentation. So in relation to your presentation, there will be a journal or paper to be published. So let's move on to the next presentation.
Please welcome Mr. Jong Hwan-bong with a big round of applause. Mr. Jong Hwan-bong joined the Hangyeole as a journalist in 2011 and mainly in society section. In February of 2021, he undertook communications desk to facilitate communications. If you are ready, please go ahead. The floor is yours. Good to see you all. I'm in charge of communications division and also investigative journalism. My name is Jong Hwan-bong. Good to see you all. The role of communications division sounds unfamiliar, and Gyeongyang Daily and Hangyeole have run this communications desk. Let me first introduce communication desk. So we are in charge of communications internally and externally. And the relationship with readership is important feedback. But internally, we have some problems with communications amongst ourselves. There are a lot of disputes internally, and the conflicts have emerged. So we try to engage journalists in communication to have their thoughts in the direction that the company should take. So we are playing that role. And as for the external communications, the Hangyeole receives a diverse opinions from the readers, and many readers contact us. And they sometimes ask questions, and if we find that we need to answer the questions and comment to the opinions of the readers, we do that. So we also run the committee to facilitate communication with readers. So the communications desk takes different roles, like I said, but there aren't many people working in this desk. And so only 3 persons, including myself and the editor, are in our division. And also the journalism accountability board member helps us, and also the other office is aiding us. Today, we discuss the post-portal era and the platform in the journalism landscape. So as we discuss these issues, the role of readers are gaining a great importance. And I hope we can give you a good role model, but rather than the good practices, I would like to share our concerns and the discussions that we have in our division. And considering the characteristics of the Hangyeole, you can consider what I am talking about from now. So back in the the times when we are under the military dictatorship, people yearned for democracy and a need for news media and the publisher has emerged. And in 1987, the more than 1,000 people, including dismissed journalists, gathered to declare the foundation of the newspaper, which would be owned by people. So in 1988, we raised funds by issuing public shares. And now the Hangare is, after the Hangare was founded, now the number of the shareholders is about 70,000. So we have a strong readership. And that is the basis of our publisher. And these shareholders are important readers who gave us input, very important input. So in the past, we see the changes in our readership. And the journalists and readers have all had on one mind, and we have all similar thoughts back in the 1980s. But now it has changed a lot. In the past, the print newspaper readers were the major readers, so we try to listen to them. Back then, there were democracy protests going on, but now the new readership has different, more diverse opinions and interests. So compared to 1980s, we had the major readership, and those readership base has been diversified now, and some remain now, but the new readership base have been established. Now, rather than the print news, we usually distribute news online. So we see a lot of random readers who read our news articles, and they give us feedback on the news articles. So now it is very difficult for the publishers to define the readership. So who readers are is another important question. And we have discussed a lot about the readership, and we questions to ourselves about what our readership is. And in this context, we receive a lot of feedback and opinions and insights from the readership, and then we had discussed this important topic about the readership. And for the same article, there is a different opinions. For example, when we put up a picture of the current president, Mr. Yoon Suk-yeol, and some readers say, why do you have this big picture of the president? But others say, do you only criticize President Yoon Suk-yeol? So for the same article, there are different opinions and different responses from our readership. And that is happening now. And I think Hangare has the great edge when it comes to the journalism regarding the minorities, like sexually minority group or the people with disability. Recently, we had a very tragic disaster. What happened in the Itaewon was shocking, and we exposed some pictures, some photos of that event, that incident. And it was at the very early morning, and we put up the photo, and then we got a response from our readership, and even why Hangare is doing this. And that kind of negative feedback was reported to my boss, and we have to replace the photo. And from the perspective of photojournalism, the New York Times put up the photos of the people who died in the battle in Ukraine. And in one sense, the photojournalism has its responsibility. So whether to put up that kind of photo or not is a very controversial issue. But in the end, we, the Hangare, has replaced the photos of the Itaewon disaster, but we quickly responded to the feedback because we think that that kind of response from the reader is, in some sense, the reflection that they had a high expectation from us. We usually do not get that kind of feedback through an official channel. And that kind of happening is attributable to the very urgent situation. So when we had such a tragic event, the editorial board should monitor what's going on the news websites of our company. Reversely, there are also the split opinions about covering the new topics. For example, the gender issues or climate crisis. So regarding these controversial issues, when we cover those issues, some say that what is more important is cover the current political scene, and the media should work as a watchdog, and that role is more important to dealing with some new agenda. And also, there is a item to be discussed is that there is a misunderstanding as news are consumed in a fragmented manner by audience online. So even if we put up an article on the front page, but then the same article is distributed online with the same importance given to it as the other less significant news article, in our opinion. So I think that kind of aspect should be discussed. So we cannot meet the demands of all readers. In May 2021, we launched the Hangare Supporters Friends, and that initiative is the program to the digital readers signing up for the sponsorship program of the Hangare. And it intends to discover new readership and to base our funding on our readership. In fact, the readership of print news is in their 20s and 30s. And those in the 20s and 30s are not the major print news media consumer, but nevertheless, they are important sponsors for the Hangare. So as we run this program, we discussed that we could develop the news contents that can be well received by the younger generation. So we discussed how we can attract more younger generation as a sponsor of the Hangare Daily. The Hangare runs the Journalism Accountability Board. The journalism experts participate in this board, and we issued the credibility report, and the report is composed of first the Journalism Accountability Board's opinion on Hangare, and the report on actions taken by the editorial board and the current status, and then the credibility that is given to Hangare from the perspective of outsiders. So this content is the overall, the general, the record of what Hangare is doing. it sounds general, but it is important. So we try to cover as much content as possible regarding the activities of 한겨레. And we also include the content of the age groups of the reporters working for the 한겨레 and also the details of the readership of the 한겨레. And we started to run the Journalism Accountability Board from 2020. And the citizens and readers participate in the accountability board, and they determine whether the contents of 한겨레 is appropriate or not, and so that it can be of help to to implement the good journalism on the side of the 한겨레 journalists. And we have 7 external committee members for the Journalism Accountability Board. And also, we run communications desk to receive complaints. And we also run the Open Editorial Committee. Since 2013, we have operated this committee. There are diverse opinions among the readers. And we should think about what a principle should be and how we convince our readers about the good journalism. And currently, the communications with the readers are not being carried out systematically. So we need to think about how consistently we carry out the communications with readers. And also, we agree that we have to receive the opinions from the readers when it comes to the ethics in journalism. There are a lot of issues that are related to ethics. And the journalists need to think about how we incorporate ethics, sensitivity, in journalism by communicating with our readers. And also, the transparency should be improved. There was the violence against the women in Inha University, and the 한겨레 covered that content. And then 5 minutes after we upload the content on the website, it was removed from the content. And because we had some errors in the content, so we have had removed it. And that kind of corrective action is needed in order to increase the trust on the reader's side to the 한겨레. And thank you very much, Mr. Chung Hwan-bong, who is in charge of communications desk. We said that we will receive the questions, but we received some opinions, comments from the audience. There is one person who praised Mr. Chung Hwan-bong. There are the different opinions that are conflicting, and not just 한겨레 and many other media outlets will have their concern. We cannot listen to every audience, and I understand what your concerns are. Well, and you had a lot to say, so the time is not enough, but we overrun, so that there are 2 more speakers are waiting for their turn. And Mr. Yang said that her study will be published soon. Then where can we see that? On the website, we will upload it in the end of November or early December. If you type in my name on the website, you can find that report. At least in the early December, you can find the research report on the website. Mr. Chung Hwan-bong, Do you have any final thought that you want to share with the audience? Regarding the 한겨레 credibility report, you can find it on the website of the 한겨레. Please find it and read it. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentations. Please give them a big hand. So we will rearrange the stage for the next session. Next, we will have the civic participation program. See you soon.
말하다 프로그램 순서입니다. 시민이 말하다는 언론사의 독자위원회 또 시청자위원회에 참여하고 계시는 다양한 연령대, 다양한 직군의 시민 여러분들을 모시고 언론과 또 우리의 현재, 미래에 대해서 얘기해보는 시간입니다. 이 프로그램은 진행자분을 따로 모셨습니다. 지금 정중앙에 앉아 계시는데요. 목소리로도 또 얼굴로도 저희에게 아주 익숙하신 분이십니다. 정준희 한양대 정보사회 미디어학과 교수님께서 진행해 주실 예정인데요. 정준희 교수님은 KBS 1라디오 열린 토론 또 MBC 100분 토론의 사회자이며 TBS 정준희의 해시태그 진행자이자 메인 프리젠터로 활약하고 계십니다. 그럼 마이크를 정준희 교수님께 넘겨드리도록 하겠습니다.
마스크 벗을까요? 예, 반갑습니다. 소개받은 정주입니다. 다시 한번 인사드리겠습니다. 저널리즘 주간 올해로 3년째, 3회째죠. 되는 것으로 알고 있는데요. 저도 이제 매년 반가운 마음으로 같이 하고 있고요. 올해 같은 경우에는 앞선 순서들로도 아마 보셨겠지만 언론이 시민과 어떤 방식으로 관계를 맺을 것인가의 문제에 주목을 하고 있고 그 내용을 하는 건 또 올해가 처음으로 알고 있습니다. 사실 이 프로그램 진행 맡으면서 저희 주최 측으로부터 이상한 청탁을 받았습니다. 6회, 상쾌, 통쾌한 토크가 되게 해달라고 말씀을 주셨는데요. 제가 이상하다고 말씀드린 건 제가 이렇게 유머 감각이 좋은 사람이 아니어서 유쾌 상쾌하게 될지는 잘 모르겠습니다만 통쾌 쪽은 어떻게 좀 가능하지 않을까 우리 패널 분들의 입을 빌어서. 그리고 아직도 이제 우리가 참사의 아픔이 좀 가시지가 않은 상태라 마냥 즐겁게만 이야기할 수는 없긴 하지만 그래도 우리가 언론에 대해서 좀 더 희망을 가지고 많은 이야기들을 깊이 있게 좀 나눌 수 있는 그리고 속을 터놓고 이야기할 수 있는 그런 시간이 되기를 기대해 봅니다. 자, 오늘 6분의 패널을 모셨는데요. 다 각자의 내공들을 가지고 계신 시민들이십니다. 먼저 패널 소개부터 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 첫 번째 소개해드릴 분은 최은경 한신대 평화교양대 영상 컨텐츠 전공 교수님이신데요. 같은 대학에서 e스포츠 융합대학원 주임도 겸직하고 계십니다. 영국에서 공부하셨고 커뮤니케이션 정치학 전공이시고요. 지역 미디어, 장애인 방송, 장애인 게임 등 이 소외계층을 위한 미디어 문제에 진력해주고 계십니다. 최은경 교수님, 예, 안녕하세요. 이따가 아마 개인 소개하실 만한 그런 시간이 또 따로 있을 거고요. 다음으로는 이봉우 미디어인권연구소 뭉클 객원연구원 모셨습니다. 미디어의 인권 문제는 다양하죠. 미디어 내부의 인권도 있고요. 미디어가 반영하는 인권도 있을 텐데 이 부분을 모니터링하고 계시고요. 특히나 YTN의 시청자위원으로도 활동하고 계십니다. 앉아서 하셔도 된다고 합니다. 예. 앉는 게 더 예쁘다고 합니다. 예. 다음은 서울여대 김수환님 모셨는데요. 언론 영상과 문예 창작 공부하는 학생이시고요. 한국일보 뉴스 이용자위원회 위원으로 활동하고 계십니다. 김수환님. 그리고 제 왼쪽으로 홍지혜 오픈갤러리 디렉터 모셨는데요. 미술시장의 정보 불균형 문제를 심각하게 느끼셔서 그 안에 존재하는 좀 권력 구조를 좀 타파하고 싶으셨던 모양입니다. 온라인 미술 플랫폼인 오픈갤러리를 공동 창업하시기도 했네요. 현재 중앙일보 독자위원 활동하고 계십니다. 홍지혜님. 자, 그리고 언론 관련 대표적인 시민단체죠. 민주언론시민연합의 조용수 협동사무처장 모셨는데요. 현재 MBC 시청자위원 맡고 계십니다. 조용수 소장님. 자, 마지막으로 가장 왼쪽에 정진임 투명사회를 위한 정보공개센터 소장님 모셨는데요. 시민 알 권리를 위협하는 제도, 관행들을 타파하기 위해 노력하고 계십니다. 정보공개운동의 선두에 서 계시죠. KBS 시청자위원이십니다. 자, 이렇게 소개받아 보셔서 아시겠지만 오늘 패널로 모신 분들은 시민을 대표하는 분들인데요. 시민을 대표하는 양식들은 또 되게 다양할 수가 있으니까 이 시민들로서 어떻게 독자위원회나 시청자위원회에 참가했고 어떤 경험을 가졌고 그로부터 어떤 문제의식을 느끼셨는지를 말 그대로 말해 주실 수 있는 시민이 말하다의 주역들이 되겠습니다. 자, 그래서 시민 참여 그리고 시민과의 소통 이런 문제를 조사한 분이 먼저 또 계세요. 여기서 제가 제일 처음 소개시켜드렸던 최은경 교수님이 언론진흥재단이 발주한 연구과제인 건강한 미디어 생태계를 위한 언론 수용자 참여 활성화 방안 연구를 하셨기 때문에요. 그 따끈따끈한 연구 결과를 가장 처음으로 듣는 기회를 갖도록 하겠습니다. 교수님 부탁드리겠습니다.
이렇게 잡고 하면 될까요? 감사합니다. 저는 올해 한국언론진흥재단의 건강한 미디어 생태계를 위한 언론 수용자 참여 활성화 방안, 사실 이 연구를 위해서 저희 연구진과 그리고 연구에 참여를 부탁드렸던 많은 시민분들을 뵐 때마다 첫 번째로 들었던, 제가 오히려 반문으로 들었던 질문이, 저희한테 하셨던 질문이 건강한 미디어가 뭔가요? 라고 저희한테 질문을 주셨어요. 네, 사실 이 이제 연구에 대한 과제들은 연구진들이 이렇게 하다 보면 거기에 대한 문제의식보다 이제 빨리 해답을 찾아야지, 주어진 연구 기간 동안 하는 그 의무가 더 큰데, 저희한테는 이 연구를 마지막 인쇄를 가는 그 지점까지도 엄청난 숙제였던 것 같아요. 우리가 이 연구 과제에서 건강한 미디어 생태계란 시민들하고 공감하고 소통할 수 있고, 더 이상 설명이 필요 없는, 이 정도면 건강하지 않을까라고 이야기할 수 있는 부분. 그다음에 두 번째로 언론 수용자라고 하는, 저희가 이제 신문, 방송, 그다음에 이제 포털, 우리가 이제 포털이 법적으로는 아니지만 많은 부분에 있어서 인식으로 이미 많은 포털 사이트에서 제공되는 뉴스 때문에라도 포털 사이트가 언론사의 역할을 거의 대신하는 게 아닌가라고 인식을 하고 그렇게 생활을 하고 있는 것만큼, 그래서 이 세 가지 영역을 검토했는데요. 이 세 가지 영역 안에서 언론 수용자들은, 뉴스 소비자들은, 이용자들은 과연 어떤 지점에서 어떻게 왜 참여할 수 있을까? 역시 연구진들에겐 큰 숙제였던 것 같습니다. 그 숙제를 저에게 주셨던 한국언론진흥재단과 또 오늘 이 자리에서 시민 여러분들에게도 따끈한 결과를 핵심만 발표드릴 수 있게 돼서 영광이라고 생각합니다. 저희 연구는 그 많은 연구의 형식의 틀에서대로 이론적 부분에 있어서의 언론 수용자에 대한 개념은 어떤 것인지, 또 이런 그 건강한 미디어 생태계를 위해서 그동안 신문, 방송, 포털이라고 하는 영역 안에서 제도적으로 언론의 수용자 참여를 어떻게 보장했고, 또 어떤 부분에서 미흡함이 있었는지, 이런 부분들을 같이 좀 검토를 했고요. 그 다음에 좀 그렇다면 좀 필드에서 날 것이어도 시민분들의 목소리를 좀 듣고 싶었습니다. 그래서 일반 시민들과 그 다음에 전문가라고 할 수 있는 언론 분야, 미디어 분야의 전문가분들하고 인터뷰를 했습니다. 그렇게 해서 마무리했던 저희 연구 결과의 핵심을 좀 말씀을 드리면, 충격이었구나 막 이런 정도는 이게 아니어도, 어쩌면 제가 아까 서두에 말씀드린 대로 연구진에게 뿐만 아니라 시민에게도 다시 한번 큰 질문을 하는 계기가 됐던 것 같습니다. 건강한 미디어 생태계를 위해서 언론을 소비하고 있었고 언론을 수용하기만 했던 내가 참여를 해야 되는구나, 거기에 대한 당위성이 되는 연구이기도 했던 건데요. 저희는 그런 건강한 미디어 생태계를 위해서는 두 가지의 전제 조건이 필요하다는 걸 먼저 이야기했습니다. 첫 번째는 그게 신문이든 방송이든 포털이든 언론 수용자는 반드시 동등하게 언제라도 어떤 방식으로라도 참여할 수 있는 기회가, 그 장이 보장되어야 된다는 것입니다. 그러한 기회가 보장되어 있지 않은 상황에서라면 그 다음에 이미 이제 제도권 안에서 혹은 많은 부분에 있어서 차별적이거나 수동적이거나 제한적인 차원에서의 이 참여라는 부분에 있어서는 건강한 미디어가 될 수 없다라는 이야기입니다. 두 번째는 이런 건강한 미디어 생태계에 대한 문제의식을 저희가 진단했고, 기존에 있던 아쉬운 점들은 어떻게 보완하면 되는지에 대한 이야기들을 다양하게 이론적 검토부터 시민들 또 전문가들의 이야기를 들었다면, 이런 것들은 하나의 이제 좀 체제로, 그리고 우리 가장 이야기 많이 하고 있는 지속 가능할 수 있는 좋은 건강한 모델로서 구축이 좀 돼야 되는 거죠. 거기에 대한 방안들을 좀 저희가 제언을 드린 건데, 재연에서는 저희 용어로는 상호 협력적인 상생의 모델이라고 좀 이야기를 했습니다. 그러니까 협력해야 되고 같이 상생해야 된다는 것입니다. 공존해야 되고 경쟁하고 끌어내리고 내가 더 먼저 났다는 것에 대한 비교 우위가 아니라 우리 모두가 같이 시민의 역할에서 언론의 역할에서 또 언론도 말씀드린 대로 신문과 방송과 포털과 혹은 또 다른 대안의 역할을 하고 있는 그 매체에서도 같이 참여하는, 그렇다면 아까 말씀드린 그런 시민이 참여할 수 있는 언제라도 상시로 참여할 수 있는 어떤 창구가 보장되는 그런 건강한 미디어 속에서는 저희는 조금 강론해서 디테일한 부분에서의 제언을 드리면, 또 저희가 연구에서 발견한 점들의 핵심만 좀 말씀을 드리면, 이런 기존에 있는 언론 수용자에 대한 참여 제도가 있습니다. 아까 우리 그 참여해주신 시민 선생님들에 대한 소속에서도 방송사나 신문사의 독자위원으로 또 시청자위원으로 참여할 수 있는 제도가 있는데요. 그런 제도에 있어서 많은 부분에 있어서 유명무실하거나 아직까지 제도적으로 혹은 형식에만 그칠 뿐, 시민들이 정말 원하는 시민의 입장에서 알고 싶은 것들을 언제라도 소통할 수 있는 부분에 있어서는 여전히 좀 한계가 있고 부족함이 있다라는 것들, 그런 부분들은 좀 개선이 돼야겠다는 의견이 강하게 나왔고요. 또 하나는 언론 수용자의 이런 소통 창구에 대해서 좀 다양화해야 된다는 것입니다. 물론 임기 기간에 독자위원으로 시청자위원으로 활동하는 것들이 저도 경험이 있지만 사실 좀 쉽지는 않습니다. 늘 모니터해야 되고 그런 부분에 있어서 지적을 해도 개선되는지 또한 관심을 가지고 봐야 되는 건데요. 수용자에게 어떤 언론의 문제를 혹은 언론이 개선돼야 되는 방향을 늘 떠넘기는 것은 사실 우리가 건강한 미디어 생태계의 공존과 협력의 방법은 아닌 거라고 생각을 합니다. 우리 모두가 같이 고민해야 될 일인 거죠. 그런 만큼 언제라도 다양하게 나의 의견들을 시민들과 또 그 언론 뉴스를 생산하고 있는 생산자와 같이 다양하게 소통할 수 있는 창구들이 다양해야 된다는 것입니다. 두 번째와 세 번째는 좀 저희 연구자로서도 많이 좀 반성을 하게 되는 영역이었는데요. 두 번째는 지역 언론에 대한 역할입니다. 우리가 이야기했던 듯이 또 연구에서는 저희가 매체별로 신문, 방송, 또 이렇게 포털이라고 하는 기계적으로 좀 분류를 해서 연구를 했지만, 실질적으로 지역 언론이 지역을 대변할 수 있고 지역에 있어서의 다양한 의견과 인식을 개선할 수 있는 부분에 있어서의 역할이 분명히 있는데, 그런 부분들은 여전히 좀 우리들이 같이 연대하고 문제의식을 공유할 필요가 있었고요. 마지막으로 이런 그 시민운동 부분에 있어서의 쓴소리가 많았고요. 실제 좀 감사했었습니다. 87 민주화운동 이후에 또 그 전에 우리 사회에 있어서의 시민 언론 운동을 했던 많은 단체들의 역할이 있었습니다. 그리고 지금도 오늘 나와주신 많은 단체도 있고 또 역할을 많이 하고 있고요. 하지만 여전히 이런 시민단체에 대해서 과거에 비해 의존하고 있는, 과거에 비해 시민단체에 대한 어떤 아젠다 세팅이나 어떤 주요 의제에 대해서 동참하고 혹은 거기에 의존하고 신뢰하는 것들이 조금 쇠퇴하고 하락하고 분산되고 있는 느낌이 들었습니다. 물론 다양한 시민의 의견을 대표하고 있는 시민단체 역할은 반드시 앞으로도 필요합니다. 하지만 우리 그 시민 언론 운동을 하고 있는 많은 단체들의 역할이 다시 한번 쇄신을 하고 시민과 그리고 언론이 같이 상생해가는 방안에 있어서는 지금쯤은 저희가 같이 좀 논해볼 때가 아닌가. 그리고 거기에 대한 시민에 대한 요구와 욕구와 고민과 질문이 가장 많았습니다. 그런 만큼 저희가 같이 연대할 수 있는 방안들을 어떤 적대적인 관계에서 시민과 언론의 관계 안에서의 이분법보다는 우리가 같이 상생할 수 있는 협력의 모델과 방안은 무엇일지 이번 연구를 통해서 각자의 지위에서 자리에서 저희가 할 수 있는 역할들을 한다면 정말 그 뜬구름 같았고 막연할 수 있었던 건강한 미디어의 생태계가 우리가 좀 더 그려나갈 수 있지 않을까, 한 발짝이라도 그런 생각이 들었습니다. 예, 이상입니다.
예, 감사합니다. 최은경 교수님 연구 결과도 좀 있으면 언론진흥재단 홈페이지에 이제 그 탑재가 되는 걸로 알고 있고요. 아마 관심 많이 가져주시고 꼭 한번 다운로드 받아서 꼼꼼히 살펴보시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 최 교수님께서 이렇게 전해주신 대략의 메시지는 이랬던 것 같아요. 그 시청자위원회라든가 독자위원회가 제도적인 장으로서는 열려 있는데 실제로 형식적이거나 유명무실해지는 경우, 그다음에 창구의 다양성이 부족한 경우들이 많더라라는 걸 발견하셨고, 그나마라도 중앙 언론에는 이런 거 있는데 지역 언론에서는 사실 이런 장조차도 제대로 보장되지 않더라. 그리고 마지막으로 아마 오늘도 이제 시민운동 단체에서도 이렇게 경험이 있거나 나오신 분들도 계시지만 언론 시민운동이 과거 역사적인 기여에 비해서 보면 요즘 들어서는 이제 의제 주도력이라든가 신뢰성에서 약간의 위기를 겪고 있는 측면이 있어서 이걸 어떻게 재생할 것인가 이 부분에 대한 문제 제기까지도 해주신 것 같습니다. 그래서 좋은 연구 결과 감사드리고요. 아마 여기 당장은 패널로 참여하시진 않겠지만 나중에라도 제가 또 고견을 여쭤볼 수 있는 그런 기회를 마련해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그러면 이제 본격적으로 이제 패널 토론에 이제 들어갈 텐데요. 처음에는 좀 이렇게 소개도 하고 풀고 이러면서 이제 진행을 해야 되니까 우리가 시민의 입으로 얘기를 하지만 나의 입이 어떤 시민의 입인가라는 거에 대해서 좀 솔직하게 밝혀볼 필요가 있는 것 같아요. 그러니까 제가 요즘에 방송 진행하면서도 많이 느끼는 게 정치인들 나와가지고 국민의 목소리다 이러는데 그 국민이 도대체 누군지 모르겠는 경우가 정말 많았거든요. 그래서 스스로가 어떤 시민으로서 살아왔고 어떤 시민으로 자각하고 있는지 이 부분에 대한 이야기를 좀 나눠보려고 하는데요. 간단한 자기소개도 덧붙이시면서 언론은 나는 어떤 식으로 대회하고 어떤 식의 이런 독자 참여 경험 같은 것들을 가지고 있다를 소개시켜주면 좋을 것 같습니다. 요거는 순서대로 한번 해볼게요. 우리 이봉우 연구원님부터 말씀 주실까요?
네, 안녕하세요. 이봉우입니다. 저는 미디어 인권 연구소 뭉클이라는 미디어 연구소에서 객원 연구원으로 일하고 있는데요. 뭐 하는 일을 말씀드리자면 어떻게 하다 보니까 미디어 비평을 주로 하고 있습니다. 그래서 미디어 비평이라고 하면 일단 미디어 수용자로서 언론을 접하고 언론 보도나 콘텐츠를 접하고 그와 관련된 뭐 비평할 만한 내용, 뭐 좋은 점이면 좋은 점, 문제점이면 문제점을 잘 정리해서 어떤 형태로든 뭐 방송이든 글의 형태든 비평을 제기한다 이렇게 간단하게 소개드릴 수 있을 텐데 뭐 대략적으로는 맞지만 제가 그렇게 대단한 일을 하고 있지는 못한 것 같습니다. 제가 어떻게 하다 보니까 비평을 하게 된 것이지 제가 다 언론 관련 전공 공부를 한 것도 아니고요. 그와 비슷한 공부도 해본 적이 없습니다. 그래서 뭐 어떻게 하다 보니까 이렇게 됐다 보니까 미디어 비평을 하고 있다고는 하지만 사실 압도적으로 미디어를 많이 읽는 사람입니다. 읽고 보는 사람입니다. 그래서 직업적으로 조금 읽는 보는 양이 많을 뿐이지 우리 다른 일반적인 시민들과 언론을 접하는 경로나 미디어를 그 읽는 방식에 있어서 큰 차이가 없는 사람이다. 저는 이렇게 생각합니다. 다만 차이가 있다면 제 직업적인 이유 때문에 비평이라는 직업적인 이유 때문에 많이 다양하게 읽는 수밖에 없다. 돈을 벌기 위해서 어쩔 수 없는 부분인데 그래서 그 부분은 조금 차이가 있는 것 같아요. 그래서 이렇게 저처럼 많이 읽는 사람들은 지금 미디어에 대해서 어떻게 생각하고 어떤 할 말이 있는지 오늘 함께 나눠보는 시간이 됐으면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
예. 글을 잘 쓰려면 다독, 다서, 다상량이라 그랬는데 일단 다독까지는 하고 계시는 것 같은데 그래도 많이 읽으면 돈을 받으시나 봐요. 예.
정확히 숫자를 밝히긴 좀 그렇고요. 제 몸 하나 건사할 정도로는 벌고 있습니다.
알겠습니다. 자, 이렇게 많이 읽으시면 좋은 일도 있다라고 하는 거 나중에도 좀 더 얘기해 보고요. 우리 김수아님 말씀 부탁드릴까요?
네, 안녕하세요. 김수아입니다. 네, 저는 서울여자대학교에서 언론영상과 문예창작을 전공하고 있는 대학생이고요. 현재 한국일보 뉴스이용자위원회 위원으로 활동하고 있으며 세상을 고르보자 하는 의미를 담은 뉴스레터 고르레터의 에디터로도 활동하고 있습니다. 그래서 이제 뉴스레터를 제작해야 하다 보니까 그런 식으로 뉴스를 접하고 또 어떤 다양한 사회적 문제나 사건을 사실적으로 접하고 싶을 때 언론을 접하고 있는데요. 이용자위원회 위원으로서 언론을 접할 때는 한국일보의 다양한 콘텐츠들이 독자들한테 어떻게 전달되고 있는지, 특히 20대의 시선에서 한국일보가 발행하고 있는 디지털 콘텐츠가 과연 매력적일지, 만약에 매력적이지 않다면 어떤 점에서 개선되어야 할지 등에 대해서 모니터링하고 의견을 드리는 식으로 활동하고 있습니다. 네, 감사합니다.
예, 전공도 어쨌든 하고 계시기도 하고요. 그리고 또 뉴스 에디터 역할도 하고 계시니까 준 전문가로서 사실 뭐 언론 생산도 하시는 그런 경험도 있으신 분인데, 근데 주로는 이제 20대의 관점. 에서 주로는 또 디지털 컨텐츠 쪽을 집중적으로 좀 보고 계시다. 이런 부분이죠. 그러니까 실제로 언론사에서도 그런 식의 일종의 역할 같은 것들을 좀 기대하고 부여하기도 하고 그랬나요?
네, 저희 위원회 위원으로 이제 제안 주실 때도 저희가 지금 뉴미디어 팀으로 활동하고 있어서 그런 쪽으로 좀 봐주길 바라시는 것 같아요.
네, 알겠습니다. 자, 그러면 이번에는 이제 홍지혜 디렉터님 말씀 한번 들어보죠.
네, 안녕하세요. 홍지혜입니다. 저는 스타트업 종사자고요. 저야말로 정말 퓨어한 언론의 소비자가 아닐까 싶은데요, 여기에서. 우선은 저는 언론과는 전혀 다른 전공과 일을 하고 있습니다. 지금 하고 있는 일은 아까 소개해 주셨듯이 미술 산업에서의 정보 비대칭을 해소하겠다, 정보 권력을 좀 타파시키겠다라는 이제 미명으로 스타트업 운영을 하고 있는데요. 사실 어릴 때부터 정보 권력에 관심이 많았습니다. 저는 미대를 정보가 없어서 가게 됐습니다. 공대를 가려다가요, 갑자기 잘못된 정보를 읽고 미대를 흘러 들어가게 됐거든요. 막상 미대를 갔더니 제가 생각한 곳이 아니더라고요. 그래서 결국에는 이제 스타트업 씬으로 돌아오면서 이제 그 도메인은 좀 미술 영역이 되었는데요. 어쨌든 어린 시절 저는 지방에서 나고 자랐기 때문에 지역적인 정보 비대칭도 굉장히 크다고 생각을 했고요. 이런 거를 조금 해결했으면 좋겠다. 저는 운이 좋아서 서울로 이제 좀 오게 되었지만 그렇지 못한 지방에 있는 친구들도 많이 있고요. 그런 일종의 권력 구조를 해소할 수 있는 역할을 언론이 좀 해줄 수 있지 않을까 기대를 하고 있던 차에 중앙일보에서 독자위원회 제안을 해주셔서 독자위원회도 하고 있는데요. 아까 말씀 주셨듯이 사실상 제가 중앙일보의 구독자여서 독자위원이 된 거는 아닙니다. 그냥 30대 여성의 의견이 필요한 것 같고 제가 또 이렇게 쓴소리를 시원하게 많이 하는 걸 사석에서 보시고 자네 한번 독자위원 해보지 않겠냐 해서 이제 진행을 하게 되었는데요. 어쨌든 그러한 기회로 이렇게 또 이제 시민의 목소리를 또 낼 수 있는 기회 얻게 돼서 반갑습니다. 감사합니다.
정보가 없어서 그냥 뚝딱해서 미대 가실 정도의 미술 실력은 도대체 어떤 실력일까? 예, 상당히 궁금하기도 기대도 되고 그러네요. 쓴소리를 아마 굉장히 잘해주시는 분인 것 같으니까요. 좀 이따도 좀 쓴소리 한번 기대해 보고요. 자, 이번에는 또 시민 언론 운동을 또 주도해 오신 분이니까요. 조용수 처장님 말씀 한번 들어볼까요?
네, 반갑습니다. 저는 민원연에서 협동사무처장으로 활동하고 있는 조영수라고 합니다. 그 질문을 받고 어떻게 이용하고 있냐 미디어를. 근데 저는 뭐 대학 때까지 전공한 것도 아니고 민원연에 와서 언론이라는 걸 접하게 된 거예요. 실질적으로 접하게 됐고 처음 이제 신문 담당을 해서 좀 진행을 했었는데 그러다 보니까 제가 언론을 통해서 정보를 얻는다, 교류한다 이런 측면보다는 저에게 늘 한 19년 동안 언론이라는 건 대상이었던 것 같아요. 대상이고 이 언론들의 뭐 좋은 점도 있지만 문제점들에 대해서 계속해서 고민해야 되고 개선해야 되고 이런 강박관념이 지금도 갖고 있는데요. 그럼에도 불구하고 많은 시민들이 어쨌든 언론을 통해서 미디어를 통해서 정보를 접하고 있고 민원연이 말씀하실 때 대표적인 이제 언론 시민단체라고는 하지만 사실상 대표한다라고 자부하기는 어렵긴 하거든요. 저도 이제 민원연에 나가면 뭐 부모가 되기도 하고 언론을 또 소비하는 수용자이고 일반 시민의 한 사람으로서 민원연 활동가 그리고 시민들 그 사이에서 어떻게 접점을 찾고 민원연이 어떤 활동을 벌여야 되는지 늘상 좀 고민하는 게 저희 숙제인 것 같고요. 뒤에 오늘 굉장히 좋은 질문들 나눌 수 있는 이야기들이 많이 준비해 주셨더라고요. 그래서 차차 중요한 말씀, 더 좋은 말씀들은 더더 듣고 나누고 하겠습니다.
아무래도 이 시청자위원회에 가시게 된 거는 이제 언론 시민운동 단체의 활동가로서 가시게 되긴 한 거겠죠?
네, 맞습니다.
예, 알겠습니다. 그 부분도 아마 뒤에서 좀 더 얘기 나눌 수 있을 것 같고요. 자, 그럼 정진희 소장님.
예, 안녕하세요. 저는 투명사회를 위한 정보공개센터라는 시민단체에서 활동하는 정진임이라고 합니다. 아마 홍지혜 디렉터님과 되게 비슷한 주제로 다른 형식으로 활동을 하는 게 아닐까 싶은데요. 저희도 그 정보 불균형 그리고 정보 불평등, 정보 독점에 좀 문제가 있다라고 생각을 해서 알 권리와 정보 인권과 관련한 활동을 하는 단체인데요. 저희 단체가 모든 시민이 알 권리를 누리는 투명하고 책임 있는 사회를 위해서 활동한다라고 하고 있어요. 이제 그러다 보니까 정보가 공개되지 않은 영역에 일부러 정보들을 요청하고 요구하고 찾아서 사회에 공유하는 일을 하거든요. 정보를 다루다 보니까 저 같은 경우에는 언론과의 관계가 전형적인 취재원이죠. 특히 뭐 대규모의 그 사회적 이슈가 발생했다거나 어떤 영역에서 뭐 논란이 있다라거나 할 때 정확한 정보, 특히 공공기관이나 이런 곳들이 어떻게 대응을 하고 있는지 그런 정보들을 요청해서 저희가 받으면 그걸 가지고 언론사랑 뭐 취재로 제공을 하기도 하고요. 아니면 최근에는 조금 언론의 지형도 바뀌어서 협업하는 형태로도 많이 하고 있는 것 같습니다. 제가 뭐 이렇게 뭐 언론이나 특히 정보인권과 관련해서 활동들을 해오다 보니까 뭐 KBS 시청자위원으로도 좀 신청을 해보게 됐던 거예요. 그러니까 특히 주로 이제 뉴스 중심으로만 자꾸 보고 특히 저희와 관련된 기사들만 확인하다 보니까 좀 종합적으로 다른 기사들이라거나 다른 미디어를 잘 안 보게 되더라고요. 그래서 KBS 시청자위원이 되면 좀 더 애정을 갖고 다양한 미디어를 좀 수용하지 않을까 싶은 마음에 하게 됐고 실제로 좀 그런 영향이 있는 것도 같습니다.
예. 박수 받죠. 삐딱하게 보시다가 많이 보시게 된 그런 케이스네요. 예. 아마 삐딱하게 본다. 사실 이게 이제 흔히 말하는 비평 편향이라고 그러는데 비평자의 역할을 주어지게 되면 그 역할을 열심히 수행하려고 하게 되다 보니까 일부러 이제 뭔가 오점을 찾게 되고 삐딱하게 얘기하려고 하게 되는 그런 측면들이 사실 좀 있죠. 예, 그런 내용들도 이제 아마 오늘 이야기 속에서 이제 좀 더 많이 나오지 않을까 싶은데요. 그래서 다른 다섯 분의 패널께 제가 또 공통적으로 또 다시 한 가지 질문을 드리고 싶습니다. 그래서 이번엔 좀 더 구체화해가지고요. 저도 이제 시청자위원회 경험도 있고 그런데 저는 이제 언론 전문가로서 이제 전공자로서 이제 물론 불려간 거긴 하지만 제가 특정한 비판을 하거나 아니면 문제를 지적할 때마다 나의 시선은 객관적이고 공정하고 포괄적인가? 아니면 이를테면 서울에서 사는 중년의 남성으로서 교육받은 남성으로서 하고 있는 그런 이야기들의 특성들을 가지고 있는 건가? 이런 고민들을 많이 하게 됐던 경우들이 있습니다. 특히 어느 정도 역할 부여를 또 받으셨던 경우들도 있어서 주로는 어떤 시선에서 내가 언론에 대해서 또는 비평을 하려고 했던 그 언론사에 대해서 이야기를 해주셨던가 한번 되짚어보면서 말씀을 나눠보고 싶어요. 정진희 소장님 다시 좀 말씀 주시죠.
네, 저 같은 경우에는 아까 뭐 시작하실 때 사회자께서도 말씀하셨지만 시민이라는 말이 정말 두루뭉술하잖아요. 게다가 저는 시민단체에서 일하고 있는데 그럼 시민이라는 건 누군가? 그리고 과연 내가 그 시민들의 의견을 다 듣고 그것들을 모을 만큼의 깜냥이 되는가 사실 그렇다고 보지는 않거든요. 그렇기 때문에 특히 뭐 지금 시청자위원으로 활동하거나 아니면 이런 데서 역할들을 받았을 때 누구를 대변해서 나를 이 자리에 앉혔을까를 가장 많이 고민하는 것 같아요. KBS 시청자위원 같은 경우는 저는 각 영역들이 다 있는데 저 같은 경우는 인권 영역에서의 그 위원으로 참여를 하고 있거든요. 사회적 소수자의 입장에서 그것들을 보려고 하고요. 그리고 직업이 활동가다 보니까 어지간한 건 비판적으로 보기 마련이거든요. 좋은 점은 잘 안 보고 비판적인 걸 한 9개 보고 그중에 좋은 점 하나를 보게 되는데 그렇게 비판만 한다기보다 특히 시청자위원 하면서는 많이 드러나지 않았던 어떤 영역, 소외되었던 영역이라거나 불평등에 놓였던 영역들이 노출되는 것에 대해서 더 의미를 짚고 그것들이 좀 확산되게 하는데 노력을 하려고 하는데 사실 비판을 90%를 하다 보니까 그게 잘 되지 않는 것이 현실적으로는 그렇습니다.
그러면 인권 문제를 전문으로 하는 그리고 시선은 좀 더 소수자의 시선에서 그러니까 다시 말하면 인권이 침해가 되기 쉬운 그런 소수자들의 시선에서 하게 된다라는 그런 말씀이신데요. 실제로 활동하시면서 이제 소수자들을 또 많이 만나실 거 아니에요. 그때 이제 그들의 시선에 동화됐던 충분히 나는 돼 있다라는 그런 느낌이 좀 드세요?
사실 매번 놀라죠. 왜냐하면 특히 뭐 저희가 인터넷 사이트 같은 것들을 볼 때 예쁘게 보이기 위해서 그래픽이나 이런 것들로 많이 노출이 되는데 사실 그거 굉장히 시각장애인들한테는 접근이 어려운 방식인 거고 뭐 하다못해 코로나와 관련해서 재난 문자 같은 것들이 오더라도 이미지로 된다거나 아니면 뭐 QR코드를 신청하라거나 이렇게 되어 있는 것들은 스마트폰을 사용하지 않으면은 접근할 수 없는 어떤 것들이고 그래서 사실 매 순간마다 그 당사자분들의 말씀을 들으면서 굉장히 많은 걸 느끼고요. 그렇기 때문에 제가 그 모든 영역들을 사실 대변하지 못한다라는 한계와 비판 같은 것들을 스스로에게도 하고 있습니다.
네, 그러시겠네요. 시각장애인이나 청각장애인 분들을 스스로 온전히 대변하기 좀 어려우시겠지만 그래도 그들의 시선에서 보려고 굉장히 노력해 오신 것 같습니다. 조영수 처장님 또 말씀 주시죠.
네, 전 프로그램, 그러니까 특히 보도 시사를 볼 때 저희가 두 가지 스스로 편향을 좀 경계하려고 하는데요. 한 가지는 뭐냐면은 민원연 활동가라서 좀 더 아프게, 좀 더 깊게 보려는 제가 시청자가 아니라 뉴스를 보면서도 왜 저렇게 보도하지? 뭐가 부족하네? 라는 날카로운 눈빛도 하나 있겠지만 또 하나는 지금 이런 상황에서 예를 들어 급하게 시사 프로그램을 만들 때 방송사나 언론인의 심정으로 이 정도면 되게 잘했네, 노력했네 라는 약간의 시청자들이 보기에는 되게 굉장히 부족하게 생각할 수 있는 어떤 프로그램이나 보더라도 저 정도면 들네라고 생각하는 약간의 언론인 측에서 보는 편향들이 한 가지가 또 저는 있다고 생각하고요. 또 하나는 예를 들어 시사교양 보도에 대해서는 좀 더 날카로운데 또 다른 측면에서 예를 들어 드라마, 예능, 오락에 대해서는 좀 더 관대한 것들이 제 스스로 좀 있다고 좀 생각을 해요. 그래서 저는 어떻게 이걸 좀 보완하려고 하냐면은 관련 기사들도 많이 찾아보고 또 하나가 댓글 달린 것들도 좀 많이 봅니다. 제가 이제 MBC 시청자위원을 이제 3개월 지나고 이번에 또 이제 4개월 차가 되는데요. 이게 개인 조영수, 민원연 활동가의 조영수로서만 그 프로그램이나 보도를 바라볼 수 있는 건 아니라고 저는 생각하거든요. 다양한 시청자들이 있고 다양한 생각들이 있는데 그것들을 저의 입장 플러스 좀 더 객관적이고 합리적이고 이성적인 목소리를 전달하기 위한 방법들을 좀 많이 생각하는데요. 저희 이제 아내에게도 물어보고 그 프로그램 어떻게 보고 있냐, 그리고 댓글들도 많이 보면서 최대한 좀 합리적인 그리고 MBC 시청자위원으로서 시청자위원답게 MBC에 도움이 되는 프로그램을 만들 수 있는 지적들을 하기 위한 노력들을 좀 벌이고 있습니다.
예. 그래서 그렇게 주변에 물어보시는 게 굉장히 중요한 부분인 것 같아요.
네, 주변에
예.
물어보면 제가 생각하지 못했던 것들을 되게 적극적으로 하거나 되게 좋은 아이디어를 많이 얻긴 해요. 예. 그런
그렇죠.
것들을 가서 전달도 하고 그럽니다.
예. 자, 홍지혜 디렉터님.
네, 아마 누구든 본인이 속한 그룹의 시선에서 이야기를 다 하지 않나 싶습니다. 저는 크게는 한국인, 그리고 여성, 그다음에 스타트업 종사자, 미술계 관계자, 1인 가구. 더 얘기하면 너무 개인정보일 것 같아서 여기까지만 하고요. 내가 속하지 않은 대상에 대한 이야기를 하더라도 대상이 내가 속하지 않은 그룹일 뿐이지 그들의 시선으로 이야기하는 건 애초에 저는 불가능하다고 생각을 하거든요. 다시 말해서 인간을 거치는 순간 과연 객관적이라고 얘기를 하는 게 가당키나 한가라는 생각을 하는데요. 나는 객관적입니다. 저는 팩트만 전달합니다. 라고 하기보다는 애초에 주관적일 수밖에 없다는 것을 전제로 그렇다면 그런 식의 한계를 어떻게 극복할 것인가를 이야기하는 게 훨씬 건강하지 않나 싶거든요. 사실 대부분 삶에서 중요한 것은 정답이 없는 것 같습니다. 이를테면 국가는 공동체의 안정을 위해 개인정보를 통제해야 하는가? 세금은 다수를 위해 쓰는 것이 옳은가? 아니면 소수의 약자를 위해 쓰는 것이 옳은가? 동물권은 인권만큼 보호되어야 옳은가? 사실은 각자의 입장이 때문에 뭐가 옳다 그르다는 없다고 생각을 하는데요. 그러다 보면 누군가의 시선이 옳다, 이것으로 보려고 노력해야 된다라기보다는 내 시선 말고 다른 시선은 무엇이 있는가, 무엇이 존재하는가, 어떠한 게 옳은지 평가를 하기 전에 그러니까 존재 여부에 대해서 좀 들여다보는 것이 좋다고 생각하고 그런 연습을 많이 하고 있습니다. 그래서 저는요, 그냥 우선 제가 속한 그룹의 시선으로밖에 볼 수는 없는 것 같습니다. 솔직히 말씀드리면.
속한 그룹의 시선이라는 걸 알고 인정하고 그걸 전제로 이야기하는 게 솔직한 방식이죠. 그게 훨씬 더 투명한 방식이고 그 안에 갇히지 않겠다라는 그런 노력도 해오신 것 같아요. 그 부분에 대해서 또 뒤에서 좀 더 얘기를 해보고요. 김수환님.
저도 제가 속한 20대이자 여성의 시선으로 언론에게 말해왔다고 생각하는데요. 사실 제 나이가 되게 많이들 언급되는 MZ 세대이잖아요. 사실 MZ에 속한 사람들은 이 말을 되게 지겨워하기도 하고 MZ의 특징이다 하면서 일반화시키는 걸 되게 굉장히 거부하기도 하는데요. 그럼에도 기성세대와 다른 점은 영상이나 이미지에 익숙하다는 점, 그거는 분명 공통된 특징이라고 생각을 해요. 그래서 이게 언론이나 이런 쪽에 적용이 된다면 그 신문 기사, 종이 뉴스보다는 온라인이 훨씬 익숙하고 또 긴 글보다는 영상의 형태나 이미지의 형태가 더 익숙하다는 점에서는 분명한 차이가 있다고 생각해서 기존의 언론사에서 발행하고 있는 여러 콘텐츠들이 우리한테 과연 매력적인지 혹은 왜 매력적이지 않은지에 대해 말할 수 있고 또 여성으로서 지금 언론사에서 여성의 목소리를 충분히 담고 있는지, 혹은 성인지 감수성이 결여된 단어나 주제가 선정되고 있지는 않은지 그런 부분을 검토하고, 혹시 그러한 점이 있다면 그러한 점에 대해서 비판적으로 의견을 내고 있는 것 같습니다.
성인지 감수성 이런 부분들을 일단 스스로에게도 굉장히 중요하게 느껴지고, 그렇죠? 아무래도 또 그런 식의 말을 해야 된다라고 또 약간의 의무감 뭐 이런 것들도 아마 있으실 것 같고, MZ세대 얘기 많이 합니다만 그게 구체적으로 어떤 면에서 지겨우세요?
우선 MZ세대가 생각보다 그 연령대가
그렇죠.
넓은데 그걸 인지하지 못하고 있는 사람들도 좀 많은 것 같고, MZ는 뭐 되게 세상을 막 벗어 던지고 막 나만의 세상을 향해 떠날 것이다, 약간 이런 식으로 생각하시는 것 같지만 사실 그렇지 않고, 두려움도 되게 큰 세대이고, 사실 그런 사람은 어느 세대나 그냥 존재한다고 생각해요. 근데 이제 그 몇 명의 소수를 발견하고 MZ라서 그렇구나라고 좀 안 좋게 평가한다거나, 그런 면에서 그렇지 않은데 이런 것도 있고, 좀 마케팅적으로도 너무 MZ를 특정해서 이렇게 하다 보니까, 저는 이제 광고 쪽 전공을 하고 있다 보니까 좀 저도 알면서도 지겹다 이런 생각이 좀 드는 것 같습니다.
예, 그렇겠죠. 단순화된 것들에 아마 지겨움이 되게 많이 드실 텐데요. 사실은 바로 말씀해 주신 이봉우 연구원님도 크게 보면 MZ입니다. 한번 말씀 들어볼까요?
네, 감사합니다. MZ세대 끝물에 있는 사람인데요. 저도 앞선 두 분과 비슷하게 당연히 저의 관점과 저의 시선으로 보도나 미디어 콘텐츠를 접할 수밖에 없습니다. 근데 저 아까 말씀드렸다시피 그래도 다른 분들보다 조금 언론 미디어 콘텐츠를 많이 보는 사람이다 보니까 이게 좀 이슈의 종류별로, 이슈의 층위별로 좀 다르기는 합니다. 일단 저의 어떤 태생적인 정체성이나 저의 포기할 수 없는 사적 이익이 걸린 그런 것과 관련된 이슈들에서는 자연스럽게 저의 시선으로 봐도 큰 문제가 없습니다. 예를 들어서 말씀해 주신 대로 끝물에 있는 MZ세대고 결혼과 자가 마련이 거의 불가능해진 청년 끝물 세대이기도 하고요. 누군가의 아들이고요. 또 어디선가 노동자입니다. 그래서 이런 정체성으로 볼 때, 이런 관련된 뉴스를 볼 때는 그냥 저만의 시선으로 뉴스를 보고 판단해도 크게 문제가 되지 않는데, 문제는 저의 정체성이나 저의 어떤 이익과는 거리가 먼 이슈들, 그게 문제가 되는데, 예를 들어서 장애인이나 소수자, 성적 소수자와 같은 인권 이슈, 이건 저의 정체성은 아니거든요. 그래도 이런 이슈는 다행인 게 널리 보편적으로 공적으로 인정되는 가치와 어떤 의미가 있습니다. 그래서 최대한 그냥 그 당사자들 입장에서 뉴스를 보면 또 큰 문제가 없더라고요. 이제 여기서 한 발 더 나아가서 문제가 되는 건 제도적 정치적인 이슈들인데, 이건 일단 제가 잘 모르죠. 당사자도 아니지만 그냥 모릅니다. 제가 아까 언론 보도 많이 본다 그랬는데 특별한 게 아니고 몰라서 많이 보는 거거든요. 최근에 뭐 망사 용료 때문에 크게 지금 논란이 되고 있는데 아예 모르는 이슈인데 누가 물어본단 말이죠. 근데 저 이거 물어보면 빨리 답을 해줘야 돈을 주기 때문에 그거를 알려면 어쩔 수 없이 많이 봐야 되는데 전 당사자도 아니고 모르니까, 여기서 요새 그래도 포털 뉴스가 검색이 잘 되니까 통신사의 입장, 스트리머의 입장, 그 이용자들의 입장을 다 검색하면 뉴스가 잘 나옵니다. 그래서 그렇게 한 번씩 다른 당사자들의 입장을 갔다 오면 많이 그렇게 조금 공부를 하면 조금 더 나은 입장을 찾을 수 있지 않나, 이런 태도로 보고 있습니다.
예, 역시 많이 읽음으로써 많은 걸 해결하시는 MZ세대의 끝물이십니다. 자, 그러면 이제 구체적으로 한번 들어가 보죠. 지금까지는 어느 정도 약간 뭐 중요한 얘기였지만 사실은 주변을 도는 이야기였고요. 좀 더 이제 찌르고 들어가서 오늘 이야기는 결국 언론과 나는 시민으로서 제대로 소통하고 있나? 라는 건데, 그러면서 중요한 질문 중에 하나가, 내가 시청자위원이나 독자위원으로 불려갔을 때 대접은 아마 받으실 거예요. 그런데 내 목소리가 잘 들리고 있는지, 그들은 잘 듣고 있는지, 아니면 아까 최영균 교수님께서 지적해 주신 것처럼 요식행위로 끝나고 있는 것인지, 이 부분에 대한 생각을 해보셨는지 궁금하기도 해서요. 우리 김수아님.
우선 언론 뉴스 이용자위원회를 하기 전에는 언론은 시민의 목소리를 궁금해하지 않는다라고 생각을 했었어요. 왜냐하면 항상 언론에 대한 다양한 문제점이 제기되어 왔는데 제 기대만큼 뭔가 개선되는 부분이 뚜렷하게 보이지가 않아서 별로 궁금해하지 않고 그냥 본인들의 갈 길을 가는구나 정도로 생각을 해왔는데, 이용자위원회 활동을 또 하고 또 한국언론진흥재단에서 진행했던 FGI 제안을 받고 그런 거에 대해 참여를 하면서 언론이 시민의 목소리를 굉장히 궁금해하고 있구나라는 걸 알게 되었어요. 특히 그 뉴스를 잘 안 본다고 여겨지는 20대가 왜 뉴스를 안 보는지, 또 뉴스를 안 보면 또 어떤 곳에서 정보를 얻고 있는지, 어떻게 해야 이제 언론과 또 20대가 다시 좀 관계를 맺을 수 있을지, 이런 점에 대해 의견을 많이 묻고 싶어 한다는 것을 알게 되었습니다. 그리고 무슨 얘기를 하려고 했죠?
제가 중간에 잠깐 그래서 끼어드는 게 궁금해한다. 적어도 경청까지는 모르겠지만 궁금해는 하더라. 내 말을 듣고 싶어는 하더라 이거잖아요. 근데 궁금해하는 걸 답해주면 잘 들을 것 같은데 딴 얘기하면 궁금해하지 않는 걸 얘기하면 잘 안 들을 수도 있을 것 같거든요. 어떠세요?
우선 잘 모르기 때문에 알고 싶어 한다라는 생각은 들었고, 알고 싶어 하니까 얘기는 해주는 것 같아요. 근데 뭐 그 이상의 어떻게 반영될지까지는 제가 깊숙이 알 수는 없겠지만, 우선 제가 이용자위원회에서도 다른 분들은 다 전문적인 분야가 있으시고 대학생 신분이 아니신데 저희 팀만 대학생인 걸 봤을 때 뭐 이게 형식적인 것이든 무엇이든 대학생의 목소리를 조금이라도 궁금은 하는구나, 듣고 싶어 하는구나, 같은 위원으로 좀 취급해 줄 수 있구나 정도의 면에서는 그래도 긍정적으로 생각이 드는 것 같습니다.
예. 그래서 안 듣는 것도 아니고 요식적인 것만도 아닌데 일단 궁금한 건 확실히 있는 것 같다. 확실히 궁금해하겠죠. 지금 미디어 환경이 변하고 있으니까요. 자, 그러면 조용수 처장님은 아까 언론이 좋아하는 소리도 많이 해주셨던 것 같은데 경청의 차이가 좀 느껴지세요? 이 주제나 이슈나 뭐 어떤 발언에 따라서?
저희 MBC 시청자는 10명인데 실제로 거기 이제 가면은 박성재 사장님을 비롯해서 본부장님, 국장님 더 많이 계세요. 저 시청자 위원들도 그렇지만 다 바쁘신 분인데 그 자리에서 과연 우리가 2시간 반 얘기하는 것들이 어떻게 반영되고 변화되는지는 아직 체감을 하지 못했어요. 근데 저는 어떤 걸 생각하냐면 사람들이 제도화에 대해서 굉장히 많이 목을 메고 꼭 제도화가 돼야 된다 생각을 하는데, 저는 가장 중요한 건 뭐냐면 이용자위원회도 그렇고 시청자위원회도 그렇고 실제적으로 이게 어떻게 반영되고 할 것인가에 대한 내부의 준비, 자세 이런 것들이 굉장히 중요하다고 생각합니다. 특히 방송 같은 경우는 제도적으로 시청자위원회를 해야 되니까 진짜 하는 거죠. 중요한 방송도 있고 뭐 지역 방송도 하긴 할 텐데 그게 어떻게 반영되는지는 연구를 해봐야 되고 저희가 늘 의문이 있는 거. 특히 반대로 신문 같은 경우에는 의무가 아니잖아요. 의무사항이 아닌데도 이제 하고 있는 언론사들이 있고, 뭐 한겨레도 열심히 하고 있고, 조선일보 같은 경우는 지면을 하나를 털어서 이렇게 쭉 하면 꼭 그게 미디어 오늘의 조선일보 독자위원회, 뭐 이용자위원회에서 이런 것들이 했다라는 것들이 꼭 미디어 오늘 기사로 꼭 뜨더라고요. 그만큼 그 기사가 되는 거는 실제로 많은 신문사들이 그렇게 하고 있지 않다는 것도 있고, 조선일보 독자위원들이 조선일보의 편집 방향에 대해서 다른 이견들, 제안들을 하고 있다는 측면에서는 좀 어쨌든 긍정적이라고 저는 그 자체는, 현상 자체는 긍정적으로 평가를 하고 있습니다. 그리고 또 하나 이제 바라는 점이 있다면 아까 말씀드렸듯이 그 시청자위원회에 오시는 분들, 그리고 사장님들 비롯한 본부장님, 국장님들이 앞에서는 대답을 잘 합니다. 근데 그게 어떤 특정 프로그램, 어떤 코너, 어떤 보도에 대한 변화나 지적들은 있을 수 있는데 그게 시스템적으로 그런 방향으로 쭉 갈 것이냐라는 것들은 아마 계속해서 숙제로 남지 않을까 싶습니다.
예. 사실은 나중에라도 혹시 이제 어떤 경청됐거나 반영된 사례, 개선된 사례 이런 것들을 좀 들어봤으면 좋겠다 싶긴 한데요. 이게 기관마다도 좀 차이가 있는 것 같고요. 좀 더 많이 경청하는 기관이 있고 아닌 기관도 있고, 실제로 반영의 속도가 되게 빠른 데도 있고 또 그렇지 않은 데도 있고 해서 이번엔 또 신문이시기도 하니까 홍재 디렉터님 중앙일보에서 쓴소리한 결과가 좀 반영되든가.
네, 우선은 그 중앙일보 활동 이전에 언론이 평상시에 시민들의 목소리를 경청하고 있는가에 대해서 저는 언젠가부터 되게 확실한 예스라고 느껴왔거든요. 오히려 제가 독자위원 활동하기 전부터요. 그런데 이것이 다소 전략적인 경청이라는 생각이 저는 들거든요. 왜냐하면 과거의 미디어가 이제 정보를 일방향으로 전달될 때, 즉 정보 격차가 커서 이걸 좀 통제할 수 있을 때는 굳이 시민의 목소리를 듣지 않아도 뭐 일부 왜곡한다거나 이러더라도 그 문매를 맞을 일이 거의 없었는데, 사실은 다양한 채널에서 목소리와 정보가 되게 많이 오가는 세상이 됐기 때문에 이제 권력 구조로 볼 때는 자칫하면 잘못 뭔가를 했다가 이렇게 매를 맞을 수도 있는 상황이다 보니까 언론이 굉장히 전략적으로 시민의 목소리를 편취하여 전략적으로 경청한다는 생각을 저는 하고 있습니다. 반면에 제가 독자위원으로 이제 활동을 하면서 느낀 거는요, 굉장히 들으려고 많이 노력을 하십니다. 사실 저는 좀 더 굳이 말하자면 보수 쪽보다는 이제 진보 언론 쪽에 더 이제 소비를 많이 하지 않았나 싶은데요. 나이라던가 이제 그 자연스럽게 레거시 미디어보다는 좀 더 미디어들이 편해지면서, 그런데 독자위원회를 하면서 그곳에서 소위 말하는 이제 그 직급이 높으신 분들이 오셔서 말씀을 들으시면서 제가 어느 정도 세게 말해서 좀 오늘 너무 심했나 했던 날도 오늘 이야기 너무 좋았다, 다음에도 또 이렇게 하시한 얘기를 해달라라고 말씀을 하시더라고요. 그러면서 어느 정도 보수 언론에 대한 편견도 깨지고 들으려고 노력을 하시는구나라는 생각을 하기는 했는데요. 반영되는 측면에 있어서는 조금 다른 것 같아요. 네, 그 얘기는 조금 다시 질문해 주실 걸로 알고 있어서 이 정도까지 말씀드리겠습니다.
알겠습니다. 이제 모든 분들의 말씀을 듣고 싶긴 하지만 이제 시간상 제약이 있어서 제가 편취하면서 이야기를 이제 아마 듣게 될 것 같긴 한데요. 그래도 다 맞춰가지고 연결해가면서 한번 가보겠습니다. 앞에 질문 던졌던 이유는 이제 시청자 위원을 하면서 사실은 시청자의 전략적인 어떤 경청이라는 표현을 홍 디렉터님께서 써주셨는데, 하는 이유가 궁금해서도 있고, 그러니까 특정 이야기는 듣고 싶은 것도 있고요. 또는 일종의 차도살인이라 그러죠. 내부의 문제를 뭔가 이를테면 대표라든가 편집장이라든가 이런 분들이 개선하기 위해서 외부의 목소리가 필요한 게 있거든요. 그걸 이용해 가지고 이제 내부에 뭔가를 쳐내는 이런 식의 전략적 방법을 쓸 때도 있고요. 사실 굉장히 다양한 권력들이 작동을 하고 있습니다. 근데 그래도 중요한 건 위원회 활동을 하시는 건 내가 시민의 목소리를 가지고 뭔가 비평을 하러 들어가지만, 사실은 해보면 언론이 어떻게 작동하는가를 또 들여다보게 되기 때문에 과거에 몰랐던 걸 좀 더 이해하게 되고, 일반 시민들은 사실 잘 모르는 측면들을 알게 되는 면도 좀 있잖아요. 그래서 언론에 대한 좀 이해 수준 내지 이해 정도가 좀 높아지면서 내 시선이라든가 어떤 태도에 좀 변형들이 좀 있었는가, 이런 부분도 좀 궁금합니다. 이봉우 연구원님 어떠세요?
네, 위원회 활동을 하면 당연히 더 많이 이해하게 됩니다. 근데 이게 좀 아쉬운 점이 큰데, 원래 알고 있던 거를 가서 당사자 만나서 이해하는 수준에 그친다고 저는 느꼈습니다. 이게 무슨 말이냐면, 당연히 우리가 언론 소비자들도 최근에 워낙 이 시민사회 전반의 그 어떤 미디어를 평가하는 수준이 높아졌다고 그럴까요? 수용 수준이 굉장히 높아져가지고 다들 알고 계세요. 기자들도 간혹 나쁜 기사 쓰지만 얼마나 힘들고 바쁘면 요새 거의 뭐 직장인 다 됐다 그러는데 이런 기사가 나오겠냐. 또 미디어가 너무 많아가지고 인터넷 매체들이 늘어나서 경쟁이 심화됐기 때문에 경쟁에서 살아남으려면 어쩔 수 없이 좀 상업주의적인 기사 쓰는 거 아니야, 이런 거 보통 다 알고 계시거든요. 근데 저도 그 정도 인식을 가지고 있는 사람이고, 위원회 가면은 이제 아주 뭐라 그럴까요, 살에 닿게 알게 된다, 그래서 이해하게 된다, 이 정도인 것 같습니다. 제가 활동했던 위원회에서 이제 가장 많이 다른 위원님들도 지적을 했던 게 정치 뉴스가 너무 많다, 다른 뉴스의 다양성이 좀 부족하다, 그리고 정치 뉴스에서도 자꾸 이미 정치권에서 나왔던 정쟁이 좀 반복되는 뉴스들 아니냐, 이런 지적들을 굉장히 많으셨는데, 그럼 이제 그 언론사 측에서 알고 있습니다, 통감하고 있습니다, 장기간 노력하고 있습니다. 그래서 서로 굉장히 분위기가 훈훈하거든요. 근데 저희도 그러면은 왜 그렇게 어렵냐 물어보면, 언론사 업계 구조적인 문제도 있고 내부의 어떤 어려움도 있고, 또 직원들이 워낙 많아서 지침을 하나하나 하달하기가 쉽지 않다, 이런 이제 대답들이 돌아오기 때문에 원래 알고 있었던 문제에서 그렇구나, 원래 알고 있던 대로 참 어렵구나, 이런 기분이 들어서 좀 아쉬운 점이 있습니다.
아쉬운 점 뒤에서 아마 얘기할 기회가 충분히 또 있지 않을까 싶은데요. 그 다음 질문하고 연결이 되긴 합니다. 다시 홍재 디렉터님으로 한번 가볼까요?
네, 저는 위원 활동하면서 언론사도 똑같은 기업이고, 자본주의 사회 내에서는 돈을 벌지 않으면 살아남을 수 없는 기업이고, 언론사에 종사하고 있는 이제 언론인이라고 하는 분들도 우리랑 똑같이 먹고 사는 게 중요한 그런 시민이구나 하는 생각이 많이 들었거든요. 그러면서 많이 이해를 더 하게 된 것 같습니다. 그러니까 예전에는 약간은 좀 양분화해서 시민에게 뭔가를 자꾸 은폐하거나 이제 본인들이 원하는 대로 뭔가를 끌고 나가려는 목적을 갖고 있지 않을까라고 하는 이제 좀 의문스러운 구석이 있다고 생각을 했었는데요. 이들이 이제 특정 뭐 이렇게 언론사마다 추구하는 이념이나 뭐 그런 부분들이 있잖아요. 그런 것들이 결국에는 다 생존을 위한 것이 아닐까라는 생각도 한편으로 들었습니다. 그 피드백이요, 이제 굉장히 잘 들어주시는데 반영 면에 있어서 아까 이제 이봉우 연구원님께서도 말씀을 주셨지만 사실 하나하나 다 반영이 되는지는 모릅니다. 그렇지만 제가 이제 그런 목소리를 낼 때 열심히 경청을 우선은 해주시고 알겠다라고 말씀을 해주시는 것만으로도 아 그래도 이게 뭐 실제로 속마음은 어떤지 모르겠지만 목소리가 전달되는 느낌을 받는다라고 이제 느껴지게 되는데요. 실제로 이제 한 달에 한 번 열리는 독자위원회의 피드백이 이제 특정 장치, 뭐 이제 그 기자 에게 혹은 뭐 전체에게 뭐 이렇게 이메일이나 이런 식으로 공지가 가는 걸로 알고 있는데 사실상 다들 바쁘시잖아요. 이것들이 한 명 한 명에게 다 바로 전달돼서 반영되기는 사실 생각해 보면 저희 같은 팀에서 일하는 동료 하나 개선하기도 힘든데 쉽지는 않겠구나라는 생각은 들지만요. 아예 안 하고 그거를 주기적으로 장치를 만들어 놓는 것은 우선은 긍정적이라고 생각을 하게 됐습니다.
그러니까 확인하기 어려운 부분들이 좀 있는 거, 이 제도적인 제약이긴 한데요. 그럼에도 불구하고 어쨌든 경청하려고 하는 부분은 부분적인 변화라든가 어떤 통로를 마련해 두고는 있다고 생각을 한다. 자, 그러면 정진임 소장님.
네, 사실 언론을 이해한다라고 할 때 보통 저 같은 경우는 그 언론인들을 이해하게 된다라고 더 많이 와닿게 되는데요. 그건 위원회, 뭐 시청자위원회를 하기 전부터 뭐 기자분들이나 이런 분들이랑 같이 협업을 많이 하면서 사실 굉장히 열심히 하고 제대로 된 보도를 하기 위해서 애쓰는 언론인들이 굉장히 많으신데 사회적으로 언론인에 대한 사회적 지위라거나 그 신뢰도가 떨어지면서 열심히 하는 언론인들이 사회적인 자기의 자긍심과 사회적 책무를 지키면서 일하는 게 얼마나 힘든가 라는 생각은 늘 해왔어요. 그래서 되게 안타깝다. 너는 이렇게 고생만 하고 고생하는 일을 왜 하니? 뭐 제발 사직하지 말고 우리 오래 보면서 함께 협업하자. 뭐 이런 얘기들을 우스갯소리로 하기도 하는데요. 그래서 그런 부분들에 대해서 좀 더 많은 사람들이 좀 알았으면 좋겠다라는 생각은 했었고요. 위원회 활동을 하면서 좀 더 알게 된 거는 어떤 측면이 있냐면 보통 얘기를 할 때 예를 들면 너무 수도권 중심의 보도만 한다. 혹은 기성세대 혹은 뭐 기득권 중심의 보도들이 너무 많다라고 이야기들을 하고 저도 그렇게 해왔었는데 천천히 살펴보면 지역, 소수자, 뭐 노인, 장애인, 아동 이런 뉴스들도 적지 않게 나오고 있다라는 거죠. 뭐 특히 기후위기 더 많이 노출돼야 된다라고 하지만 다양한 매체에서 기후위기와 관련한 보도들도 계속하고 있고요. 그래서 이게 많은 사람들이 환호하지 않아서 그렇지 어떤 영역에서 끝까지 애쓰면서 보도하는 것들이 여전히 있고 그게 모든 영역에 걸쳐서 다 있다라고 하는 것들을 보면서 좀 언론에 대해 좀 이해와 마음이 좀 더 가게 된 경험들이 있습니다.
이게 제가 이해를 여쭤봤던 사실의 이유는 애초에 내가 비판할 수 없는 걸 비판했구나, 그러니까 잘못된 비판을 했구나 이런 식의 이해도 생길 수도 있고요. 비판은 맞았으나 이 구조 의지로 해결된 문제가 아니구나, 구조가 애초부터 잘못돼 있구나 이렇게 느낄 수 있는 문제도 있고요. 또 어떤 부분에 있어서는 의지가 있으면 해결이 될 문제인데 그것이 뭔가 제도적인 미비라든가 이런 것들로 해서 안 되는, 투영이 안 되는 부분도 있구나도 있는데 사실 또 이런 것도 있습니다. 저도 이제 시청자위원 활동해봤습니다만 이게 방송사라 그런지요. 제가 참여하는 시간보다 엄청 많은 돈을 주고 주차장도 막 VIP 주차장 데려다주고 밥도 되게 맛있는 거 사주더라고요. 내가 스포일되고 있구나라고 느낄 때가 있었습니다. 왜 이렇게 내가 해주는 노동에 비해서 저는 너무 많은 대접을 받고 있다라고 생각을 했거든요. 물론 이 안에 약간 위화감을 느끼시는 분들도 계실지 모르겠는데요. 그러니까 이게 방송사 같은 경우는 특히나 제도적으로 굉장한 제약이 있기 때문에 시청자위원회를 제대로 운영해야 되고 안 되면 제어가 영향받고 그러니까 사실 위원들을 대접을 해서 뭔가 문제 안 생기게 하는 그런 측면들이 있어서 혹시라도 내가 스포일되고 있는 건 아닌가? 이런 생각들 혹시 해보셨는가? 이런 얘기를 또 궁금하게 됐는데 그 얘기는 안 하시네요. 네. 저보다는 훨씬 괜찮으셨던 것 같습니다. 자, 그러면 이제 다시 또 전체 질문을 한번 가볼게요. 이번에는 맨 나중에 우리 최 교수님께도 한번 여쭤보겠습니다. 왜냐하면 이건 우리가 한 번씩은 다 짚어봐야 될 문제라고 생각이 돼서요. 자, 그렇다면 이런 활동을 해보고 시민으로서 이제 눈으로 봤을 때 우리 언론의 긍정성과 부정성, 뭐 반드시 두 개 다 얘기하지 않으셔도 됩니다. 내가 그래도 이거는 긍정적이라고 본다. 그러나 여전히 이것은 부정적인 것 같다라고 생각하는 부분들을 찝어주세요. 이봉우 연구원님 먼저 말씀 부탁드릴까요?
네, 아까 그 이제 뭐 독자위원회나 시청자위원회 관련 질문에서 사실 연결되는 부분인데, 제가 운이 좋게도 우리 기성 매체라고 할 수 있는 매체들, 미디어들, 특히 방송사들이 약간 뒤늦게 이 인터넷 미디어 환경 체제로 뛰어들어서 적극적으로 뭔가를 시작할 때 그 위원회 활동을 하게 됐습니다. 그러니까 유튜브, 쉽게 말해서 유튜브 시장에 뛰어든 거죠. 기성 방송사들이. 딱 그 시점에 뛰어들어가지고 그 한 4년, 5년 사이에 그 빠른 변화를 제가 직접 목도하는 사람이 돼서 굉장히 기분이 좋았습니다. 그래서 지금 보면은 기성 방송사들이 그 인터넷 환경 그리고 SNS 환경에 맞춰서 콘텐츠를 굉장히 다양화했어요. 뉴스 콘텐츠를. 그래서 뉴스 장르 자체가 다양화됐습니다. 예를 들어 지금 완전히 일반화된 그 기성 매체들이 유튜브에 또는 SNS에 올리는 그 뭐 자막 뉴스 같은 시리즈가 있습니다. 아주 장기적인 이슈 또는 조금 어려운 이슈 이런 것들을 일목요연하게 잘 정리해서 뭐 길어야 한 5, 6분 정도로 잘 만들어 놓는 것이죠. 그리고 거기도 이제 딱딱한 브리핑, 그동안 우리가 알고 있던 뉴스 브리핑 형태가 아니라 굉장히 조금은 구어체로 좀 재미있는 어투로 뉴스를 굉장히 이해하기 쉽게 일목요연하게 정리 잘 해놨고요. 제가 아까 정치 뉴스만 너무 많다 이런 얘기 했지만 이 미디어 환경 변화 때문에 이 기성 매체들도 어쩔 수 없이 다양한 이슈를 또 다루긴 합니다. 예를 들어서 우영우 같은 드라마 하나 뜨면은 갑자기 자폐 스펙트럼에 대한 뉴스 콘텐츠가 엄청나게 늘어나요. 또 선거 때가 되면 연예인 초빙해가지고 뉴스 콘텐츠가 연예인을 데려와서 이렇게 어려운 정치인들을 조금 재미있는 방식으로 접근해서 인터뷰하는 이런 콘텐츠도 많아서 이런 변화는 제가 최근에 굉장히 뭐 긍정적인 걸 넘어서 재밌게 흥미롭게 보고 있는 그런 상황입니다.
알겠습니다. 자, 그럼 김수환님.
우선 긍정적인 부분부터 얘기해 보자면 언론인의 글을 읽었을 때 좀 쾌감이 있는 것 같습니다. 어떠한 큰 사건이 터졌다고 했을 때 SNS나 혹은 사람을 만나서 얘기를 나누면 다소 감상적이거나 감정적인 것에 그친다는 생각이 드는데요. 이제 언론인의 글을 보았을 때 되게 논리정연하고 내가 생각지 못했던 구조적인 문제에 대한 지적을 해준다거나 하는 걸 보면 이 사건에 대해 혹은 사회적인 문제에 대해 조금 더 깊이 파악할 수 있다는 점에서 되게 긍정적으로 느껴지는 것 같은데요. 부정적인 면은 방금 말한 이런 느낌을 받는 적이 좀 적다라는 거죠. 뭐 실제로는 많을 수도 있겠지만 그냥 우리가 느낄 때 그렇게 많지 않게 느껴진다는 것인데 그게 우리가 언론인이나 언론을 대해 생각할 때 권력관계랑 밀접하게 연결되어 있다는 생각 때문에 뭔가 제한된 범위 내에서만 의견을 낼 수 있다 정도로 생각이 드는 것 같아요. 그래서 언론인에 대한 좀 부정적인 이미지도 있는 것 같고 또 기사로 적합하지 않은 내용의 기사가 너무 많다는 것인데 이를테면 연예인의 사생활 문제나 혹은 문제가 되지 않는 정말 그냥 일상적인 것을 기사로 너무 많이 다룬다거나 여성 유명인의 외적인 모습이나 뭔가 성적인 모습에 대해서 너무 자극적인 기사 제목과 함께 다뤄지는 내용들이 사실 너무 많아서 이게 과연 기사로 낼 만한 것인가? 그리고 지금 이 시대의 상을 반영하고 있는가? 언론은 역할을 제대로 하고 있는가? 이런 의문이 가지게 될 때가 좀 많았던 것 같습니다.
그러니까 요약하자면 이렇게 통쾌하게 뭔가를 짚어주는 거를 보는데 그렇게 보는 기회가 많지 않다. 대부분 불쾌했다. 불쾌한 것들을 주는 것들이 좀 많더라. 이제 이런 말씀이시네요. 홍지혜 디렉터님.
네, 저는 알 권리에 대해서는 많이 해소되고 좋아지고 있고 알 가치에 대한 고민은 많이 부정적이라고 생각을 하는데요. 알 권리에 대한 거는 어떠한 사실을 왜곡하지 않고 사실 그대로 정확하게 정보를 전달하려고 하는가의 측면에서는 많이 해소되고 있다고 생각합니다. 뭐 이유 중에 하나는 어차피 내가 은폐하려고 해도 누군가 밝혀낼 거니까 이럴 거면 차라리 내가 터뜨리고 내가 스포트라이트 받자라고 하고 다들 솔직하게 터뜨리는 것 같아요. 하지만 정보 자체가 이제 많아지다 보면 사실 그 안에서 무엇을 골라야 되는가 고민이 굉장히 많아지는데요. 사실 뭐 그렇다고 해서 통제된 상황이 더 좋다. 정보는 소수, 그러니까 이렇게 적게 공유해야 된다. 이것보다는 그래도 널려 있는 게 건강하다고 생각합니다. 결국 수용자들도 뭐 각자의 메타인지 능력을 기르게 될 거라는 생각은 드는데요. 그래도 언론사만큼은 일종의 그 어떠한 가치 있는 컨텐츠를 제공해야 되는가의 측면에선 고민을 좀 해보셔야 될 것 같습니다. 그러니까 일종의 그 큐레이션 측면이 더 중요해진다고 저는 생각을 하는데요. 그 언론사의 전략에 유리한 정보만을 좀 전달하거나 편집하거나 이제 이런 것들을 간혹 볼 수가 있습니다. 팩트 그대로 전달했는데 뭐가 문제냐, 내가 거짓말한 것도 아니고라고 할 수도 있는데 사실상 이렇게 정보가 넘쳐나는 환경에서는 어떤 정보를 전달하냐가 곧 되게 이제 큰 의미를 갖고 있다고 저는 생각을 하거든요. 그래서 언론사 혹은 언론인 분들이 정보의 큐레이션 관련해서도 조금 인지하고 책임감을 가졌으면 좋겠다는 생각을 합니다.
그러니까 긍부정성을 알 권리와 알 가치의 문제로 또 대비해서 말씀을 주셨네요. 그러니까 폭로하다 보니까 다들 알게는 해, 그죠? 근데 굳이 알게 할 필요까지 없는 것들을 더 많이 알게 해. 이런 식의 문제들 아주 뾰족하게 잘 지적해 주셨네요. 조영수 처장님.
네, 그 많은 사람들이 누가 요즘 언론을 보냐, 누가 신문 보냐, TV를 보냐라고 하는데 그건 굉장히 형식적인 절차적인 그 유통 통로를 말하는 것 같아요. 근데 대부분 많은 사람들이 나는 언론 보지 않아라고 얘기하긴 하지만 실제로 SNS 유통되는 많은 콘텐츠들 그리고 내가 포털을 볼 때 핸드폰, 스마트폰을 볼 때 많은 콘텐츠들이 사실은 신문 기사이고 방송 기사이거든요. 그런 측면에서 언론이 굉장히 여전히 중요하다라고 저는 늘 이제 만나는 분들에게 좀 얘기를 많이 하고요. 긍정적인 측면은 유행이 많이 지금 왔지만 팩트 체크의 노력들은 앞으로도 계속해서 이어 나가야 될 부분들이라고 생각하고 또 하나가 어려운 가운데에서도 전문 기자 제도를 많이 운영하려고 하는 노력들이 저는 긍정적이라고 봅니다. 시민단체 분들 많이 만나면은 기자들이 다 전문가인 줄 알아요. 교육 전문가, 환경 전문가, 무슨 뭐 경제 전문가, 노동 전문가 실제 그렇지 않거든요. 예를 들어 예전에 있었던 역사 교과서 국정화 하면은 교육부에 출입하는 기자들은 사회부 기자들은 다 알 거라고 생각하는데 실제로 그 깊은 내막이나 역사적 그리고 왜 그렇게 하면 안 되는지 국정을 하면 안 되는지에 대해서 1부터 그러니까 A부터 Z까지 설명을 해주지 않으면은 교육부 입장만 또는 반대하는 입장만 멘트로 따다쓰기 급급한 현실이거든요. 그래서 그런 것들을 충분히 알려줘야 된다라고 생각하고 있고 특히 또 환경 문제만 하더라도 그냥 봄가을이 없어지는 것 같아. 물 부족 국가야. 이런 걸 떠나서 기후 위기 차원에서 적극적으로 접근하고 파헤치는 그런 기자들이 굉장히 필요하다. 언론인들이 필요하다라는 측면이 한 가지 있습니다. 그리고 그럼에도 아쉬운 것들은 어떤 특정 언론사가 영향력을 미치는 영향력들은 계속 하락하고 있어요. 근데 언론의 숫자, 언론인의 숫자는 계속 늘다 보니까 언론이 미치는 영향 총량은 좀 변함이 없다고 생각하는데 좋은 영향으로 갈지, 그러니까 흔히 말하는 선한 영향력, 또 악한 영향력에 대해서는 언론들이 계속 고민해야 된다라고 생각합니다.
예, 정진임 소장님.
예, 뭐 부정적인 면은 선정적이라거나 비윤리적인 보도들에 대해서 경각심이 없다기보다는 경각심을 외면하고 있는 게 아닌가라는 생각이 들어요. 뭐 뷰스라던가 광고나 영향력이 있을 것 같고요. 그런 면에서 일부 매체들에서 뭐 젠더 데스크나 인권 데스크들을 하고 있는 게 사실은 모든 매체로 확장되어야 된다라는 생각을 하고 있습니다. 긍정적으로 평가하고 있는 지점들은 저는 최근에 예를 들면 오마이뉴스에서 몇 년 전부터 그 국회의원 정치자금 집행 내역들을 보도를 하면서 그 보도에 쓰인 로데이터들을 공개하고 있어요. 뉴스타파 같은 매체도 고위공직자 재산 데이터, 뉴스타파 데이터 포털 같은 것들을 만들고 있고 얼마 전에 SBS에서도 이태원 참사 관련해서 문건을 로데이터 자체를 다운받을 수 있게 한다거나 미디어오늘에서도 언더스코어의 언론 관련 그 모니터링 데이터들을 다운받아서 볼 수 있게 하는 것들이 있거든요. 그러니까 취재 환경에서 취재 자료로 쓰였던 로데이터들을 기자의 자산으로만 가지고 있는 것이 아니라 자사뿐만 아니라 다른 언론사 그리고 전체 시민들과 함께 공유하는 것이 어떤 사회 문제를 해결해 나가는 데 있어서 이게 우리 사회가 함께 협업해야 되는 것이다라고 느낀 저는 언론 내부에서의 운동이고 변화라고 생각하거든요. 이런 것들이 좀 더 확산됐으면 좋겠고 이런 움직임들이 여러 언론사에서 일어나고 있는 것은 굉장히 긍정적인 측면이라고 생각합니다.
부정적인 면은?
부정적인 아까 그 선정적이고 비윤리적인 것들에 대한 경각심을 외면한 것입니다.
굉장히 큰 부정을 짧게 얘기하셨고 작은 긍정은 굉장히 크게 얘기하셨어요.
아, 작은 긍정이라고 생각하지 않고 저는
왜냐면
큰
제가
긍정이라고.
작은이라고 얘기한 건 이제 특정 언론사의 좋은 모범 사례,
네,
그렇죠?
네.
아직 일반화되지 않은,
네.
그래서 일반화됐으면 좋겠다 이런
네.
면에서 강조를 해주신 거죠.
예.
알겠습니다. 자, 이렇게 언론 내 부정, 긍정에 대해서 얘기해봤는데요. 우리 최 교수님도 언론 전문가로서 한번 말씀 주시죠.
네, 그 얘기를 쭉 경청하면서 저도 시민으로 와서 앉을 걸 하고 싶은 얘기 너무 많은데 마이크 한번 기회 주셔서 감사합니다. 그 언론의 긍정 부정 얘기해 주셨는데 뭐 연구자고 또 아무래도 학교에서 그리고 저희 이번 학기에는 이런 그 정보 판별할 수 있는 그런 관련한 수업들을 개설하게 되는 움직임이 있어서 저희도 참여를 했는데 그 문제의식에는 선생님이 다 말씀해 주신 대로 받아쓰기 저널리즘, 따옴표 저널리즘, 기계적 중립, 그리고 프레이밍 혹은 중요한데 보도하지 않는 것들 여러 가지 현상적인 문제가 계속해서 지적이 되어 왔는데 저는 짧게 말씀드리면 사실 저희가 이제 이번 연구 과제에서 인터뷰했던 기성 저희가 20대부터 60대까지 시민을 인터뷰를 했는데요. 그중에 이제 기성세대를 대표할 수 있는 이제 그 시민분께서 해주셨던 말 중에 본인이 언론 신문사에서 배달 일을 하면서 당시에라고 한다면 이제 민주화 좀 이전에 막 우리나라의 이 지금의 주류 언론들이 폭발적으로 성장을 해왔던 시기에 신문사 배달만 일을 하고도 분명히 이제 생계가 유지될 만큼 언론사에서 신문 구독 외에 많은 이제 하고 있는 마케팅이 활발하기도 했던 거죠. 근데 어느 날 우리 사회에 있어서의 민주화되는 과정에서 몇몇 언론들의 권한 유착들 그리고 불법의 권력의 관계들 이런 문제의식을 본인 스스로 깨닫게 되면서 지금도 본업을 하면서도 시민운동에 적극적으로 후원하고 참여하고 경청하고 들으려고 하는 모습을 보면서 저는 연구자고 교육자라는 입장이면서도 한 명의 시민으로서 굉장히 좀 부끄럽기도 했었어요. 실천하는 건 쉽지 않거든요. 즉 언론을 비판하고 그 문제의식을 정리하고 꾸준히 지적하는 부분 그런 부분에 있어서는 교육자의 역할도 있긴 하지만 언론이 또 다시 좋아지고 긍정적으로 되는 데 있어서 저는 또 일부 언론이 나빴지만 일부 언론이 그 좋은 건강한 생태계를 만드는 역할을 했다라고 생각을 합니다. 그런 만큼 저는 시민단체, 학계, 전문가 여러 역할들이 있지만 최근에 가장 주목을 받고 있는 이런 가짜뉴스, 허위정보 이런 부분에 있어서도 몇몇 언론인들이 굉장히 적극적으로 그 어떤 그 정보 판별을 해야 되는 기술이나 또 거기에 대한 저항이나 연대하고 국제사회하고도 많이 하고 있는 역할들을 보면 여전히 많은 부분에 있어서는 좀 암울하고 슬프고 화도 날 때가 있지만 또 그런 언론들, 일부 언론들 때문에는 힘을 얻는 것 같습니다. 감사합니다.
예. 어려운 조건에서 힘들게 일하는 비록 소수이긴 하지만 좋은 언론인들에 주목해달라. 그래야 희망을 찾을 수 있다라는 호소의 말씀까지 들었습니다. 자, 그러면 이제 거의 후반부로 왔는데요. 몇 가지 중요한 질문이 이제 그게 뭐냐면 우리 언론 환경이 왜 이렇게 됐을까? 그거는 언론의 문제일까, 시민의 문제일까, 또는 소비자의 문제일까, 또는 권력의 문제일까, 다양한 이제 고민들을 해보면서요. 기본적으로 이제 환경의 변화에 대한 어떤 생각들을 가지고 계신지 한번 들어볼게요. 왜냐하면 언론에서 흔히 이런 얘기들 많이 하거든요. 이거는 이제 우리는 갑이 아니다. 당신들이 우리를 선택해 주는 거고, 우리는 당신들에서 끌려갈 수밖에 없다라고 하는 이야기를 많이 해서 실제로 나한테 그만큼의 권력이 와 있다라고 느끼시는지 궁금해졌습니다. 홍재 디렉터님, 아니다. 죄송합니다. 홍재 디렉터님 먼저 한번 들어볼게요.
네, 저는 이 관계 우위에 대한 질문은요. 곧 정보를 누가 갖고 있는가에 대한 질문이랑 동치라고 생각하거든요. 공급자 우위냐, 수요자 우위냐 이것이요. 그 공론장이 온라인상에서 활성화되다 보니까 공급자만 우위에 있지 않은 상황인 것 같습니다. 그래서 지금 그럼 현재 공급자 우위냐, 수요자 우위냐 이거는요. 아까 말씀드렸듯이 정보에 대한 접근성, 적극성에 따라 다르다고 생각하는데요. 이를테면 적극적으로 정보를 찾고 의견을 주고받는 사람들이 소비자인 언론은 좀 더 수요자 우위에 있다고 생각을 하고요. 반면에 소극적으로 정보를 받아들이는 보통은 이제 연령대가 높으신 분들이 이용하는 그런 언론사는 여전히 과거처럼 언론이 원하는 정보를 좀 주입하는 방식의 공급자 우위라고 저는 생각을 합니다. 둘 중에 무엇이 더 옳으냐라고 가치 판단이 이제 딱 명확하게 있다고는 생각하지 않습니다. 왜냐하면 수요자가 원하는 내용만을 언론이 맞춰서 쓰는 것 또한 지양해야 되기 때문에요. 결국은 밸런스가 중요하다고 생각을 생각을 하고 있는데 지금 상황에서는 이제 혼재되어 있는 상황으로 생각을 저는 하고 있습니다.
예. 그러면 짧게만, 그러니까 이게 이런 거잖아요. 그러니까 파워 소비자가 있고, 그다음에 수동적 소비자가 있어서 여전히 수동적 소비자 측면에서는 공급자 우위의 시장이다라는 건데 대체로 균형이 어느 정도인 것 같아요? 퍼센트로 보면.
그게 뭐 레거시 미디어와 또 이제 뭐 그 소위 말하는 온라인 인터넷 뉴 미디어와는 되게 다를 텐데요. 그 연령 인구수를 제가 몰라서요.
구체적인 수치를 제가 굳이
네,
뭐
구체적인 수치는 잘
느낌상.
모르겠지만 느낌상이요. 젊은 친구들이 언론의 소비자로서 기능하기보다는 커뮤니티나 이런 데서 정보 공유가 많은 것 같아서 저는 조금 더 그 이제 그 보수적이신
예.
다시 말해서 공급자 우위의 언론이 아직은 좀 더 많다고 생각합니다.
예. 자, 그럼 김수환님.
우선 언론과 시민 중에 어떤 것이 더 우위에 있다고는 얘기할 수 없을 것 같은데 언론이 이제 우리는 갑이 아니다라고 얘기하는 이유는 과거에는 언론을 통해서만 정보를 얻고 또 언론을 통해서만 무언가 의견을 표출할 수 있었다면 현재는 너무 다양한 곳에서 정보를 얻을 수 있고 뭐 1인 미디어든 SNS든 다양하게 의견 표출할 기회가 제공되었기 때문에 굳이 언론을 통해서가 아니어도 가능하게 됐다. 라는 점에서 시민이 조금 과거보다 높아졌다 정도로 얘기할 수 있을 것 같지만 우리가 언론을 통해서 얻어야만 하는 것들이 있잖아요. 다양한 정보들을 얻을 수 있는 곳이 있다고 할지라도 그렇기 때문에 언론이 완전 을이 되었다거나 시민이 훨씬 뭔가 쥐고 있다는 느낌은 받지 않는 것 같고요. 그냥 과거에 비해 상대적으로 언론이 시민의 눈치를 좀 보게 되었다 정도로 해석할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
알겠습니다. 자, 그러면 정진임 소장님.
네, 그 언론 같은 경우에 예전에 뭐 힘이 있었다라고 하는 이유가 저는 여론 형성권을 가지고 있었던 거라고 생각해요. 근데 지금 뭐 다 앞서서도 말씀하셨지만 다양한 사람들이 여론을 형성하고 그것으로 동요를 일으키기까지 할 수 있는 정도의 영향력들이 생겼잖아요. 이제 그렇게 하면서 이제 언론에 집중되어 있었던 힘이 좀 분산이 된 거라고 생각을 하고요. 그런 과정에서 예전에 여론 형성권을 가지고 있던 언론이 권위적이었고 이런 것들이 분명히 있는 건 사실이고 그것에 대해서 반감이 지금도 여전히 작동을 하는 게 아닐까 시민들 사이에서 그런 생각을 해요. 그래서 시민들이 예전에는 언론을 좀 중요하게 신뢰하는 수단 그 매체로 이용을 했다면 지금 비판적 수용을 하는 사람들이 많아진 거죠. 정말 저게 맞는지 내가 사실을 확인해 보겠다 라고 하는 차원으로 좀 관계 설정이 좀 그런 식으로 바뀌지 않았나라는 생각을 합니다.
관계 설정이 좀 바뀐 측면들. 자, 그러면 이거를 묶어가지고 제가 맨 나중에 드릴 질문 하나를 뺀 상태에서 아마 통합해서 한번 얘기를 하면 좋을 것 같아요. 그래서 원래는 약간 나눠가지고 얘기를 드리려고 했는데 다시 다 한번 들어보면 좋을 것 같은데요. 현재 언론의 문제를 얘기를 할 때 우리 이제 언론재단에서 지금 매년 발간하고 있는 그러니까 로이터 인스티튜트랑 함께하고 있는 것들을 보면 언론 신뢰도 순위가 굉장히 낮게 나오잖아요. 그런데 그 부분에 대해서 이제 언론의 변명은 한국이 어느 사회보다도 정파화되어 있고 진영화되어 있기 때문에 이렇게 정파화되어 있고 진영화되어 있는 수용자들 아까 이제 표현을 빌면은 이들이 블랙 컨슈머화돼서 이 시장을 굉장히 어둡게 만들고 있다. 그래서 좀 이렇게 뭔가 잘하려고 하는 언론사들이 제대로 된 평가를 못 받는다. 이런 얘기를 많이 합니다. 정말 이러한 진단이 시민의 관점에서 봤을 때 그리고 나의 어떤 언론 소비 내지 언론 참여 경향으로 봤을 때 맞다고 생각하시는지 또는 다른 생각들이 있으신지 한번 이야기를 쭉 한번 들어볼게요. 정진임 소장님.
저 같은 경우는 그래서 사실 언론을 이용을 할 때 그 바이라인 되게 중요하게 생각하거든요.
바이라인.
예, 요즘에는 특히 미디어인 줄 알고 뉴스인 줄 알고 봤는데 사실은 뉴스가 아닌 경우들의 그런 콘텐츠들도 적지가 않고 뭐 유튜브나 그냥 웹사이트나 이런 것도 굉장히 많아서 사실 그 신뢰의 기준을 그 정도로 잡고 있는 것 같아요. 그래서 일단 그거를 작성한 작성자들이 제대로 출처가 명기되어 있느냐, 그리고 그 내용을 담은 출처 역시 정확하느냐, 사실 이런 것들을 중심으로 얘기하는 것 같고 뭐 정치적 입장이라는 이렇다고 하더라도 그것이 정확한 출처와 신뢰할 만한 과정을 통해서 유통된 것이라면 사실 사람들이 그거에 대해서 그게 토론이 붙지 그게 뭐 비난이라거나 이런 대상이 되지 않을 거라고 생각하는데 지금 지형에서는 그 출처나 이런 것들은 다 빠지고 어떤 메시지나 단어 중심으로만 좀 유통되는 게 있는 것 같고요. 그 정치적 입장이라거나 뭐 이런 것들은 사실은 이게 지금만 그런 건지도 모르겠고 한국 사회만 그런 건지도 사실 모르겠어요. 이게 보편적인 이슈라고 생각을 하고 그리고 정치적 입장이 없다는 것이 과연 옳은 것인가라는 생각도 하거든요. 언론이 극명한 중립 같은 것들이 있냐, 완전한 객관성이라는 것이 가능하냐, 그리고 시민들이 과연 그런 언론을 좋아하냐, 사실 그렇다고 생각하지도 않거든요. 그래서 그런 측면에 있을 때 저는 좀 언론들이 뭐 계속 말씀을 드리는 거지만 좀 제대로 설명 책임 같은 것들을 조금 지키면서 좀 보도가 되면 좋겠다라는 생각은 하고 있습니다.
예. 그럼 제가 이거를 시민단체 경력이 좀 있으신 분들은 먼저 한번 여쭤볼게요. 왜냐하면 아무래도 그러니까 인플루언서이자 블랙 컨슈머처럼 느껴질 수도 있는 그런 측면도 있고, 아까 그 최은경 교수님 그 연구 결과를 보면은 시민단체에 대한 일종의 신뢰도라든가 약간 이걸 정파시키려는 그런 시도도 사실 있잖아요. 내부적으로든 또 언론의 시각에서든 간에 한번 조영수 차장님 말씀 들어보죠.
그 지금 얘기하고 있는 게 현재 언론 문제 심화, 과거에는 어땠느냐도 저희가 한번 돌아가 보면은 저는 역사적으로 저희 언론계 그리고 시민과 언론의 관계에서 몇 가지 중요한 사건들이 있었다 생각합니다. 70년대 73년, 74년에 백지광고 사태와 조선동아 대량 해지, 그리고 87년 민주화 대투쟁 이후에 한겨레 신문 창간, 그리고 90년대 후반, 2000년 초반에 안티조선 운동과 2008년도에 광우병 촛불, 그리고 박근혜 대통령 탄핵을 하면서 그 시기마다 굉장히 언론과 시민들의 관계가 가까워지기도 하고 굉장히 비판적인 목소리들이 가장 분모를 이루었던 때라고 생각합니다. 지금 말씀드린 이 사건을 보면은 정파적이지 않은 사건들이에요. 다 한국 사회 민주화의 과정에서 정파를 떠나서 한 단계 한 단계 발전되는 과정들에 있었던 사건들이라고 하면은 지금 우리가 얘기하고 있는 현재 언론 문제 심화는 과연 누구의 책임이냐라는 것들을 돌이켜 볼 필요가 있겠다라는 좀 생각을 합니다. 이거 되게 논쟁적이고 굉장히 어려운 문제죠. 그래서 고민을 좀 해봤는데 저는 아주 정파적이지 않은 언론은 없다라고 생각하고 그거를 요구하는 수용자가 있고 또 한 측면에서는 그 언론이라는 게 저희가 미디어라고 굉장히 뭐 사회적 공기다라고 얘기하지만 자본주의 사회에서 산업이고 상업이거든요. 이 사람들이 먹고 살아남기 위해서 그런 수용자들을 끌고 가기 위한 전략 전술의 일환이다라는 생각도 해봅니다.
상업적 정파성이라는 측면을 주된 문제로 지적을 해주셨네요. 자, 그러면 이봉호 활동가님.
네, 저는 뭐 언론 이용자 그리고 언론사 누구의 잘못이다라고 딱 잘라 말하기 참 어렵다고 생각합니다. 양쪽으로부터 욕 먹기 싫어서 하는 얘기는 아니고요. 우리가 진짜 쟁점을 좀 놓친 것 아닌가 이런 생각이 듭니다. 조영수 처장님 생각과도 비슷한데 사실 정파성 자체가 문제가 아닌 것 같아요. 그러니까 지금 언론 문제 얘기할 때 우리가 언론이 너무 정파적이다라고 얘기할 때 나오는 언론의 문제점을 대표적인 걸 보면은 뭐 정보의 취사 선택 아니면은 너무 특정 정파의 발언만 많이 받아 써주는 것 아니냐 뭐 이런 의심도 있고요. 아니면은 권력기관이나 정당과 같은 출입처와 언론사의 또는 기자의 이해관계가 너무 일치되어서 일종의 보도자료 역할만 해주는 거 아니냐 이런 게 이제 대표적인 것이거든요. 문제점 중에. 근데 따지고 보면 이건 정파성이 아니라 정파성을 추구하는 방식이거든요. 특정 정파랑 상관도 없습니다. 이런 문제점들은. 그래서 우리가 굳이 문제점을 본다면 특히 언론의 문제점을 보고자 한다면 왜 그런 문제점 이런 방식이 생겨났는지를 따져보는 게 더 중요하지 정파적이어서 시민이 정파적이어서 문제다 또는 언론이 정파적이어서 문제다 이것은 조금 본질을 벗어난 얘기가 아닌가 이런 생각도 듭니다.
예, 그러니까 정치적 견해를 추구하는 방식에서 언론이 선택한 방법의 문제 그리고 또는 정치적 수용자가 선택한 방법의 문제 이 두 가지에서 한번 찾아보자. 예, 이런 말씀으로 읽히네요. 자, 그러면 홍재 디렉터님.
아까 주셨던 질문에 대한 말씀이시죠. 사실 이쪽에는 제가 경험이 잘 없어서 잘 모릅니다. 다만 이제 그 미디어 언론에 대해서 뭐 전공자나 이제 언론인이 아는 사람에서 아닌 관점에서 볼 때는 정파적 언론과 정파적 수용자 중에 누가 더 문제인가라는 질문은 그냥 닭이 먼저냐 달걀이 먼저냐라는 질문 같거든요. 아무리 수용자 중에 그런 블랙 컨슈머들이 좀 있어도 언론사가 좀 신념이 좀 우뚝 서 있다면 그런 거에 흔들리지 않을 거라고 저는 생각을 합니다.
닭이냐 달걀이냐 명답이긴 했는데 약간 아쉬운데.
뾰족하지 않았죠. 네, 알고
예.
있습니다. 잘 모르는 분야라서요.
알겠습니다. 자, 김수환님.
이 질문을
제가 이제 통합을
답변하면
했어요.
될까요?
예. 그래서 언론 문제를 수용자의 또는 시민의 문제로 볼 거냐, 언론의 문제로 볼 거냐, 닭이냐 달걀이긴 하지만 굳이 나눈다면.
진짜 닭이나 달걀이냐라는 생각이 저도 너무 엄청나게 잘 알지는 못하는 분야다 보니까 그런 생각이 드는데 사실 뭐 편향적으로 수용한다고 생각을 했을 때 우리가 언론에 종사하는 사람이 아닌 이상 시간이 엄청 넉넉한 것도 아닌데 굳이 나랑 정치적 이념이 완전히 다르다고 여겨져 있는 그 신문사의 혹은 언론사의 것을 볼 것 같진 않거든요. 그러다 보니까 그게 그냥 계속 지속되는 것이고 그렇다고 신문사나 언론사가 우리는 정치적 편향성을 드러내지 않고 쓰겠습니다 한다고 해서 모두가 반기지도 않을 것 같고 잘 모르겠습니다, 사실. 그렇지만 누구의 탓이라고 단정지을 수는 없을 것 같다 정도로 얘기할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
예. 전반적인 의견을 보면 문제 설정이 혹시 잘못됐을 수도 있다. 이 문제를 정확하게 갈라볼 수 있는 어떤 새로운 기준이 필요하다. 누가 됐든 간에. 그리고 또 어떤 면에서는 두 가지가 얽혀 있는 문제라서 명확하게 나누기가 어렵다라고 얘기해 주셨는데 제가 언론인들 만나보면 상당수가 언론 문제보다는 시민 문제를 많이 얘기했는데 우리 시민들은 상당히 두 가지 문제를 경중을 가리면서 제대로 봐야 된다라고 얘기해 주셔서 제가 보기엔 판정상 더 성찰적이신 것 같다라는 그런 느낌이 드네요. 자, 이제 마지막 질문으로 가겠습니다. 예, 마지막 질문은 그래서 우리가 좀 아름답고 굳이 화해로울 필요까지는 없지만 희망적이거나 또는 적어도 미래지향적인 결론을 한번 내보면 좋겠다는 생각이 드는데 이 한마디로 끝나는 건 아니겠지만 결국에는 나는 이제 우리가 첫 질문으로 돌아가서 어떤 시민으로서 언론을 봤고 어떤 시민으로서 이용을 해왔는데 내가 언론과 관계 맺는 방식, 이용하는 방식은 어떤 것이며 이런 것들로 다른 시민들이 그리고 다른 언론들이 새로운 관계 맺기를 시도했으면 좋겠다라는 그런 제언까지 포함해서 팁을 방출하셔도 좋고요. 또는 제언을 주셔도 좋습니다. 이 부분은 우리 최 교수님까지 해서 함께 다 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 대신 준비하실 시간을 드리느라고요. 이봉님께 먼저.
네, 그냥 제가 언론 보는 방식을 간단하게 소개해 드리겠습니다. 저는 직업적으로 언론 보도를 보니까 맨날 이렇게 하고 있지만 다른 분들이 내가 정말 궁금한 이슈 보실 때 이렇게 하면은 조금 더 올바르게 판단하는 데 도움이 되실 것 같아서 말씀드리면 이 언론사 이름 얘기해도 되나요? 되나요? 예. 인터넷 창에 연합뉴스 그리고 뭐 조선일보 또는 문화일보, 한겨레 또는 경향신문 이렇게 3개 열어놓고 봅니다. 하나 이슈를 볼 때. 예, 연합뉴스는 통신사라서 가장 날것의 뉴스가 나온다고 믿습니다. 예. 그리고 보수적 매체 하나, 진보적 매체 하나 봐서 같은 사안에 대해서 어떻게 쓰는지 다 비교해가면서 보고요. 그리고 하루하루 뉴스가 너무 많이 쏟아지기 때문에 주간지 따로 구독하고요. 그리고 독립매체 역시 하나씩 구독하고 있습니다. 많이는 구독 못하고. 이렇게 하시면 장기적 이슈 그리고 우리 언론이 지금 놓치고 있는 이슈 정말 필요한 이슈인데 놓치고 있는 이슈까지 섭렵을 할 수가 있기 때문에 제가 지금 말씀드린 방법을 간혹 써보시면 언론 읽으시는데 좀 도움이 되시거나 재밌을 것 같습니다.
시종일관 읽는 거로 시작해서 읽는 거로 끝났는데 관계 맺기는 읽는 거로 그러면 끝납니까?
예, 제가 조금 아직 수양이 모자라서 언론이 주는 대로 일단은 읽는 것부터 시작해야 되는 청년 단계에 있습니다.
예, 그러니까 잘 읽는 게 언론과의 건강한 관계 맺음에서 핵심이다. 아마 또 이런 시각이 있으신 것 같습니다. 자, 그러면 최은경 교수님 준비되셨나요?
네, 언제 준비했습니다. 저 개인의 나만의 방법이라면 그게 막 이렇게 신문 방송을 공부할 때 학생의 지위와 또 지금은 그걸 가르쳐야 되는 교육자 입장에서 별 차이가 없는 것 같습니다. 무슨 말이냐면 제가 할 수 있는 최선을 다하는 것밖에 없는 것 같아요. 그리고 거기에 대한 사회적인 책임감이라고 좀 말할 수 있는데요. 우린 언론에 대해서만큼 쉽게 불평하고 불만을 제기하고 문제를 지적하는데 익숙한 나라가 없는 것 같습니다. 굉장히 민감하고요. 그래서 뭐 냄비 근성 얘기하면서 냄비 언론 얘기하듯이 어떤 이슈가 있으면 언론을 포함한 그 어느 공간 말을 토해낼 수 있는 공간 어디에서라도 그러다 보니까 많은 뭐 인터넷을 통해서 민주화를 이렇게 했던 많은 나라가 주목했던 사례들도 있었고요. 있어요. 다시 개인으로 돌아오면 내가 하고 있는 발언들, 내가 글 쓸 수 있는 기회들, 혹은 내가 배울 수 있는 기회들, 이런 것들이 하나가 모두 내가 우리를 더 건강하게 만드는 사회에 대한 나의 책임이고 실천이고 연대의 방법이라는 생각이 들었습니다. 그래서 내가 할 수 있는 공간에서 조금만 눈을 크게 뜨고 찾아보면 배울 수 있는 것도 많고요. 비판적 글쓰기, 비판적 읽기, 무료로 강좌 배우고 들을 수 있는 것도 많고요. 또 같이 연대해서 힘을 합칠 수 있는 시민단체도 많고 학계도 많고, 또 이런 오늘의 저널리즘 주간에서 시민이 참여하면서 같이 독려하고 댓글을 남길 수 있는 기회도 있고요. 감사합니다.
예, 그러니까 이제 옥석을 잘 가리는 것도 중요하지만 돌이 많다고 너무 불평하지 말고 옥은 반드시 있으니까 옥을 찾아서 그 옥을 빛내게 만들어 보자. 이런 견지로 말씀 주신 것 같네요. 자, 그러면 김수환님.
우선 여기 계신 언론에 대해서 지속적으로 모니터링하고 계신 분들에게는 전혀 방법이라고 할 수 없을 것 같은데, 이제 제 또래의 언론이나 뭐 뉴스에 전혀 관심을 가지지 않거나 오히려 완전 불신한다고 여기는 사람들에게 하나의 방법이라고 하자면, 언론에 대한 신뢰도가 아무리 떨어졌다고 해도 등 돌리지 말자라고 할 수 있을 것 같아요. 저도 한동안 뉴스를 아예 안 봤었는데 그 이유가 너무 정치적으로 복잡하고 뭐가 뭔지 전혀 모르겠고 한번 손을 놓으니까 무슨 소리인지 전혀 이해를 못 하겠더라고요. 근데 전혀 관심 가지지 않으면 부정적인 인식은 점점 견고해진다는 생각이 드는 게, 사실 화제가 되는 것은 언론이 무엇을 못하고 있더라이지 무엇을 잘하고 있더라는 아니거든요. 그러면 그 부정적인 이미지는 점점 견고해지고 언론과 시민, 언론과 독자는 점점 멀어진다고 생각을 해서 못하고 있는 부분도 비판적으로 계속 수용하는 태도는 가지고 있어야겠지만, 잘하고 있는 부분을 한 번 더 언급해 주면서 사실 언론인의 역할을 제대로 수행하고 있는 사람들도 분명 존재할 거란 말이죠. 그 부분들에 대해 한 번 더 언급해 주고 지속적으로 관심을 가지는 거, 그 정도로 얘기할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
예, 기본적으로 기조가 비슷하세요. 예, 옥석 가리기, 그리고 옥을 더 반짝반짝하게 만들기. 혹시 개인적으로 반짝반짝한 옥이라고 생각하시는 그런 언론이나 사례 같은 게 있으세요? 갑자기 던진 질문이라.
아직 자라난 새싹이라 잘 확신하지 못하겠습니다.
스스로가? 예. 알겠습니다. 예, 좀 있으면 큰 나무가 되실 거라고 믿고요. 자, 홍재 디렉터님.
네, 우선은 저는 독자위원회 때문에 구독하고 있는 신문을 제외하고는, 그러니까 특정 언론만 보는 장치들을 다 없앴습니다. 그러니까 사실 중앙일보 같은 경우에도 분석적으로 보지 그거를 독자의 느낌으로 보진 않는데요. 그러니까 다시 말해서 구독하는 신문도 없고 즐겨찾기도 없고요. TV도 없앤 지 10년이 넘었습니다. 그러니까 자연스럽게 한 개의 채널을 보고 익숙해지지 않는 환경을 언론 때문에 만든 건 아니지만 자연스럽게 그렇게 만들었는데요. 궁금한 주제가 있으면 키워드 검색을 합니다. 되도록 제 취향의 알고리즘을 타지 않는 포털 사이트보다는 검색 엔진을 이용합니다. 그렇게 해서 나온 검색 중에서 공급자 중에 보수 진보, 한경호, 조중동 이런 것 중에 골라서 보고, 그 다음에 저는 수용자 입장을 되게 많이 궁금해하는데요. 아까 이제 이봉우 연구원님께서였나 댓글 같이 보신다고 하셨는데, 언젠가부터 이게 실명이 되면서 댓글이 안 달려요, 기사에. 그래서 댓글을 보기 위해서 커뮤니티를 보는데요. 이게 좀 약간 좀 창피한데, 보통 DC 인사이드나 덕후나 이제 이런 거에서도 사람들의 의견은 어떤지, 그리고 거기는 댓글이 굉장히 많이 달리고 글에 또 탈핵글이 달리고 이러거든요. 그렇게 하면서 다양한 의견들과 시선을 좀 보려고 하는 편입니다.
예, 그러니까 적극적으로 정보를 찾아 나서고 찾아 나선 정보가 되도록이면 다양할 수 있도록 노력한다. 예, 이런 되게 능동적인 언론 소비 쪽을 하시네요. 자, 그러면 조영수 처장님 말씀도 한번 들어보죠.
굉장히 흔한 현상인데 온라인상에 어떤 기사 하나 딱 올려놓고 이게 기사냐, 기레기랴 막 욕을 엄청 비판을 많이 하는 것들을 보실 수 있어요. 근데 신문도 그렇고 방송도 그렇고 흐름이 있는 거잖아요. 지면 배치도 있고 몇 번째 꼭지에 있는 것도 있고, 방송 온라인상에 떠 있는 방송 뉴스 보면은 앵커가 앞서 살펴봤듯이 하고 뒤에는 간단한 기사들이 붙는 경우도 많거든요. 근데 어떻게 해서 그런 기사들이 이제 유통이 되기 시작하면 이게 뭐냐, 이런 얘기들을 굉장히 많이 해요. 또 신문 방송뿐만이 아니라 온라인 기사도 마찬가지입니다. 그 온라인 매체에서 여러 가지 기사를 내는 중에 어쩌다 어떤 우연인지 어떤 사람이 그걸 가지고 유통을 막 크게 시켰다든지 하는 경우에 굉장히 비판적인 목소리들이 막 쏟아지는 경우가 있는데, 저는 그래서 가끔씩 그런 기사들이 보거나 하면은 저희 주위에도 그렇고 저도 그렇고 뭐 가능하면은 한번 그 방송사를 들어가 본다거나 아니면 저희는 이제 민원연에 있다 보니까 신문 지면을 볼 수 있는 프로그램들을 얼마든지 저희가 뭐 핸드폰도 있고 컴퓨터로도 보기 때문에 그런 것들은 좀 이해하려고 좀 노력을 하는 편이고, 이거는 무작정 되고 욕하는 거는 사실 혐오나 언론을 멀리하는 것밖에 되지 않는다고 저는 생각하거든요. 언론이 불필요하다고 생각하지 않는 이상은 저희가 시민들이 수용자들이 그런 노력들은 좀 했으면 하는 바람이 있습니다.
네, 조 소장님은 그래서 직업상 충분히 넓게 볼 수밖에 없는.
네, 그런 게.
근데 개인적으로 돈 내고는 보세요?
신문 집에서 구독하고 있습니다. 하나 오랫동안 구독하고 있습니다.
직장에서 구독해 주니까 보는 건 아니시고?
아닙니다.
알겠습니다. 자, 그러면 정진인 소장님.
저는 이 언론과 건강하게 관계를 맺는 방법을 어떻게 이해했냐면, 언론을 싫어하지 않고 계속 내가 언론을 찾아보게 하는 방법으로 이해를 했는데, 뭐 개인적인 하는 실천이라면 잠자리에 누워서는 뉴스를 보지 않는다 같은 아주 실용적인 그 방법들이 있고요.
그게 왜 권장할 방법이에요?
질리잖아요. 누워서까지 기사를 보고 쫓아가다 보면 사실 새로운 궁금증이나 문제의식 같은 것들도 자꾸 꼬리에 꼬리를 물어서 원천적으로 차단한다. 큰 이슈가 아니라면 그런 것들이 있고, 그리고 저는 뭐 다양한 매체에서 하고 있는 기획 보도를 사실 되게 많이 봐요. 뭐 특별기획팀이라던가 아니면 탐사보도팀이라던가 이런 데에서 그 방송과 신문을 막론하고 굉장히 전체 어떤 상황을 심도 있게 들여다볼 수 있도록 구성하는 프로들이 굉장히 많거든요, 보도가. 그래서 그런 걸 중심으로 보면서 다양한 의견이라던가 뭐 맥락이라던가 정보라던가 이런 걸 취하는 편이고, 그 이후에 되면 그런 보도를 보고 나면 다른 궁금함들도 다 연결이 되더라고요. 그래서 그런 방식으로 조금 언론을 사용하고 있고, 그리고 매체들 저희 구독하는 것도 많은데 그 구독하는 매체들 중에서 다른 데선 하지 않는 보도들을 주로 이제 구독하기도 해요. 저희 뭐 옥천신문 같은 것들도 구독해서 보거든요. 그래서 그럴 때 좀 많은 도움을 얻고 있습니다.
예, 옥천신문 구독하시면 배달까지.
네, 옥천신문 구독하면 매주마다 배달이 온답니다.
예. 아주 대표적인 지역 신문이고 구독 모형으로 잘 운영되고 있는 신문이죠. 아주 모범적인 신문입니다. 이게 다들 6분의 답을 한번 들어봤는데요. 제 팁까지는 아니고 저도 이제 나름대로 그 언론에 대해서 고민을 하는 사람이니까 저는 반드시 구독하는 언론, 후원하는 언론, 그리고 되도록이면 많이 봐주는 언론들을 정해놓습니다. 타이틀만 정해놓는 건 아니고요. 근데 후원은 확실히 타이틀이 중요하죠. 그래서 기본적으로 제 돈을 쓰겠다라는 생각을 많이 하고 있고요. 또 한 가지는 이거는 뭐 제 입장이니까 아마 가능한지 모르겠습니다만, 언론재단에서 매월 발행하시는 이제 신문과 방송이라는 월간지가 있는데 여기서 다행히 저한테 지면을 주셔서 대담하는 그런 글을 쓰는데요. 칭찬할 만한 분은 반드시 찾아서 확실하게 칭찬을 해드립니다. 그게 얼마나 영향력이 있을지 모르겠지만 그분께도 굉장한 도움이 됐으면 좋겠고 그분의 영향력이 많이 커져갔으면 좋겠다, 이런 생각을 많이 하면서 그걸 퍼뜨리려고 상당히 노력을 하는, 대신 제목 장사하는 언론은 절대 보지 않습니다. 이게 제 나름의 팁이라고 말씀을 드리고요. 오늘 시민이 말하다라고 하는 게 아마 이번 저널리즘 주간에, 이 3번째 저널리즘 주간에 가장 중요한 모토를 담고 있는 가장 중요한 세션이었다고 저는 과감히 한번 얘기해 보겠습니다. 사실 그 언론인들이 제일 좋아하는 그 명언과 문구 중에 하나가 아마 토머스 제퍼슨이 얘기한 정보 없는 신문을 차라리 선택하지 신문 없는 정부를 선택하지 않겠다라는 말일 거예요. 근데 제가 이거 학교에서 가르칠 때마다 꼭 얘기합니다. 원문 찾아서 앞뒤 꼭 보라고. 신문을 찬양하기 위해서 한 말이 아니라 전제 조건을 깔고 있습니다. 신문이라고 하는 존재는 그 당시에 모든 공중의 여론을 정확하게 반영할 수 있는, 그 여론을 제대로 통치자에게 알려줄 수 있는 그런 수단이 돼야 되고, 모든 수용자들이 또는 독자들이 그 신문을 받아볼 수 있고 읽어낼 수 있는 그런 역량과 자세를 가지고 있어야 된다라는 말이 그 안에 담겨져 있죠. 다시 말하면 정부 없는 신문을 선택하겠다라는 그 의지만큼이나 신문 없는, 수용자 없는, 독자 없는, 시민 없는 신문이라는 건 불가능하다라는 그런 생각으로 오늘의 이야기를 마쳤으면 좋겠습니다. 함께해 주신 6분의 패널, 그리고 준비해 주신 언론진흥재단, 그리고 함께해 주신 시청자 여러분들 감사합니다.
네, 모두 수고 많으셨습니다. 제가 근데 유일하게 포커스 온
So I think this is actually one of the key sessions, as Professor Chung said. So thank you very much, Professor Chung, for moderating this session. And I'd like to also thank all the panelists for providing your information and opinions. We need a bit of time to rearrange our stage, so we are going to take a short break. So once stage arrangement is done, we'd like to move on to the next session. So 2022 KPF Journalism Conference is the last session of day 2. So this session is a collaboration between the Korean National Commission for the UNESCO and the Korea Press Foundation under the title of Media and Information Literacy for All and by All. So as for the key elements of a sustainable democratic society, we could say freedom of expression, access to information, and protection of human rights. So in terms of this, media information literacy is becoming a global topic. So in this session, 2 speakers from Greece and Norway will join us. So they are going to join us from here. So they will talk about the policies on media and information literacy education of the EU and Greece, as well as the efforts of the Norwegian Fact-Check Alliance on media and information literacy education. In addition, they plan to present the directions for educating media and information literacy as basic competencies for children to safely communicate and participate in society in a digital media environment. They will also discuss what the world can do to empower digital citizens. This last session consists of 3 presentations and a Q&A session. The first presenter is Mr. Irene Andriopoulou, Director of R&D at the National Audiovisual Media Communication Center in Greece. Could you please come up on the stage? And we also have Mr. Sof Kuras Carlson, President of TANK, a school media and information literacy curriculum development group under FACTIST. And we also have Professor Ami Kim from the Big Data Innovation Hub of Seoul National University. I'd like to invite our 3 presenters to the podium on the stage.
I'd like to introduce Mr. Irene Andriopoulou, the first presenter. He is the head of the Research Studies and Educational Program, ICOME, and he has been a media literacy journalist for 20 years and worked as a policy analyst. Since 2021, he has been a member of EU expert group on tackling disinformation and promoting digital literacy through education and training. He was selected as the co-chair of the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance. He is in charge of the research and education development of the Audiovisual Media Communication Center. Mr. Irene Andriopoulou, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the introduction and for the invitation to 2022 Journalism Week. It's my first time in South Korea and Seoul. They say that 3 times is a charm. Well, in my case, it was the 4th time, the 4th flight I had to catch to get here today. So even though I'm very tired, I'm very hyper excited to be with you today and be able to talk about media and information literacy as lifelong learning skills for all. Okay, let me start with an assumption that media is the significant other in our daily praxis. We live in an online, interconnected metamedia world. We're all creators, curators, consumers of content and information. We're mostly screen addicts, information-savvy citizens, and prosumers of all forms of media content and services. But are we true media and information literate citizens? This abundance of information sets the challenge for exploring media literacy skills away from traditional settings. So modern daily practical approach to media literacy is not followed by a reflective attitude towards the content, but rather by a craze on new techniques, on filters, on special effects for the most impressive high-impact followers attraction result. And to use the UNESCO definition, media and information literacy is the new alphabet of reading and writing through the media. Young people use new technologies today to communicate, to consume, to learn, to interact, to create, and to share media experiences. According to ECOME, the National Center of Audiovisual Media and Communication in Athens, Greece, according to the white paper we issued in 2018, through media and information literacy skills, citizens are no longer passive recipients of media messages, but they adopt an active and critical attitude towards the news agenda, making wiser choices and contributing to the quest for high-quality media content. Next slide. So you can see here also that UNESCO defines MIL as the skills to access, critically evaluate, and creatively express in the media and information providers field. It is a prerequisite for personal expression and social action. According to ECOME, we approach it in a threefold approach as basic skills, which are the technical, the elementary digital access skills, advanced skills which have the cognitive element, the critical engagement, the filtering, the evaluation of media messages, and vocational skills that have to do with professional development in the media industry. So MIL is related to all media, information, and digital technologies as a key constituent for well-informed, resilient, and sustainable democratic societies. As an interdisciplinary cross-cutting umbrella term set by UNESCO, MIL is for all, with the foundation human right of access to information and freedom of opinion and expression being in the epicenter according to Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. In the metamedia societies, societies where the relationship between the form, the medium, and the content is transformed due to media convergence, it is widely acknowledged that media play a vital role, and MIL is needed to promote democratic values set by Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. There are more specifically goals 4 and 11. So while it started as an academic school of thought somewhat 40 years ago, today, media and information literacy has a proven and powerful relationship with digital citizenship. And thanks to UNESCO's systematic efforts and its global leadership in the field, it has transformed into a global movement. And this, you can also find here the ecosystem set by UNESCO, all the subfields that are under the umbrella media and information literacy. So on the same premise, UNESCO MIL Alliance, UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance, it is a joint initiative set over a decade now with UNICEF, with European Commission, with Open Society Foundation, along other stakeholders, to promote networking and promote MIL as a composite field that may lead to more synergies and policies worldwide. These are the main objectives that the UNESCO MIL Alliance is working, and I have the honor to be the Co-Secretary General of the International Steering Committee of this alliance. And it's an experience that grows year by year, and we can see that the field is being transformed into the metamedia societies. Now, to better understand the core functions of media and information literacy, we should look at the 5 laws set by UNESCO. You can see here, law number 1, all media are used for critical civic engagement. Law number 2, MIL is for all. Every user is a creator of information. Number 3, media operate under certain norms that citizens should be aware of. They should be aware of the mechanism, of the operational structure of the media industry and the platforms. Number 4 refers to the rights of freedom of expression. And number 5, MIL is a lifelong, dynamic, lifelong learning, dynamic experience. It never stops. So, on a global scale, there is a painfully ironic dichotomy between the wealth of media availability and the form used by it made by the citizens. On this premise, media and information literacy education should start from an early school to equip young learners with the media autonomy needed against the challenges of the information chaos and disinformation. In parallel with typical education, we also need to develop it in lifelong learning context as a component of digital citizenship, and also journalists. They should be engaged in promoting MIL in conjunction with raising citizens' awareness on wise media content management and the new ethics of the metaverse. It is a challenge for all media professionals, for all citizens in formal and informal learning spaces. So these are the key fields that I will focus today. So some recent policy developments on media and information literacy in the European Commission and globally by UNESCO. We had the 22 UNESCO Global Media and Information Literacy Week that was completed successfully last week. Over 900 events took place globally about media and information literacy all over the world. And this Abuja Declaration on Global Financing for Media and Information Literacy, an imperative to fight against disinformation and build trust, was adopted by 65 countries. And it is referred that media and information literacy is a panacea. So I'm very impressed that they use the Greek word here, panacea, which is the holistic remedy to something. So media and information literacy is the panacea to the global scourge of fake news, disinformation, and misinformation, and it calls for development partners, for multilateral organizations and countries to commit to supporting and funding MIL. In light of the post-pandemic challenges and the digital growth trajectory, MIL is importantly mentioned during United Nations Transforming Education Agenda Summit 2022. It took place in New York this September, and MIL was for the first time mentioned and associated with digital skills, with critical thinking and digital skills. There is also the resolution encouraging national MIL policies and strategies adopted in 2020, and also the new guidelines for educators by the European Commission on how to tackle disinformation through digital literacy in school and lifelong learning settings. So these guidelines are accompanied by an all-inclusive policy report as a background paper support, were developed with the support of the Commission expert group on tackling disinformation and promoting digital literacy, which I had the honor to be part among a group of other experts from education, training, journalism, broadcasting, social media platforms. I will get back to these guidelines later. I would like to mention here that the core elements of media and information literacy also meet the learning impulses of a child. They are all about to inquire, to communicate, to construct, and to express, to engage with other people. And all these reaffirm the new media identities that exist today for children and young people. We're talking about the digital natives, as Prensky first said, whereas we as adults are the emigrants in this new land of the new media. We're talking about the Gen Z ambassadors, born between 1997 and 2012, a generation that have the shared common foundational characteristics on digital media. And we're talking about the screen-born nation, because from early on, all children, young children, they come across with a digital world which they can handle with great ease and comfort. So using MIL in school education with digital resources equip us with the principal cognitive tool to make good use of digital knowledge economies. Today, we live in digital knowledge economies, economies where one can buy, can sell, can create products, but also personas and lifestyles. And youth is a target group of this trend. So in order to bridge a bit the knowledge gap between traditional and new media and media and information literacy, it is necessary to engage a dual approach, and also that goes hand by hand with some major challenges. So we need to talk about upskilling, to shift from traditional alphabet skills to a new visual culture with abundant learning potentials. We need to talk about reskilling, enhancing traditional literary skills with new digital skills, and to meet students and pupils in their own environments, in their own platforms, in their own interests. This has a challenge that, challenge number one is to link MIL with civic skills to ensure an active citizenship, to make good use, to make wise content management and use open educational resources, content. Ladies and gentlemen, they say that content is the king, but the context into which the content is being produced and the medium, the platform, is the queen. And we all know how powerful a woman can be next to a man. So this is the top focus, quality content. We have to be able to critically manage, filter, I do not mean beauty filters, and share content as modern-day self-curators in ethical and proactive ways, and to explore it with the new educational pathways in the classroom. We need also to exercise pre-banking versus debunking skills, new definition, new vocabulary, new media habits. And challenge number 4, we need to see and approach MIL in the prism of artificial intelligence, which is dominant in our lives today. So as Alexandra Levoki-Sayad, co-chair of UNESCO Media Alliance, said, in the metaverse, what can we consider as real? How can we exercise our citizenship in environments of immersive reality? And also according to the recent best-selling book, Virtual Worlds and the Problems of Philosophy, the digital is not a second-hand reality. It is the hybrid world is real. It's here, even with an equal access across the globe. So it is true that today we in the highly intermediated societies, everyone today has its own opinion, its own volcano of opinions, that it is erupted depending on the news agenda, mainly through social media platforms. This phenomenon was magnified during the pandemic and the concurrent infodemic that followed it, making WHO, World Health Organization, to declare it even more dangerous phenomenon than the pandemic itself. So now, information chaos and disinformation are the two sides of the same coin. They refer to this social pathogenic phenomenon that reaches directly or indirectly all media users and has to do with the inability to digest, to manage media content through all media platforms. So this, combined with the democratic nature of the social media platforms where everyone has the power to publish, to share content, to influence public opinion, we can see that it may set a serious drawback to democratic procedures and public discourse. So these are some definitions set by the European Commission guidelines about disinformation, misleading information that is created, presented, and disseminated with the aim to cause public harm. And there is early evidence, research evidence, that increasing exposure to disinformation can prevent people accepting facts altogether and cause people to doubt the very value of science. We can also see the definition of misinformation and malinformation. Misinformation is misused, the information, and malinformation when it is created to use, to cause harm. So how exactly, where does MIL stand within all this? Is it an inevitable precaution measure linked with critical skills, or is it a timely resource for responding to this disinformation chaos? I would say both. You can see here some examples for MIL tips for parents and guardians, practical questions and tips that everyone can pose, can discuss with their children, within their families, and to have a more clear idea on how to tackle with disinformation. So, taking into account that it is best to inoculate citizens with MIL skills to avoid harmful effects, the European Commission just launched the new guidelines on digital literacy against disinformation for teachers and educators, accompanied by the policy paper for media stakeholders. So according to the EU Commissioner, now these guidelines teach our youth how to navigate the digital world, and even a teacher with no or little experience in digital education will now be able to effectively explain to students, to pupils, how to spot disinformation. It is a full analytical handbook, free to download in English, and there you can find teaching proposals, lessons plans, how to start guides, useful tips, case studies for educators, and a glossary, which for me is a perfect way to start discussing about the field. So for the teachers, please make use of this open educational resource, navigate through it and get inspired for your own projects. And for policymakers and media stakeholders, use the European Commission report with input from the member states and national experts and to reflect on working formats and concrete MIL policies and strategies. So according to UNESCO, the desire to believe can outweigh the desire to be properly informed. And this is our main challenge here, to fight the ephemeral nature of the news agenda worldwide, to navigate safely through the plethora of information, and to realize that we live in consciousness societies where media and digital stimuli are formative parts of our everyday life. These are some examples of UNESCO MIL Clicks. This is a youth initiative, social media initiative. You can find it online, and they offer many tips, infographics, and open educational resources free to download. So alongside this information, one of the other greatest challenge that we have is the so-called image crisis. We're talking about distortions, we're talking about deep fakes, the video, deep fakes, and distorted reality applications, and excessive filtering and that alters personal identities with virtual fantastic ones. Every time we come across a media text, be it article, news, image, we should automatically pose these following questions that originate from journalism theory. Who created the message? Questions about the media ownership. What is the message about? What does it aim to do? Where is it spotted? It's very important to analyze and filter the medium and the platform that it is spotted. You know, the McLuhan theory of the medium is the message. So when is it published? Very often we come across an article and we tend to share it automatically and then not paying attention at the date. Sometimes these articles are outdated. They are just clickbait articles. What techniques are used for narration? Storytelling, attraction headlines, visuals, hypertextuality, and how is it relevant to you? Is it actually relevant to you? Do you really need to know about this news? Is it relevant to the news agenda of your country at that period? Maybe yes, maybe not. Maybe this article is used to distract you, from something that is more interesting, more important, but it is the hidden agenda that the politicians don't want the citizens to know. These two UNESCO publications are open educational resources, free to download in many languages, and they can help you to start familiarize yourself with teaching MIL in school curriculum, but also in lifelong learning context. And this is another example of how to deconstruct an advertisement, to spot about the language that is being used, the media stereotypes represented, the symbols, the sign, everything is important and everything has a hidden meaning. So a few things about MIL for journalists, because this is the 2022 Journalism Week after all. So journalists are public advocates. They are watchdogs, they are gatekeepers, they have great power. But great power comes with great responsibilities, and especially times of crisis, and unfortunately we have many to reflect upon, many crises. As Aeschylus, the ancient Greek tragedian, said, the first casualty of the war is the truth. So objective news reporting and representation in the media online or offline sets a major challenge. And hence we need to realize that all media effects are part of a continuum and do not approach them in isolation with reality. And some common cognitive mistakes made by journalists are gathered here, that they give rise to fake news and disinformation. So we live in the fast food news society. There is lack of time, strict tight deadlines that deter one from cross-checking resources and facts. Often, many journalists, reporters stay at the first level, the preferred reading, the most popular angle of the story, and they want to affirm the popular consensus, but they end up giving us one side of the story. Also, it struggles with objective reporting with our own beliefs, our own attitudes, towards life. This is the confirmation bias that you may have heard of. And often, it is just lazy attitude, not biased. I mean, when it comes to sharing information, some people, some journalists may say that, well, I don't need to, bother looking further on to cross-check this information, this article. Again, some more examples for Checkology, the News Literacy Network. All these will be available online afterwards. So, news reporting should be in line with NIEL standards to acquire a critical and ethical stance against disinformation and promote public democratic discourse in our participatory cultures. We need more upskilling and expertise on fact-checking and related network, and our next speaker is going to focus on that. We need to know how the media operate, to know the media architectures, the new media architectures and mechanisms. We need to know about how social media operate, the algorithms, the filter bulbs, the role of the whistleblowers, the echo chambers, the digital footprints. All these are new definitions, new terms that journalists have to be very well, they have to be very familiar, equipped with. They have to know these notions, these terms, in order to better report for the public. They also need to know what internet neutrality is and the perplexing role of the internet service providers and OTTs, over-the-top providers, or what is the GAFAM. Also the streaming platforms. For instance, the spread of disinformation is further fueled by the fact that online platforms, they do not fall under the former definition of publisher. They are not considered as traditional publishers, which implies that standard media regulations do not apply to them. And we see that in practice with Facebook and all this disinformation wave. Also, need to know about oversight journalism, the news intelligence, in fact, especially active in times of crisis, and to link with intercultural dialogue and interdisciplinary reporting. So, I would like to end with an article of Arundhati Roy that was published in Financial Times in March 2020. The article was called "The Pandemic is a Portal," and it has kept me thinking ever since I read it. In reference to the pandemic, the writer said that even though it may seem as a portal to dystopia that time, and it was in the beginning, on a deeper level of reflection, the pandemic can be a getaway between one world, the past world, and the next one, the new one, a better one, as a turning point in history through a transformative shift in thinking and action. And this realization can be perfectly explained through the social prism of media and information literacy, where it can act as a bridge between the old and the new media, the old and the new world. And it is actually a chain gain effect. We need more actions, more synergies, more resources and awareness campaigns that lead to strategies, that lead to policies, that lead to national NIEL policy infrastructures. And we see media and information literacy as the only optimum way to succeed towards cultivating an emotional digital intelligence for self-development. We need to be emotionally digital intelligent people. And a learning revolution for knowledge-driving metamedia societies to enjoy the maximum benefits of a highly interconnected world. Let's make this happen. And you are in control of that. As an ancient proverb says, when at the beach, it's better to learn how to swim rather than build a walled garden. So let us all become the new media and information literate swimmers of our metamedia future. Thank you very much for your attention.
네.
Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation.
So let's hear from our second presenter. He's all the way from Norway. So our next presenter is Mr. Sovkras Carlsen, CEO of Tenk under Faktisko No, which is a Norwegian press association. Please give him a big hand. So Mr. Carlsen established Tenk, a school media and information literacy NIEL curriculum development group on the Faktisk.no, a Norwegian fact-checking organization. So Tank provides a resource for teachers, students, librarians, and others to share the latest knowledge about media literacy. So Tank also helps schools and the media work together. So, Mr. Carlson, you now have the floor.
감사합니다. Thank you for having me. And first, I have to give my strongest condolences for the tragic event has been here during the Halloween. I visited Itaewon yesterday, and the Street of Flowers made a strong impression on me when I was visiting it. I brought me some preps. You know, I've been a teacher for 14 years, so teachers always bring something so you can relate to. This is our bag from my apartment with our signature drawing showing how young people are influenced by different platforms. And on the back, it's a Norwegian question, I'll translate it to English, which will be something like, where did you get your information from? And the other thing I will present for you here in the start is this card stop calling Talk, which is cards helping parents and adults to talk with their kids about what they're doing online. And these 2 points towards what some of the parts that we'll talk about. It is information comes in new ways, and adults has to be empowered to be a part of this discussion with their youths.
الله أكبر الله أكبر.
Well, these videos appeared emerged on children's feed on TikTok in the fall of 2021 in Norway. Disturbing scenes with desperate civilians trying to escape from the Taliban soldiers in Kabul. All those kids turned to their teachers asking, what are we going to do with these videos? Is they legit? And the teachers had a big problem because they haven't seen this content. And they hadn't even heard of it because they have only watched the news. And also this was an eye-opener for the teachers because suddenly they understood that their children wasn't using the normal media, but they were finding information and news from the social media. And they turned to us in Tank and asked, what are we going to do with this? And we know from surveys that youth in Norway uses social media as their primary source of information. Almost everyone has an account on at least one social media platform. And also, when we look at the surveys showing what kind of social media youth are using, we see that platforms which has visual contents dominates where the youth are getting information as well. But the problem as well is that youth are not just only on one of these platforms. They are combining the different platforms. So in the first place, they are probably picking up rumors from, for example, Discord, which is a gaming server. And then they distribute these rumors on Snapchat. They go to Instagram to be inspired. They relax on TikTok. And they go to YouTube to be educated. This leads to that the youth are meeting the same claims over and over again, and they are not aware that they are listening to a source, nor are they aware of that this source can have an agenda with the information. And suddenly, they have met a lie 1,000,000 times and have shared it as a fact, because youth are not only consumers, they provide information. And then it's another problem, because you got your information from a trusted friend, and it's really hard to be critical. So to go back to my organization, Faktisk, many has asked me about it. It started in 2017 after the presidential election in 2016 in the United States, and the awareness of fake news rised. In Norway, we gathered all the big media companies to create fact-checks organization. Faktisk actually mean actually, and that's because often when you talk about facts, you think, oh wait, this is actually the truth. And then Norway is only 5.5 million people, so those fact checks had such a big audience. So we have to cooperate to have the fact checks free, so everyone can get it. And also the fact that fake news is moving really fast compared to fact checks. We have to gather all those good sources, good works, to make sure that everyone gets the facts straight. So those media outlets go together and provide free fact checks for all citizens in Norway, and they also provide this on their platform as well. So in 2019, 2 years later, we established TENK, which is the Norwegian name of Think. And the goal was to adapt knowledge and skills from fact-checking into the classroom. The goal was to empower teachers to have updated knowledge and lesson plans so can answer to the challenges they meet in the daily life. Almost as a newsroom, where we post each week new lessons plans or teaching materials. All employees in TENK are teachers. In 2021, we started Insights department, or analytics department, who was able to analyze huge amounts of data and provide insights of how mis and disinformation spreads online. The goal is to understand how platforms and different groups impact on the public discourse, because it's not that easy to understand how it moves these days. When the war started, the Ukrainian war started in February 2022, a new challenge arose. It was a problem to verify the information from the outside of Ukraine because there were hardly any journalists left. Pictures and videos sent from millions of smartphones were telling stories that impacts the way we saw the war. The lies were so easy to spot, but still we saw that we didn't see all the lies. So then all these media corporations moved together again and cooperated, and the goal was to share knowledge across newsrooms, build knowledge across newsroom and learn from each other. And then take this knowledge back to your newspaper or news outlet. All these departments now provide insight and knowledge to from different professions. It builds resistance against mis and disinformation, and now we have the government with us. This is a question about national security. Then again, we have to use professions with boots on the ground that can give this information to youth and to different part of the Norwegian society. That could be news organizations, journalists, teachers, social workers, or librarians. So long we have been looking at the information and how it works, but what is happening if we turn the spotlight to the young ones? How is media literacy skills among youth in Norway? Well, often we believe that they have a high skill of media literacy. And in a way, it's true that they are better than the older ones. They are quick to use new opportunities like platforms and tech, but are they digital natives? Well, sorry to say, but it seems like that we have a tend to overrate media literacy skills among youth. Some education they do have, but they have a lack of knowledge of systematic techniques on how to spot dis and misinformation. Often we end up with the technique that what looks nice is true and what looks bad is not true. This leaves them in a terrible way because those who are making mis and disinformation are using platforms and techniques that is really easy to influence. And also, young people don't understand how search engines and social media platforms works as a provider of information. So, what do we do? Well, first of all, we look to the adults in the room, teachers and parents and others who are working with the kids and have the trust from kids. They need updated knowledge and tools so they have the confidence to start to work with media literacy and source criticism. We started with the teachers because they know their class. They are professionals, they are trained to do teaching, but they need tools which are adapted to the classroom. So they can facilitate discussions and show both to themselves and its students that it's not dangerous to have a discussion about controversial questions. And they also had to use the classroom and show that diversity is a positive thing. Because if you have the diversity, you can build resistance and you have different people that can see different aspects of information, and there can be different people asking the questions, where is the information from? So every week we are posting lesson plans, movies, and graphics to these 6 different topics about fact-checking, source awareness, fake news, graphics and numbers, radicalization, and conspiracy theories. It's really important to address the viral content from the youth feed because it's moving really fast. So we need to catch up on trends, news, and other sources. Here is one of the posters that we made and distributed to classrooms all over Norway. It's actually a list of how can you spot mis and disinformation. And we also say to the teachers, beware that this is our example. You should have your students to make their own list, so when they meet something, they know what to look for. And above all, we say to teachers and youth, beware of news and information that appeals to strong emotions, like anger and fear. Because when you come at that place, you're really vulnerable to be misled. And then, back to my little box here, this one. We launched it this Monday, so it's quite new. But the thing is that we worked together with university in Norway and in Europe and EU, and we saw that a lot of adults only talk with the kids about how long time you are going to stay on your screen. It's like putting your kids on the road and say, okay, stay there, but just for an hour. And what are you going to do on the road for an hour? You don't care. We don't do that, and we shouldn't do that on screen either. So these cards has 3 topics. It's social media, digital everyday life, and then gaming. And all those questions are not critical, but more to build a relationship between the parents, between the teachers, and the kids. So for example, like this one for gaming, who are you in the gaming world? And then students can start to discuss this with the parents and explain why is this character important to them. Or for example, this one from Digital Everyday Life. Show your top 3 emojis and explain how you use them. And often we see that parents are really, really old in the way they use the emojis, and the kids get a good laugh. And then finally on the social media, have 50,000 followers on TikTok or 5 good and close friends in your life. Explain and elaborate. So here's the point, that they can discuss this in peacetime. So when the kids have a problem, when things are not going well, they can know that they can talk about this to their parents or to the teacher, and they can talk about scary things as well they have met online. But often this is about how do we interact with the screen and what are we doing there. It is also important to talk about the platforms and how they provide information, because video and pictures are really hard to fact check. But it's also really hard to understand the impact for those who are using it. Youth say that they are aware of algorithms when we talk to them. But when you see them in live action with different apps, they have no clue how the algorithms works with them, and the big problem is to know what they're not seeing. So here you can see an example of how we are creating movies, which we put inside the learning lessons plan. It's in Norwegian, but the text in English. And the thing is to explain to youth how the algorithms works.
Har du lurt på hvorfor TikTok vet hva du er interessert i? Da er du ikke alene. Den siste tiden har flere TikTok-brukere tatt opp nettopp dette.
Okay, has anyone else noticed that your For You page has been a little too accurate lately?
For det er jo nesten som om at appen kan lese tankene dine, men kan den det? Grunnen til at TikTok vet hva du vil ha, ligger i deres hemmelige algoritmer. Disse algoritmene styrer blant annet hvilke videoer du får se i din For You-page. Offisielt så sier TikTok at det er like klikk, delinger, hvem du følger og hva du ser på, som avgjør hvilke videoer du får se. Men stemmer egentlig det? For å finne ut av dette opprettet den amerikanske avisen The Wall Street Journal hundrevis av automatiske kontoer, såkalte bots. Hver konto fikk utdelt egenskaper som alder og forskjellige interesser de skulle velge videoer ut fra. Og ganske så raskt så dukket det opp et mønster. Og det viser seg at TikTok-algoritmene kun trenger å følge med på én ting. Og det er hvor lenge du ser på en video. Så for hver gang du ser på en video, og hvor lenge du ser på videoen, eller om du ser videoen om igjen, så følger appen med på hva du gjør. Og plasserer hvem du er, og hva du ønsker å se. Og til flere videoer du ser, jo mer presist klarer TikTok å finne ut av hva du ønsker å se, og vise deg mer av nettopp det. Og til slutt så kan det jo da virke som om at TikTok leser tankene dine.
So we aim for that the movie should not be more than 1 minute, maybe sometimes 2 minutes with a lot of information, but basically around 1 minute. And it's supposed to set a tone for the lesson and challenge the students to find what does this mean for your life. It is really important to say that our lesson plans has to fit with the curriculum, so that the teachers can teach media literacy as a part of the normal lessons in any subject. New trends and new impact emerge all the time, and often it's really connected to those different apps they are using. And new platforms create new ways of spreading trends. So it's really important to know the different platforms for how they're working, and then we can see that information floats in a new way, but it's still information.
I know what you're chasing, you can only get this feeling from a dog. You can only get this feeling from a dog. Tears falling and it's licking in your cup. All you really want is love. Baby, all you really want is love.
So this one is for the my 5 a.m. morning routine, and it's about how to have a perfect life, how to have a perfect morning. And everyone asks me, okay, this is not information, it's just inspiration. Well, the problem is that this is a lot of information. This is the information on how you're going to eat, how you're going to get your life in shape, how you're going to train your body. And this is actually information that you need from an expert. And this you get from an influencer who has no knowledge at all. And this is also a problem because it's giving the youth an idea that they can use social media to get advice on how to have their life. And we need to lift this up and make sure that youth understand that this is talk about information. Because in this case, it might have been well, and you might have been inspired for something well, but in the next time you can meet some information who really challenges your life. I don't know if you know this guy, but he was really trending this summer in Norway. His name is Andrew Tate, and he was in the feed of many young boys in Norway. He was popular across platforms, and the boys loved him for his straight talk about taking care of your life and decide how you want to be and to be a successful guy. Girls hated him for his hate speech towards women. For example, he told the boys to control their destiny by controlling their girl, that boys cannot cheat on their girl because there was training. He also promoted his university, learning how to be successful, and he asked all his followers to share his content and get paid from him. Then all the young boys in Norway, or many of them, met his face and message on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, and it was provided from other people who them trust. And then they heard this a million times, and as you know, a lie told a million times become a fact. Then he got cancelled from all the big platforms, and many boys talked about cancel culture. The problem was that Andrew Tate was cancelled because of fraud, lies, and hate speech. Teacher has to understand this, and they have to have this information. And this was not information they had ready before this summer. So you have to answer it really, really fast. When the Russians invaded Ukraine and the war unfolded also online, TikTok, it suddenly became the war of TikTok, or TikTok war, as we call it in Europe. We had small glimpses that made history. This video got millions of reaction when it was posted right after February 24th this year.
Снимаю, братуха! Бля, чуть-чуть высоковато.
He was called the happy parachuter, but he was actually reposting this. It was posted again, first time in the 25th of August in 2015, and he only got 65 likes. We have to understand that likes are like money. The more you have likes, the more money you get. But on the other hand, it's easy to fact check this. It's easy to check accounts online and on social media. But when you're not aware of that this is information, you don't do your fact check. And this also built a story about a strong and powerful Russian army that everyone was afraid of. We have to tell them this is information. Another example that we saw in the beginning of the war was the Ghost of Kiev. They were using the terms of gaming, and so far into the war, we had only heard great stories about the Russian army. Everyone was looking for something from the Ukrainians. And when this underdog suddenly appeared, everyone was cheering for him. They wanted this underdog to win. They were using terms from the gaming world, and all the boys related to it. What they didn't see was that this was actually an animation from the video game who was launched in 2013, and the Ghost of Kiev never existed. Also, the Ukrainian Foreign Department posted this good luck message on Twitter, so it's really hard to know, okay, what is the source I can trust here? But there were a lot of us who lost this one. And therefore, we often talk with youth and adults that you have to build a relation to a trusted source. So you know what you're going to go, where you're going to go when it's trouble. You have to build a relationship during peacetime, so you can have the source for later. So to sum it up, train the trainers is how we work. Build local networks and collect knowledge from different professions and share to everyone. It's really important to share. The information is really, it's going to die really fast, so you have to create new information all the time. It's like a war. You have the other side who's making money or political power, so they would change the way they're doing as fast as you can create something against it. Create update learning materials that support the curriculum you already have, so teachers can use this in their classroom really fast. Develop tools and techniques that can be used in the classroom, because when you are with youth and you are in the classroom, you have to have specific tools so it's easy to adopt them. And make youth understand that information is not only at schools or in newspapers. The information you get influence your choices. And finally, empower parents and adults to talk with youth about the information they meet online, because it's important that we have everyone represented on the stage. 감사합니다.
네, 좋은
Once again, thank you very much for your presentation.
Next, I would like to invite Ms. Kima Mi, the research professor at Seoul National University of Big Data Innovation College. Please welcome Professor Kim with a big hand. She majored in media literacy education at University College London, UK, and worked as an associate research fellow at Gyeonggi Research Institute for Education. Currently, she is a research professor at Seoul National University, and she studies the big data innovation, and she conducts a lot of research projects. Professor Kim, you have the floor. Thank you very much for a kind introduction. My name is Kim Abi. Good to see you all. Now it's 5:30, and we are approaching the time that people leave office. So I want to thank you for attending this session until the end of the program. And I know that many people are joining online. And today I want to talk about the research that I am conducting now. And I think my presentation will be quite related to the previous presentations that we have heard in this session. As I listened to the two presentations, what I was impressed and agreed to is that our media environment is changing very fast, and the media literacy should be catching up with the fast changing. Then what should be the media literacy education? And we are not close to the new generation, but we have to support the new generation who are the digital natives. So regarding these issues, we will have in-depth discussion in the round table. And for those who are joining us online, if you have any question, please put up your questions on the YouTube channels or Metaverse. The topic that I'm talking today about is very long: the media information literacy for children's digital rights and how to deal with online conflict and bullying. So I have a lot to talk about. So that's why this title is so long. Simply put, as we enter the digital society, that we are transitioning to digital society, we see a lot of problems. For example, cyberbullying or the sexual harassment online. So a lot of bullying types are emerging. And when we listen to the news, we all think about the necessity of media literacy, and we talk about the school's responsibility to conduct the media literacy education. But in reality, on the ground, it is difficult to conduct the media literacy for school children because we are not fully prepared about when it comes to pedagogy, the methods about the media literacy. So from the perspective of the older generation, I want to suggest that we should have this, the younger generation's perspective as we design the media literacy education. And also we need to think about the children's point of view that should be considered in designing media literacy education. As previous speaker said, the media information literacy, and this term is very popular these days. And I got a lot of questions about the difference between the media literacy and information literacy, but we'll talk about it later. And when we talk about the digital literacy or digital media literacy, we focus on the usage of digital area, or how to respond to the digital world and how to navigate in the cyber world. And the media literacy education focus on to supporting people to live in a digital society. But now, as we experience pandemic, we entered the untagged life. So as we live in this cyber space-based digital world, we need to think about what the children are doing and how can we ensure the safe digital world for our children. So I want to talk about the digital media literacy with a focus on the protection of children's rights. And to that end, we need to think about the digital skills and to help them raise their voice to transform the environment that they are in. This is also important, and also the competency to navigate the digital environment and the digital skills. All these are the competencies of the digital media literacy. The media literacy first focused on the cyberbullying. So when it comes to the cyberbullying, we define it as a violence that is occurring online. In 2021, the UNESCO released a document regarding the cyberbullying, and it deals with the responses to the cyberbullying. And I found the characteristics of the cyberbullying based on that report, and the cyberbullying happens repeatedly, and what happens once spread through online sharing, and it is intentional and clearly intended to harm the victim. It is not a mistake. The cyberbullying has an intention. So when there is an intentional element, we call it cyberbullying. And it shows the imbalance of power, and it has a long-term damage. And these are the characteristics of cyberbullying. But when you think about cyberbullying, we see a lot of cyberbullying or violent acts or behaviors are observed, but many types of those violent acts are not necessarily cyberbullying. The malicious comments are not categorized into this cyberbullying definition. But we need to perceive cyberbullying from a broader perspective. But if we overly react to a cyberbullying, it may also lead to a worsening situation. And we need to have to consider the different types of online mediated conflicts and cyberbullying. And if we focus on cyberbullying, it may lead us to interpret risks in the cyber world that children experience too narrowly. And that is based on the UNESCO report. We got a support from the UNESCO Korean office, and I conducted this research. So we have this research going on titled The Online Conflict and Cyberbullying That Children Are Experience, Case Study, and the Media Literacy Education Response. So we conducted this research and we make a case analysis. So what the cyberbullying is, we are seeing has many different types of cyberbullying. And because of that, it is difficult for schools to provide the education for children and how to respond to the cyberbullying. So we educators need to provide some guidelines for schools. So we organized the panel that are composed of the panelists who are in their 20s. So we made a case study. So we surveyed the cyberbullying that they have experienced and the cyberbullying that today's children are exposed to. So these types of cyberbullying were categorized into different sections. So we want to make a commonalities on of those cyberbullying cases. So now the cyberbullying response education is going on, and most of the education is focused on the helping the emotional side of children who experience cyberbullying. But when it comes to cyberbullying or cyber conflict, the people say that the media literacy should play a role in response to cyberbullying. So I want to talk about the media environment in relation to cyberbullying and the media literacy education. The research that I'm conducting is not finished yet, so I cannot explain all the researches that I have been doing. So I want to just focus on 2 cases of cyberbullying and what kind of media literacy can be considered for those cases. I will talk about that. You may remember in 2019. Soli or Kuara, the famous celebrities, suffer from the malicious, the rumors and the comments, and those 2 celebrities kill themselves. So now many celebrities have become suicidal because of the cyberbullying. In 2019, that celebrities incident drew attention, and then we took an action to remove all the malicious comments that are uploaded on the celebrities' websites or the social media or the articles online. Now, the malicious comments for the celebrities, however, are still spreading. So still cyberbullying for celebrities are occurring. So the platforms spread the videos that slander not just celebrities, but the ordinary people, including those who faced a tragic event in the Itaewon disaster. So I am not sure whether you can read this. After the survey, we had this interview, and we listened to Soo-yeon, whose name is Soo-yeon. And she said, I was watching a celebrity video on YouTube, and a video popped up, and it was a channel that produces rumors related to a famous celebrity on YouTube. So a very famous celebrity related the rumors or spreading, and there were a lot of comments on it. And then I wondered why these malicious comments are there, and I thought that those video creators want to draw attention from the public, and sometimes they may want to expose something about the celebrity to the public, or the viewers they usually write malicious comments in many cases, and sometimes they write the malicious comments because they do not like the celebrities of the video. And so when a video such as that the malicious type of video is uploaded, the followers just sympathize the malicious comments. And there were the cyberbullying types. And the first type is that there are the videos that have a very strong impact on the watcher's mind, and those kinds of contents are created seamlessly. and the creator leaves the favorable comments and removes the unfavorable comments. So we could see those unfavorable comments are erased quickly, and the favorable comments remain there. And this type of malicious act does not stop at YouTube. And this type of video is spreading not just to YouTube, but to other social media like TikTok. So the online mediated cyberbullying has this type of characteristics. So far, I've talked about the video that are targeted at the celebrities, but actually there are many videos that target the young children. There are a lot of cases that we observed that the cyberbullying that is occurring on the children, and the characteristics of that type of bullying is that one versus many people, and many people here means that the many assailants, many attackers, and that one person is the victim who doesn't know what to do about the cyberbullying. And this is occurring quite often online, and the false information or the disinformation spreads quickly. It does not end at one platform, it spreads to multiple platforms. Also, as the number of sympathizers increase, the rumors are sometimes perceived as true. I should be very careful about the wording that I'm choosing. Those sympathizers, rather than have a critical review of the comments, they just simply act to the malicious comments. But those followers' comments or the responses are regarded as some evidence that support the malicious or disinformation. And the second type is about the public discussion. I believe you have heard a lot about public discussion. As for one particular, we raise questions and have public discussions. There is easy public discussion when just one person raises a question and then lead to public discussion online. So as I conduct a research on public discussion, I have this subtle perspective. When we talk about the platform, people say the platform can engage more people, reflect different ideas and opinions that can be used as a tool to transform the world. So we raise an issue online and create a public discussion to solve some problem. And this type of act happens a lot, but sometimes it is accompanied by some cyberbullying. And this is very small that I captured an image there. There is an online community which runs based on anonymity. So students join the community and they share their stories. So whether children share their story of going to a bar and enjoying their time. And the conflict escalated as the identity of the accuser or subject of accusation was disclosed based on information in the post. The private conversations on a mobile platform can be disclosed on the platform, and that leads to a public discussion sometimes. And that type of public discussion portrays the persons in the private conversation negatively. But this community runs on anonymity, so no one is held responsible for that situation. So the anonymity gives many people freedom to express what they think, want to say freely. So the platform can be a credible space, but at the same time, it can be a space where the misinformation, disinformation will spread. So people want to know who say this, so they request sometimes the identity of the comment creators. Sometimes they just point out whom they assume to be the content creator, and then it leads to a further disputes and conflicts online. The type 2 cyber characteristics, the characteristics of the another type of cyberbullying. I think the public discussion has its advantage, but at the same time, public discussion can be very vague. So one may want to solve a problem that one has through the public discussion, but others want to just use the public discussion to dispose the others the weak point. So in that case, that public discussion can have another malicious intention. So there are a lot of feeds and posts that lead to public discussion with a malicious intention. The children's experience cyberbullying, and children have private discussion, but those private conversations may be open to everyone on the public platform, and that lead to another problem. So this is the border, the boundary between the private discussion and public discussion blurring. Then when it comes to media literacy, what can we do? So as I discussed with the youth panelist, it was a very controversial issue. So once that a particular topic was in the public discussion, some people just sometimes say, just let it go. So we have to recognize the digital media environment is where the boundaries between the private communications are blurred. And we have to also think about why the public discussion is happening and the purpose. And these should be included in designing the media literacy education. And also, we need to think about whether I have a prejudice or not to determine the certain information or the comment. So that would be the subjects to be discussed when we design the media literacy education. And also, we need to discuss the sound solutions to solve problems and what kind of communications or expressions are needed to solve a social issue in the digital environment. And that is also needs to be discussed when we provide a digital literacy education. So when we talk about the digital literacy with a focus on the protection of digital children's rights, we need to investigate and understand what kind of cyberbullying the children are experiencing. And that is related closely to the everyday life as an adult. So we need to be responsible for what is happening. And also we need to understand the characteristics of the digital media environment and how the conflicting situations mutually affect each other. And also, we need to think about what kind of impact my comment would have. And also, the credibility of information, even if it has a large number of sympathizers, should be criticized. So we are discussing the digital media literacy education from the perspective of citizenship. So we have to discuss the digital citizenship and the ethics as we promote digital media literacy. And there are a lot of issues that media literacy can handle. The policymakers and the businesses or the educators or the children experts, all these should receive the media literacy education as well. So after my presentation, we'll have the round table to discuss what we can do and how we can make a better and healthy digital world. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for your presentation. So from now on, we'd like to begin a roundtable session and a Q&A as well. So for this session, will be moderated by Professor Ami Kim. So we actually see some questions being posted on our channel. So please. Thank you. So now I'm a moderator. So let's begin our last session. So we are given 30 minutes for this session, and we have two speakers. So you will be listening to our two speakers from abroad will be listening to interpretation. So I will try to pace myself so that you can understand me. And I would like to open the floor to what kind of information or what kind of discussions that you'd like to have. So if you have any questions in the audience, you can also let us know. So maybe we will open the floor first. And then I will move on to questions on YouTube. So
you talked about the UNESCO MIL. The UNESCO has conducted the media literacy definition development. As you said, it focused on the lifelong learning education. So the children and the young generation who just start the cyber world activity, but also the adults. So all members of society should have the media literacy. And what is interesting is that it is like the alphabet. The media literacy is the necessary item that is like the alphabet, and the digital citizenship related MIL education, which also mentioned, and you also mentioned the MIL in school, the children who are digital natives, and also the John Dewey's the philosophy learning by doing was also mentioned. So it was inspiring. So we are talking about the current situation, but the learning by doing is still important element when it comes to education. The digital media environment is changing, and the UNESCO MIL approaches a different methodologies like AI, and you also emphasize the importance of using different tools. So it was a very good presentation and gave us a good insight. The EC digital literacy guideline was also introduced. And you also mentioned the key elements like meme and other key. How can we interpret those and understand those? You presented about that. So the audience, it was a very good presentation. So please.
And as for Mr. Carlson, it was really interesting to know that the word tank means think in Norwegian language. And in terms of your cards that you showed us, it was actually for having dialogues in the classroom with students. So as I told you, our youth in this era, the environment for media environment for our children is really different for media environment that we once had as adults. So those cards has these intriguing questions. I know that you can also download from the own internet. So I hope that you can all use the cards for your own teaching and conversation. So one of the really inspiring thing was that children watch the information on TikTok. What should we do? And then when they asked the question, the teachers actually didn't know what happened, what was happening. So this is why we need to train the trainers as well, and they need to have understanding of the media environment that is exposed to our children. So if we see posts on Instagram or TikTok, we normally don't think that it's a subject for fact-checking, but that kind of information and short-form videos are also, they also need to be fact-checked. So you also mentioned, Mr. Carlson, that as I think it's the same for all of you, we need to stop judging. It's not like misinformation stops in one platform because it's exposed in other platforms as well. So misinformation, the spread of that information doesn't stop at YouTube. So you need to fact check not only in one platform, but you also need to pay attention how this misinformation is spread out throughout other platforms. So you told me that the members of TANK are all teachers and you work with the media industry to understand the latest trends and you put that into media material, class materials. We actually had a tea time before this session, and one of the things that he shared with me was that you create these materials, study materials. It doesn't matter if you that is now useful in 2 months' time because we really need to update ourselves in creating and create updated materials. So MIL, education, and the response to the current media environment and also what activities that TANK are doing. So we talked about these. So one of the things, we had several things in common. I think some of the things that we actually talked in common include, in this ever-changing media environment, educators who create study materials and how can we keep up with that fast changing trends. So as an educator or policymaker or institution or researchers, we find it so difficult to keep up with the trend. So I am sure that you all have your own answers to this. Could you please give your answers and share your ideas? Maybe Ms. Irene first?
Yes, thank you. Yes, it's difficult, and the society keeps asking so many things from the educators. I mean, they should keep in pace with the fast food new society, with all the new technologies, the trends, everything, and they also have to take into account the traditional pedagogy models and to adjust to the new trends. So we keep asking from them a lot. There is not one solution for everything. It's a combined situation. It's a combined procedure. I mean, in Greece, we have launched last year the National Network on Media Literacy. So it is as a partnership with the Ministry of Education of Greece. And it is focused on train the trainers, as also Solveig said. So train the trainers. We organize monthly or twice a month workshops for educators for all school levels, early childhood, primary, secondary education, on media literacy, on the internet, on screen literacy, on traditional media like television. And we try to discuss, to engage with them with the new trends. And then we urge them, we motivate them to showcase, to practice in the classroom some of the examples that we present them, that we show them, and then come back with their feedback and the students' impressions and reactions to this. So we want to transform the knowledge and then let them take it into the classroom and into the students. Another way is the awareness-raising campaigns by the broadcasters, such as by global stakeholders such as UNESCO, the Media Literacy Week. We have a Greek Media Literacy Week, also the global. It was a European Media Literacy Week some 2 years ago. So you need awareness-raising that it is supported by the media industry and the media broadcasters. So to reach all kinds of social groups. And then you need to have, all these should be supported by a regulatory framework. If the teachers don't have the space to talk about these things, don't have the time, I mean, in Greece, the curriculum is overcrowded. I mean, they struggle to find some time, but in the recent 2 years, there is this like 2-3 hours in the week that you can talk about issues that have to do with media literacy. So you need an enabling regulatory framework by the Ministry of Education, by the other ministries of communication, to be able to bring these issues and have adequate time to discuss and elaborate. And regarding that, I would like also to ask Selva about train the trainers. You said that in tech, all employers are educators. So in Greece, it's difficult to bring journalists in the classroom. It is doable, it happens, but usually the strength and the burden is upon the teachers themselves. They have to know, they have to be a little bit of journalists, they have to be directors, they have to be reporters, a little bit of everything. So do you actually go to schools and have school visits and integrate these questions and these exercises, or you leave it to the teachers?
Good questions. Really interesting to hear what you're talking about. But first of all, the problem here is that teachers are like the key person in the room, and always has to be, because they know their students and the students has trust in them. But I will go back to before we started Tank. It was a really big discussion who is gonna run this school apartment. And I don't know if you think the same way, but the journalists in Norway always think that journalists can do whatever. And my boss, he went to a school and he was introduced to tell about fake news and Donald Trump, and he was fighting all this. And then in the room, it was from 10th grade to 1st grade. First graders in Norway is like 6 years old. And this was in the fall. And he was standing there looking at like 200-300 students and like, okay, what I'm going to tell them. And then the question comes, what about Slender Man? He was like a gaming character, and he was like, no, he's fake news. And then it was right after Halloween, and they was like, killer clowns, are they real? And he was like, no. They are also fake news. And you know, after Halloween, we have Christmas. So my boss was just a little too quick, and he was like, well, you know, Slenderman and the Killer Clowns and Santa Claus, they're the same, they're fake news. And you should see the faces to the first graders. So at that point, he decided that it has to be teachers who work in tech. And we are 5 teachers right now working full-time and have a lot to do. We see that it works very well because we are having, our job is to find information, find the trends and create something of it, because we know how it is to be in the classroom. Still, we are traveling out to schools, talking to teachers, talking to youth. And also, we are talking a lot with journalists. You saw my presentations, all the different departments we have. And we go to all of them asking, okay, what is trending now? What is the thing who's coming up now? And also, we asked a lot about why is this a case? Why is this a news story? Because a lot of young people and also adult people need to understand why is this a news story and how does journalists work with it, because then you build trust towards newspapers and journalists, because that's an important part of democracy. And we have to remember that when we are on social media, they don't have the goal to enlighten the people. They don't want people to go away from the social media. And then you see what kind of information and content will drag the attention towards the platform. Well, it's strong feelings. And the most strong feelings we have is fear and hate. There you have your bullying people.
Thank you. How do we support the agents who provide the media literacy education, and how do they work with the schools? And those were addressed by you, and I have received a question, and this question is related to the Ms. Carson's comment. I got a question from a YouTube audience. The tech is playing an important role in the media literacy education. It was very useful presentation. The Norway government provides the media literacy, and how do they provide it? Is it a mandatory education? Is there an independent training course in school program? Or is it just the subjects that apply to all the courses education? So I wonder how you provide the media literacy education in school setting.
Thank you for the question. We started out with the goal of reaching all over Norway, and Norway is not that big a country. We are, as you heard, not many people. But the challenge is for 5 people to be in like a lot of classrooms. So we understood that we cannot do that. So we developed a platform where we deliver our lesson plans, so teachers can go in there and pick whatever they like. More and more, we are now hired from like different communities to come and have classes for both students and teachers. But we believe that we have to train the teachers so they can do the job for themselves, because media literacy or source criticism is so important for democracy that that is the way we are going to preserve it against all threats we have. And then the students has to remember that those who are going to help them are those people who are close to them. Will be the journalist in the local newspaper, it will be the teacher, it will be like the social worker, and then they can get help from us. But what we provide is more the tools, and then those who are going to use the tools is the teachers.
So is media literacy included in the national curriculum in Norway? Or?
Yes, it is. It is in the above, like critical thinking. And when we develop these lesson plans, they are connected to the curriculum that they have. So if you're, for example, teaching statistics, we have media literacy about statistics. And for the same thing, we have for like science, we have for Norwegian language, English, Spanish, whatever.
이것도 이제 전에 말씀.
So you also mentioned this before, as you just told me, how to link media literacy to different subjects. So you provide information about this, about how to link them, and instead of providing extra class for media literacy, but instead we can actually link media literacy integrate media literacy into existing curriculum and subject. You told me that's the new trend of TANK. I remember that was very impressive for me when you mentioned that with me.
That we also have to count on the peer-to-peer models. I mean, students themselves, they can exchange knowledge and they can work together. We've seen some examples when we ask them through Learn by Doing to do some films, short films, or animation or gaming. So peer-to-peer models works also in terms of introducing media literacy in schools. And about the others, the cross-curricular approach that you mentioned, it is something that is widely used also in Greece. It is easier to use media as a cross-curricularly, and not as a media, not as an autonomous object of study. That's more complicated. But I will give you an example. You can teach history in the class, in the course of history. You can watch a film, a documentary about something that is related to the historical event. So you can learn about history, you can learn about language, you can learn about the filmic language that is being used, and the students themselves, they will remember better the facts through watching a documentary about that historical event than through just reading in it through a textbook in the classroom. So there are abundant ways of learning about things, coupled with practical homework and practice at work. You can go and look in the archives, in the audiovisual archives, some relevant documentaries or news footage from that event, and then bring it into the classroom and then link it with history or literature or whatever. So media are the perfect tool for that.
And I have to add to that one, it's really, really important that students work with it themselves, because this is nothing you just read in a book, you work with this as well. So brilliant idea to do it that way. We use also a different way of working with media literacy, because the teacher can stand there and tell, oh, you have to be critical, but the students are like, how? And then you have to put them in something specific to do, and then they will understand it, and they will do it the next time they meet the challenge.
지금 이제 어떤 식으로 교육이 이루어질 수 있는지, 그리고 학생들이 직접 서로에게 피드백을 주는 것이라든지, 학생들이 직접 만들고 경험하면서 미디어 리터러시를 익혀가는 것의 중요성에
Creating their own material. So you mentioned about what kind of education we can provide in terms of media literacy. So very interesting dialogue so far.
미디어 리터러시
So when we talk about media literacy, it's important to strengthen your critical thinking, but it's not necessarily about, you shouldn't believe anything that you see or read. So the topic of this week, this year's Media Literacy Week provided by the UNESCO was that increasing your trust. So having critical thinking, the capability of critical thinking is not about not believing. So this should be related to trust in the society. Could you share your opinion about this? Critical thinking and the trust in the society.
Well, in Norway, I guess you have the same challenges there in South Korea and as well in Greece, is that it is a problem with the conspiracy theories. They are really easy to share online, and they also spread really fast. And if you are doing this the wrong way, you can suddenly have students who are working with conspiracies instead of have a critical thought. In Norway now, we are working a lot with this word of having source trust, because you have to create trust to something. And what is creating trust in a society? Well, of course, first you have to understand what is happening. So therefore, we have a lot of cooperations with journalists, asking them, okay, why is this a new story? How do you work with it? And we are actually trying to create a meta story about how news are created. So when we talk about critical thinking, it's important to tell, okay, what is critical thinking? Give them some concrete questions to work for. Then we have this poster as we had, but we also see what is happening now when we're talking about media literacy, that the apps we have, for example, TikTok, is creating really, really nice content. It looks really good. And then when you start to look at it, you get, like, your emotions get moved and you forget what am I going to think about here. So we are asking students to use a term which is called lateral reading. We got it from the Stanford History Group. And that is because when fact checkers check facts, they first check the source. So before you go into the claims, you have to check, okay, who is telling this? Why are they telling this? So in that way, you're not getting caught by your feelings, but you still can check out what is happening here. So it's really important to tell students, it's not being critical to everyone every time. And also, you can't do that because sooner or later you get fooled. But you have to have some questions, some tools you can use, and then we give them to the students and the teachers, and we tell, watch for these things, and then you have some help.
Yes, you got me about the lateral reading, because I was going to mention as a very useful tool. If you don't have time to cross-check the source, just try for the same news in another medium platform. So according to the World Economic Forum, we're talking about critical skills. And the students of today are the workforce of tomorrow. So according to the World Economic Forum and this Future of Jobs Report 2020, critical thinking, problem solving, and active learning are among the most on-demand skills that lead up to 2025 for the future workforce. So this applies to students themselves. And alongside lateral reading, I mean, it is very common ground for disinformation and fake news to grow because there is this lack of trust. During the pandemic, we saw this, we noticed this phenomenon that people got back to news reading because they was driven by their fear and agony of the unknown and what's going to happen. So more people went back to a traditional journalism, and that was a good fact, a positive fact for Greece. They turned back to reading newspapers and news articles or investigative journalism articles to learn more about the pandemic. So going into serious articles and feature articles can help you debunk some myths and abandon disinformation and build trust again to journalism. Another way is to leave out your filter bubble in the social media and stop just, adjusting and adopting your colleagues, your friends' points of view. Just get out of your comfort zone and try not to be in your own filter bubble, your own confirmation bias. And sometimes there is this term that it is mentioned in the guidelines by the European Commission, illusion of truth. So it refers to the process that if a statement is repeated often enough, we end up to believe it. It doesn't mean it is true. So there are some tricks here and there that we have automatically to have in mind, all of us as active citizens today. And this is an automated procedure. So that's why it has to start from the parents from early childhood to grow and develop when we are adults.
Just to add here,
sure.
it's really important to, great points you have there, but it's really important to remember that when we're talking about like media literacy, the world has no borders. We saw Maria Ressa, she won the Nobel Peace Prize, and she told that the trolls were testing techniques in the Philippines, moving it to the West afterwards. So we have to cooperate both inside countries, between journalists, teachers, professors, universities, but also internationally, because trends can come whatever place. It can come in Greece, it can come here in South Korea, and then it comes towards the West, and it will be used, because this creates money and power. And therefore, TENK is a part of the IFCN. We had the Global Media Literacy, the Global Fact had a conference in Oslo last June, and next year it's going to be here in Seoul. And when we were in Oslo, we started to work on the Global Media Literacy Network because we understand that we have to cooperate, we have to talk together, because we can never have enough money to fight dis and misinformation. We have to bring all the good forces together to work on this and to share information, but information is not free, so we have to find funding for it so it's possible to spread this good work doing whatever in the world so we can be a better world and better democracies across all nations.
지금 두 분 말씀해 주신 것처럼 미디어 정보 리터러시라는 것이 어떤
As two of you mentioned, media literacy takes more than the efforts of individuals. Especially, we need funding. So that is a very important aspect, and we need international cooperation in this regard. So critical thinking is not just about having doubts about everything. Rather, it's about the process of thinking and learning the process of thinking. So when you watch media, just lateral reading, as you mentioned, do the lateral reading when you read content from the media, on the media, and that means that you open new windows to do the lateral reading, to do fact-checking, and when so many people talk about one thing, just have some fact-checking and think about why are there so many people are talking about this thing. And among the things that you mentioned, there is something that we can talk in relation to this journalism week, journalism conference, especially the role of the media. So we still have trust in the role that the media outlets can play. So I hope that you can continue doing what you're doing as a journalist. I'd like to share a little bit about myself among the researches that I did. In the presidential election recently, third-year senior students in high school are now allowed to vote in the presidential election. And what was really interesting is that they answered that they have more trust in the information provided by journalism rather than information provided by social media. So this clearly shows that there is some trust given to the media industry. So we can imagine, we can see that the role that the media should play is very important in today's era. I think we only have 1.5 minutes, but I said that I will open the floor to questions. So do you have any questions? So thank you very much I'm really grateful that you are staying with us until the very end of day 2. Do you have any questions?
I have a question from the YouTube channel. It was the question to Mr. Carson in Norway.
So in Norway, it was really impressive to know that parents try hard to talk to children about their online activities. So is there anything that what can parents do if children don't want to talk about that? About their online activities with parents? Is there any method that the parents can do?
That's a good question. My experience is that if you start to ask not the critical questions, but more like in curiosity, what is actually happening online? I actually met the social worker that he says that he introduced this new question to the youth, and he was working with really hard ones. And he was starting to ask, okay, what's going on online today or these days? What are the last trends? And the youth were really trustfully and wanted to share. And often we see that when we use the young people as experts, they can share a lot of things. But often you can see as an adult that you can see the dangerous things, but you have to stay back and more ask and see their perspective. I was thinking when you did your presentation that it is easy for us grown-ups to see the dangers around the young people, but sometimes we should ask themselves, what do you see as a danger on your line? Then that might be something else than we will look for. And it's easy because we adults have seen much worse things than the young people. And then you ask, okay, what's the worst thing that can happen online? Oh, that would be that my friend will block me. Well, let's talk about it.
So listening to our children and not to be judgmental, I think this is a very important attitude. So in this regard, Dr. Irene, I think you have some ideas that you may want to share with us when you talk to your children. Maybe you talked about movie making in educating children. So from an adult perspective, you may think that this is not the right thing for children to say. Then if you have that idea, how do you, how do you deal with that kind of situation?
Yes, from an experience-based approach that we have implemented at ECOME in Greece, we use filmmaking and screen literacy a lot. So whenever we want to talk about a difficult topic subject, it's better we urge children, students to watch this film and then point out some 2-3 questions or tips before viewing. During viewing, we pause the screen and discuss about what's going to happen next, and then some after screening questions, like a game, something fun to be engaged, and then through watching this film, then we can slowly engage into a question about more difficult issues, or like social minorities or media stereotyping, or dangers of disinformation. Last year during UNESCO Global Meal Week, we showed this US documentary, Trust Me. So it showed what's going on behind the lines online in the media industry, and we showed that in the schools to trigger discussion about these things. So we, as you said, we need to co-navigate. We need to talk into their own language, be it screen, be it film or animation or gaming or TikTok. We need to talk their own language and to sympathize with their own experiences and let them be the guides around all this era, the disinformation era. Because if you give them the power, then students and children can create miracles, and they can find light at the end of the tunnel, that's for sure. So we have to trust them and co-navigate with them.
As two of you said, I think it's important to have trust and just let them talk to you. So, shall we ask any questions? Do you have any questions? Maybe you have this question that you have to ask, otherwise you can't sleep tonight? You don't have any that kind of question? First of all, thank you very much for your presentations and discussions. I'd like to ask this question to Mr. Carlson. So even though the materials are not so useful in 2 months' time, it's important, you mentioned that it's important to develop and distribute the most updated material. So to be able to do so, what kind of method do you use for research, and where do you get your data to make updated material?
Thank you for the question. Well, first of all, we talk a lot with young people. We go to classrooms, we talk with teachers, and a lot of those teachers are sending us tips and questions when they are struggling with specific things. And on that, we almost work as journalists. We research it, we find more information, and then we use research from universities and professors who has like tools and stuff, so we can adapt to the different challenges. But the main thing is to find new trends, find new information, and see how it's used. We see now that new platforms has new way of shaping the information. And that's really important to talk with both the youth and the teachers, that they remember that the platforms has its own interest on how they are giving out the information. So we're talking a lot about the platforms, and we are actually talking with the platforms, and that we have to join to trying to work with the platforms to more think about kids and how could they have a good environment to get information. So how we do it, we spread online, of course, and then when it's done, we kind of remove it. And we also often, we have one specific worker as our office who's working, connecting to university. So she's going to different universities in Norway, getting new information, what is important for researchers right now. And then all of us working a lot with journalists, getting everything from there. And we have to remember that journalists, they are writing the history book, or the first version of it. So they are really in the front and they know a lot of it. But we have also to talk with the journalists and tell them to look more into young people's information landscape. So in that way, we are kind of working together with different people and getting information from more and more people.
Is there any question from the floor? This will be the last question. Since there is no question, so I think there is no further question. The two speakers' contact information are already online, so you can contact them if you have any more questions. And this concludes the round table, and thank you for your participation.
Once again, let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much for presentations and dialogues. So far, we had day 2, and this session was about the media literacy session for all and by all. This ends day 2 of the conference titled Prejudice of the Platforms. November 11th, tomorrow, will be the 3rd day of the conference. And the conference will be held under the title of Trust on, Prejudice of. I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you very much.